Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 706-725. The black blade bestowed by my lord felled the great devil dwelling in the formless waste abyss in one strike. Santiago Borgkamp stared at the fiend that had appeared atop the bone-white colossal tower. It bore a pair of curved ox horns and, behind its head, a second pair of shorter ram horns. The bat wings unfurled from its back cast the entire spire into shadow. Its right hand gripped a double-headed great axe, while its left arm had fused with a living whip. As if breathing, it inhaled globes of dreams, nightmares and illusions, exhaling rolling fog and hosts of lesser fiends of every shape. Some rode manta rays, darting between bolts of lightning. Others, goat-headed, landed on shattered lava fields, brandishing staves and shrieking like birds. With a beat of its wings the fiend sprang from the tower's tip, revealing the mighty body the bone spire had hidden. A scorpion tail arched behind it, its hook slashing every drifting globe to shreds. The demon fixed Santiago with eyes that flashed violet blue. In Santiago's gaze sudden phantasms erupted. Meteors tore across the heavens, blazing with blinding starlight. Huge psionic crystals materialized all around. Each was larger and brighter than any the first psionic artisan of the Order Shadows had ever seen. Compared with these, the natural psionic crystals of the crystal mirage were mere stones beside glittering gems, falling star stones, shining psionic crystals, top-grade materials for peerless psychic artifacts. Santiago's eyes lingered on none of them. In an instant he rose into the third level of the Telema state of mind. The vision in his eyes snapped. Meteors became streaks of violet lightning, the crystals barbed brambles. A flicker of thought confirmed it, mere phantasm. Had greed urged him to reach, he would have been maimed. Even as he realized, lightning rained from the sky, arrow swift toward where he stood. The demonic psyker's eyes blazed with starlight, the warp jump unit fused to his power pack burst into incandescence. Santiago and 6 servitors vanished, reappearing above a rift. Lightning pursued like a storm, hammering down. Brambles rose like serpents, striking straight at them. A demon's sorcery, freed from natural law, locked onto the mind of its prey. The demonic psyker willed. A second warp circuit on his armor flared, runes lighting on 2 more servitors. The black armored figure blinked in and out of existence. Lightning crossed empty air, the rising bramble serpents snapped at phantoms. Santiago flashed behind the fiend, raising his left hand. The mighty ring weapon the space monkey had forged for Order Shadows spat 12 ice darts. Each dart, fist-sized, burst dream globes like popping balloons in its wake. Bang bang bang, the darts smashed into the demon's right wing, detonating in crackling bursts. Frost raced across the wing, its beat slowing to a crawl. 6 servitors leveled their bedrock pattern bolters, pouring golden torrents. The barrage pattered across the fiend's vast back like sparks on an ocean, gone in an instant. Santiago Borgkamp, your blows cannot wound me, the fiend declared in flawless Vostonian, voice shifting between the hiss of 10,000 serpents and the bleat of goats. I am Unai, Lord of Illusion. I shall devour your soul, every fleeting fancy of yours shall feed me. As he spoke, clouds of mist rose, swallowing Santiago's world. He saw his own body gulped by a colossal maw, fangs grinding him to sludge. Then he seemed wrapped in a murky film, surrounded by dazed, terrified souls. Each bore star specks on their shoulder plates. He and the Order Shadows of the 5th Battle Group had become the fiend's feast. The future you weave is not mine. In the scribe's eyes the rune, I came, I saw, I record, flared as he spread his arms. A shaft of sacred, limpid light descended from the heavens. Pure, warm radiance speared the fiend's back, lancing through the fog. The instant the phantasm broke, Santiago saw the living whip lash toward him. The holy light struck the black whip, tearing it open. Unai roared, the whip quivered, then struck again. Though the scribes recorded sequence 7 inches solar high priest, miracle, summon holy light, hurt demons, it failed to truly wound mighty Unai. The whip cracked, globes of light bursting like popping balloons. The scent of musk mingled with shifting illusions. Santiago's hands dropped to his waist, then snapped upward. From his left flew a green teardrop. In the Dun language he shouted, silence. The ever-shifting realm slowed as though its rhythm had faltered. The birth and death of fog globes froze. The living whip, tugged by unseen threads, crawled ever slower. From his right he flung a talisman, worms. The black gold stripes wriggled to life, maggots tumbling onto the whip. Pop, pop, pop. Clouds of blood mist bloomed, the length of the whip vanished. Unai's thoughts stuttered, light flared in his eyes as he realized he had lost the 1,000 savory illusions he had swallowed. With a world-shaking roar he beat his wings and brought the great AXE down. Santiago noted the worm talisman had done no real harm to Unai. Even as he drew another silence talisman, his right hand pulled the black blade from his belt. He flooded it with spirit and flipped his wrist. Silence. Green light flared, Unai screamed. Through swirling colored mists the demon's slowed frame suddenly surged. The great AXE fell. The scribe, with no time to dodge and knowing Unai could counter the worm talisman, channeled spirit into the ring on his left middle finger. Fire erupted, Santiago's body blazing. The axe smashed the fiery form, scattering it into drifting flames. Among the drifting sparks a slash of black split the colored fog, biting into Unai's belly. The wound the black blade left was only fist wide. Yet pale light blossomed from it, rot spreading with terrifying speed. Unai shrieked in terror. Tens of thousands of dreams withered in an instant, extinguished. Green light welled within Unai. Brighter and brighter it shone, piercing outward. Bang! With a thunder crack Unai's body burst apart. Flecks of flame drifted together, coalescing. Santiago reformed, eyes profound. The black blade my lord bestowed felled a domain holding great devil of the formless waste abyss in a single stroke. He gazed at the bone-heaped spire, gaze-piercing veils of illusion. The demonic psyker could still feel Unai's faint presence, flickering like a dying candle. As he weighed whether to exploit the fiend's weakness, enter the bone spire and perhaps end him for good, a ceaseless whisper rose at his ear. Samos, I am Samos, Samos is everywhere. Santiago's face changed. He knew Samos. The data crystal the Black Emperor had granted named Samos among the mightiest of devils. The demonic psyker at once ignited his last warp circuit, runes flaring on the final 2 servitors. A star bridge formed beneath his feet even as a claw shot from the volcano. Bang! A servitor exploded, the claw slapped scattered star sparks. Starship, Santiago crashed heavily onto the deck. As he rose he found only 2 servitors still beside him. The hasty jump tore one apart and lost 3 more in the warp tide. Recalling the formless waste abyss, Santiago felt grateful. The devils dwelling in the formless waste abyss are mighty indeed. Fortunately my careful preparations, and my lord's gifts, let me return alive. 10th Battle Group, larger than 6 legions combined. 913. M30. The Order Shadow's fleet weighed anchor and left the Lect system, leaving only the custodians and the newly arrived 670th Expeditionary Fleet. One of the Solar Auxilia's storied, old 100 regiments, the Kino 1000 company that had fought at the Battle of Tollern, took charge of affairs thereafter. Nimrod stood before the observation port, watching the desolate planet recede into the distance. Soon, Lect will be erased, like Hannibal and the Second Legion, redacted from the archives. He sighed inwardly, then imperceptibly clenched his fist. I will not share Hannibal's fate. His gaze flicked across the 670th Expeditionary Fleet. At once he recalled how Alfarius, persuaded by the esoteric cult, had annihilated this decorated auxiliary army, veterans who had bled for the Imperium since the Unification Wars, to keep the secret safe. Thinking of Teng Namatira, whom Alfarius had slain, he naturally remembered the bodyguards, the Lucifer Black Guard. Alfarius had cut down 2 Lucifer Black Guards with casual ease, then met the Supreme Swordsman Dina's Chain. In their exchange, Chain's transcendent blade pierced Alfarius's armor and drew a single drop of blood. He was killed moments later, yet the feat was enough to be proud of. I remember Chain hailed from Zos. At 38 he became captain commander of Namatira's personal guard. His homeworld civil war had raged for almost a century. He took up arms at 11. At 13 he had slain 16 enemies on the field, a pitiless veteran of a war without hope. Nimrod thought of the Lucifer Black Guard he backed. After nearly a century recruiting on Necromunda, they now numbered 418, the largest strength since the Unification Wars had bled the old Terran units dry. I promised Theo and Laurent I would help them rebuild the Lucifer Black Guard. The civil war on Zos will grind on for a while yet, its population will plummet. The children of that world make superb recruits, the youngest soldier is only 7, perfect for the Lucifer Black Guard. With that, Nimrod resolved that in 915 he would use the dice of prophecy to locate Zos for the Guard and support their growth. The Lucifer Black Guard are the ideal blade, an elite force outside the high command of Order Shadows. The Ventilian nobles are equally gifted swordsmen, yet ill-suited to bodyguard work. The same is true of the Catachan demons and the Alicia Airborne. While he pondered, familiar footsteps sounded behind him, and Arsenadun spoke. My lord, the legion's neophytes have boarded the transports bound for Olga to join the 10th Battle Group. The 10th Battle Group was the smallest, and since Hannibal's scions devoured aliens much as the Hanged Man pathway does, Nimrod placed them under Ramsey. Though they did not herd souls to gain Beander powers, they still grew stronger through consumption. Devouring flesh resembled how the Rose Bishop manipulates flesh. The smallest battle group, after absorbing 36,000 warriors who had forgotten their past as faceless ones and 3,000 fresh recruits, became the largest, over 60,000 strong, outnumbering 6 entire legions. Those 6 legions were the Salamanders, White Scars, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, World Eaters, and the 19th Legion. Nimrod recalled that at the Great Birthday celebration the numerically weakest legion, the Raven Guard, after the second great exile of Terran descendants beyond Gate 42, had been reduced to 80,000. The Thousand Sons fielded 85,000, the Salamanders 89, the White Scars and Death Guard 95 each. Though the World Eaters mustered 150,000 at the celebration, Angron had only just returned. Before the butcher's nails were perfected he cared nothing for the 12th and donated no gene seed to the apothecaries. The Space Wolves, numbering between 95 and 100,000 at the celebration, had not lost a third of their strength because Order Shadows had borne the brunt of the flame wheel and Hannibal led the 2nd Legion. The Wolves had likewise sat out the 3rd Randan War, leaving the Dark Angels to exterminate the Randan aliens. Thus, even after a brutal war against the 2nd Legion, their strength remained near 70,000. Had the custodians not accompanied the loyalist faceless ones who laid down their arms, the Wolves' numbers would have fallen far lower. War Council logs, padded by Nimrod's earlier false casualty reports, listed the 10th Battle Group at only 9,400. Now risen to nearly 50,000, it was a battle group carried by former Faceless Ones. Within the 10th, ex-Faceless Ones outnumbered Order Shadows 2-1. Nimrod thought of the future, ascetic, chapter that would one day form, and its estrangement from the Ultramarines. For now they have only begun to integrate. They need the crucible of war to accept the culture of Order Shadows and the 10th, to truly belong. He resolved to commit the 10th to the coming campaigns against Lady Hera, the Arc Marginal Cluster, and the Serene Federation, using them as spearhead in several engagements. My lord, the Emperor convenes a new war council at ship standard 1000 tomorrow. Understood, Nimrod replied, nodding. He turned from the port, about to head for his office, when a layered, ghostly voice echoed in his ears. With a thought he shifted to a overhead view, gazing at the pulsating sphere of light within the Nation of Disorder. The orb shimmered like a star field. Santiago Boardcamp. Nimrod's stride lengthened, his pace quickening. Reaching the Primarch office and confirming no one was near, he at once entered the Nation of Disorder. Upon the throne he extended his spirituality, touching Santiago's luminous sphere. Seeing Santiago robed in black, kneeling at the altar, he calmly drew him into the Nation of Disorder. My lord, thanks to the items you bestowed I passed your test and set a beacon within the formless abyss. He presented the ring of flame and the black blade in cupped hands to the Black Emperor. The Mentor of Disorder opened his spirit vision, studying Santiago. Only when he saw the soul unharmed did he beckon. The items settled into Nimrod's grasp, and he spoke. Detail your experiences within the formless abyss. Though Nimrod checked on Santiago's progress, he could not watch constantly. Too many tasks demanded him, just altering the Faceless One's memories had consumed vast time. Santiago, well prepared, began his report in orderly fashion. Following the coordinates you granted, I reached the formless abyss. Confirming that the records were chiefly illusions, I named the region the Land of Phantasms. Using the mystical item you provided, I slew a mighty devil, exhausting my spirituality. Then Samos appeared, and I at once triggered the teleport. Nimrod inclined his head. A wise decision. Among the many devils of the warp, Samos ranked high. At the head of a demonic host he forced Rogel Dorn to scuttle the phalanx. Within the warp he could wield full power, stronger still. Wreathed in black mist, Nimrod's eyes were deep as he mused. The traveler's advancement ritual remains difficult. Santiago, strongest of all scribes, still met grave peril in the formless abyss. Argoth's webway has long since been claimed by Tzeentch and can be used only once. To realize my design, another way must be found. In the Beander structure Nimrod envisioned for the future, each battle group's principal pathways would have sequence 5 as backbone, not high command. Every company, moreover, should field sequence 5 Beyonders of varied pathways as tactical supplements to meet any situation. Old Man Huang is right, the warp isn't the only thing that can expand. Nimrod leaned against his throne, pondering a plan to cultivate travelers on a massive scale. 4 controlled special warp regions are indispensable for the travelers to complete their ritual. Even if I seize Lady Hera's pocket dimension and take the underworld of Sonnem 8, I'm still too short of the required 4. Nimrod's mind flicked through region after region of the warp, through every known pocket dimension. The formless abyss remains the easiest target. Grabbing territory there is simpler than anywhere else. Besides, I intend to usurp Belliker's title as Lord of Shadows. Naturally I must also master the Shadowlands. Nimrod's eyes flashed as the words Old Man Huang would speak 10,000 years later, possessing Rebute Gilliman, suddenly surfaced in his mind, addressed to Mortarion and Nurgle. Expansion isn't limited to the warp. This realm is not real, only will is real, and my will is unmatched. Remember well, Plague God, and pass the message along. Black mist swirling around him, Nimrod's ambition burned like wildfire. Old Man Huang is right, the warp isn't the only thing that can expand. If the Chaos Gods can carve out domains in real space, I can certainly open new ground inside the warp. Starting with establishing a foothold in the formless abyss. The moment the idea took shape, Nimrod began planning its execution. I can't use the Order Shadows as my main force for the formless abyss. The ordeal of will is too severe. Nimrod remembered that during the future Abyss Crusade, of the 30 Astartes chapters sentenced to crusade into the Eye of Terror, only the chapter of the piercing sword survived, 2 were wiped out, and the rest fell to corruption. The survivors of the Iron Wyvern chapter degenerated on Anislax into the Warband, Ashen Death. The Sentinel chapter on the Devil World Orensis became the Man-Eating Brotherhood of the Sacred Flesh. And while the Eye of Terror still retains fragments of reality, the formless abyss lies deep in pure warp where corrosion is even stronger. Even with the Thelema mindset and being a Beander, holding out in the formless abyss is hard, especially before sequence 4, when one's life level hasn't undergone essential change. I don't have to rely on the Order Shadows. In a way, I can be an army of one. The Mentor of Disorder had hatched tens of thousands of Soul Eater bees inside the Harud's brain. Inside his mystical item, the Mask of the Death Consul, were over 1,000 undead harvested from slain void whales. Nimrod also recalled the second layer of the shadow side he had recently opened, home to his shadow contract creatures. A plan gradually formed, he decided to test it soon. Collecting his thoughts, Nimrod said to Santiago, "You used your gifts well and finished the journey. This was the hardest, the remaining 3 are already arranged, be patient." "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Santiago clasped his hands inverted, devout. Nimrod sent Santiago back to the starship, then, with a single thought, shifted to the shadow side. His towering form appeared in the second layer. With a turn of his palm he produced parchment and a black gold pen. After brief reflection he set pen to paper. Lines of dun language formed at speed. When the page was full he flipped the parchment and, using the Harud tongue Arsena Dun had obtained by dissecting the Harud silk scroll, wrote the corresponding text. Finished, he reviewed it, then willed softly. A Harud wrapped in rags, body curled, shifted instantly from the real side second layer to the shadow side. The Harud's ink-black eyes swiveled, stunned. One moment he had been digging tunnels in the Hive city sewers, the next he was here. Scanning the surrounding shadows, he quickly realized this place differed from the sewers. There, shadows were cast by objects under dim lamplight in glowing fungi or crystals. Here the shadows had no source, as though conjured from nothing. Only 2 shadows could be traced, his own and that of the black-armored, gold-winged giant. The Harud shivered, fragmented memories flashed. He and his kin had swarmed toward a hated, blinding light. They would smother it. They would shatter it. Green mist suddenly billowed. The black-armored, gold-winged figure appeared in midair. An invisible hand seized him. The memory shattered, the Herud's body jerked. After that his recollection ran clear. The giant had brought him to a new world, one much like the ruins of the Hive City. Sign this contract, serve me for 330 years and you shall go free. The majestic voice echoed. Instinctively the Herud reached for quill and parchment to sign. He wrenched his body. No, I must not yield. I won't sign blindly. He raised an arm, claws scraping the parchment, slime from his body soaked it, turning it slick and sticky. His gaze swept the heading, service contract, then the body text. In exchange for freedom I shall, within the term of service, obey Nimrod's commands without fail. So the giant is named Nimrod. Scanning the clauses that dictated his every act, he finally fixed on the term, 330 years. For humans that might be a lifetime, most never reach it. For time-walking Herud it was a brief span. I accept, he hissed, and Nimrod understood. With a flick of his wrist a quill appeared in the Herud's clawed hand. Watching the claw descend, Nimrod willed silently. A shadow settled unobtrusively across the parchment. Between two lines, barely visible on the sodden sheet, new words appeared. If the place of service has no concept of time, counting shall halt until the servant leaves and time resumes. The Herud's black eyes never noticed the faint line, it looked merely like a shadow of the text above. His hands slashed down, signing, Damien. The instant the name was written both Nimrod and Damien shuddered. Their shadows reared up behind them, as though gazing down from a height. Inexplicably, their souls were bound. Damien trembled, he knew that any breach would bring horrific punishment. He would die. Nimrod's gaze was deep. Through the second shadow layer he had forged no fair contract. His only obligation was to set the other free. The pact with the Herud was no trade. A trade forbids preemptive attack, hidden disadvantage, or malicious intent at the moment of agreement. But the second layer of the Nation of Disorder allowed non-trade contracts, founded on his power to compel consent. He had also used this layer, unseen by the Herud, to alter the clauses in his favor. Once he advanced to Sequence 4 he would launch the campaign on the formless abyss. There, timeless, Damien would serve him eternally until death. Nimrod regarded the bright-eyed Damien. Before then I can set the Herud to tunnel on forge worlds, industrial worlds, or mining worlds. They're more efficient than termite borers. Having tested the method of shadow contracts, he pondered finding more suitable partners. The fifth layer could also corrupt Herud, but threatening them with a shadow contract is faster and enforceable. Better candidates would be beings hard to corrupt yet potent inside the warp. The Kraken, offered to the Emperor at Nimrod's bidding. Nimrod's psychic projection crossed the void, descended upon the golden palace of Terra, and sat in silence. Leman Russ, who usually targeted Magnus, sat with arms folded, leaning back in a massive seat. The chill around him radiated through the psychic projection in cold pulses. Nimrod glanced around, identifying the Primarchs, sightlines through the mist like overlays, every gaze deliberately avoided Russ's direction. Except for Rabute Gilliman. As expected, most Primarchs treat Russ as an executioner. Refusing old man Huang's assignment was wise. Sanguinius's eyes wandered in thought until Nimrod's projection flashed into view, giving him a focal point. A perfect smile lit his face as he, Horus Lupercal, Gilliman, Perturabo, Fulgrim, and Magnus greeted Nimrod together. All knew Nimrod had recovered Hannibal's body and entombed it within a crystal coffin. That brought them comfort. When they recalled how the statues on Heroes Square had been smashed and removed, leaving only the empty pedestal beneath Hegemony Tower, the same thought flashed through their minds. Nimrod didn't let that empty pedestal be the only relic left of the Second Legion. In the hush, the clang of the great doors opening rang out. The Emperor entered with the Mars Forge Director, Malkador, and Constantine Valder. After salutes and seating, the Emperor spoke gravely. Hannibal and his legion have been punished for their crimes. From this day, every Imperial agency shall erase all data of the Second Legion. A sudden icy chill seized Sanguinius. He swore within, the second empty pedestal beneath Hegemony Tower will not be the only memorial of the Blood Angels. He would find a cure for his son's genetic flaw. As Sanguinius made his solemn vow, the Emperor rose and drew the Emperor's sword. Blazing flames wrapped the psychic projection of every Primarch. My sons, I require your oath. Never again speak of Hannibal or the Second Legion's existence. Horus's face was somber as he rose first. Father, I swear to you, from this day I shall never again name Hannibal or his legion. Nimrod rose next. I swear from this day never again to speak of Hannibal or his legion. When his left fist struck his chest, he clenched it, feeling ambition burn, and vowed within. Order shadows, you will not be erased like the faceless ones. I shall lead you to forge a new future. One by one, at the Emperor's command, the Primarchs swore never to mention Hannibal or his legion. As he sat, Nimrod's thoughts turned to the only Primarch yet to return, Corvus Corax. Corax, you returned too late, you will never know of Hannibal and his legion. Nimrod had no doubt old man Huang would erase every trace of Hannibal. Corax, who despised the Terra descendants, would not ask his sons. The Terra descendants of the 19th Legion would obey old man Huang's order and tell Corax nothing. Their loyalty to old man Huang was high, else Alcah's Fel would not have been entrusted with the empty glazed jade. That artifact was one of old man Huang's contingency plans. It would not be given merely because Alcarhas had been exiled by Corax. While Nimrod pondered, Horus looked around at the downcast Primarchs and offered good news. Father, the 19th Legion has recovered an ancient vessel, Far wishes to present it to you. The tech priests of Mars confirm it is a Charybdis-class Grand Cruiser recorded in old texts. Its void shield is exceptionally thick, rivaling that of a Glory Queen-class battleship, and the Prow Plasma Annihilator is an irreplaceable relic. Horus praised Alcarhas's discovery at length, dubbing the ship the Kraken. Nimrod nodded. The Great Obliviator had found the future flagship of the Space Sharks. Though a Grand Cruiser-sized carrier, the Kraken was more valuable than any relic-class battleship old man Huang might gift. During the Great Crusade, the Imperium reclaimed countless lost wonders of the Dark Age. Some were seized from slain owners, others offered willingly as gifts to old man Huang. The most precious vessels were unique, the Mechanicum could never replicate them. The most famous, Terminus, Kraken, Miraculum, and Phalanx. Old man Huang had personally recovered the Dark Sovereign on Ganymede's permafrost and gifted it to Nimrod, unique, yes, but still inferior to those four. Kraken, Dark Sovereign, both ancient ships now under his command. Most Dark Age vessels boasted stronger void shields and heavier guns than Imperial counterparts. Nimrod flicked a glance at Lionel Johnson, recalling the great birthday when the Dark Sovereign of the Dark Angels had carved through Shayna's rebel fleet alone. With the Abomination paradigm soon mine after the Oil Men finish its separation, plus Dark Sovereign and other relics, I've stripped Lion of quite a fleet. Without those relics, I wonder how he'll turn the tables on the Night Lords if Horus still sets that trap for him. While he mused, old man Huang spoke with satisfaction. A discovery worth commemorating. Tell Far I am pleased and accept his gift. I bestow the Kraken upon him as his flagship. May he lead the 19th Legion to bring more worlds to compliance and uncover further priceless relics. The War Council ended, Russ's ice blue eyes swept the room, and he left first. Back aboard the Wangquan Shadow, Nimrod's consciousness shifted to the Nation of Disorder, extending his spirit to touch the blue orb. Once certain no one stood near Alcarhas, he drew him inside. Alcarhas knelt and said reverently, "My lord, as you commanded, I offer the Kraken, found in the ocean world, as a gift to the Emperor." Nimrod inclined his head. As with Dorn, he returns the ship to you. Ordering Alcarhas to present the Kraken was not mere mimicry of Dorn's loyal offering of phalanx, it was a concrete show of loyalty to old man Huang. Nimrod hoped old man Huang would still trust Alcarhas enough, when Corax exiled him, to entrust him with the empty glazed jade. He also reasoned that old man Huang, turning his attention back to Terra and possessing his own flagship, would not keep the Kraken. The Mentor of Disorder studied Alcarhas's sapphire unified soul, confirming he had digested the Seafarer potion while sailing the ocean world. With a thought, the Space Monkey began brewing the Sequence 6 Wind-blessed draft from Blue-Eyed Sea Eagle and other materials. Moments later Nimrod sent the newly ascended Sequence 6 Wind-blessed, Alcarhas Fal, back to the Kraken. Instinctive hatred for the wolves. 916. M30. Zos. The heavy landing ship of the 10th Battle Group descended slowly. Melon, who had just finished training at the Legion's Librarian Hall on Mancora, had mastered the Griffin's Roar, and become a scribe. Wearing a psychic hood made of natural psionic crystal from the crystal mirage and holding a force staff, he spoke to report. Commander, it is confirmed, we have not encountered anti-aircraft fire. I believe they have exhausted their resources in the planetary civil war. The shadow ascetic captain of the 36th Company nodded. He glanced at the company commanders around him, his gaze lingering for a moment on Sasebo Tezuka. He and Melon were the only two special individuals among the company commanders. They were not the Primarch's genetic progeny. The father had taken in the progeny of that Primarch who could not be named, and they were assigned to the 10th Battle Group. Except for the first company, all companies of the chapter had been dismantled and reorganized, and 23 new companies were established. His company was one of these new ones. Formerly an adjutant of the 18th Company, he had been promoted because he was a baron of the royal court. The shadow ascetic captain's mind flashed back to the speech given by Lord Ramsay at the fortress monastery of Roseburg on Olga, the chapter's exclusive recruitment world. Lord Ramsay, who looked identical to the father but lacked the golden wings, had said to them, "From this day forward, they are members of the 10th Battle Group. They are Order Shadows." The captains understood the Lord's meaning. They were required to accept these outsiders, which was also a sign of the father's trust in their chapter. For a period of time hereafter, your primary task is to ensure they deeply understand the Legion culture and help them fully integrate into the chapter. Lord Ramsay's words echoed in the shadow ascetic's mind, and as he recalled the face so similar to the father's, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. He would not fail the trust of the father and Lord Ramsay. To complete his mission, the shadow ascetic captain had done his best to secure 15 men from his former captain to bring to the new company. His 3 adjutants were the leaders of the 3 squads he had commanded during his time as an adjutant. The captain of the guard and the standard bearer he appointed, as well as the 10 squad leaders, were elite veterans under his command. They formed the backbone of the 36th Company. Since the company's establishment, the shadow ascetic captain had been observing everyone, looking for potential candidates for leadership. Sasebo Tezuka immediately caught his attention. Most people in the company respected him and obeyed his requests. Sasebo Tezuka also clearly displayed reverence for the father, which was somewhat beyond the captain's expectations but also dispelled his final concerns. After further investigation, the shadow ascetic captain learned that he and Melon were the leaders of the recruits, so he promoted him to be the company's first New Order Shadows commander. The first mission after the formation of the 36th Company was to coordinate with the Lucifer Black Guard and head to Zos to bring the planet into compliance. Commander, the people of Zos have been tempered into tough and ruthless warriors by the War of Despair, Melon continued. Therefore, I believe standard propaganda procedures will not make them accept us readily. Even now, they have not agreed to our demands. We need to display overwhelming force to make them realize that their automatic weapons cannot stand against us. Only once they recognize this will they accept our rule. The shadow ascetic captain looked at Melon with appreciation. I accept your suggestion. Recalling how the 2nd Legion had been condemned for harboring Xenos and attacking humans, he opened the company Vox channel to deliver a pre-battle speech. Order Shadows, we are ordered to bring this planet into compliance. During the process of compliance, the Father's ideology must be strictly implemented. We are Order Shadows, not the wolves who leave only ruins in their wake, nor the world eaters who kill indiscriminately. Hearing the space wolves mentioned, Sasebo Tezuka couldn't help but clench his fists. He loathed that name, as well as those iron-gray wolves. The shadow ascetic captain emphasized solemnly, the data provided by the father and the intelligence we've gathered since contact confirm that the brutal civil war on Zos has lasted for 85 years. War has destroyed their economic system, industrial facilities have been leveled by bombing, and the population has plummeted during the conflicts. Every Zajan longs for the end of this war of despair. This is what we should exploit. Therefore, we will employ the standard procedure for displaying military force. The heavy landing ship landed slowly, and the shadow ascetic captain led the ranks of black armor warriors as they strode down the ramp. Rat-tat-tat. Intense barrages of fire erupted from behind collapsed houses and damaged machines, hammering against the power armor before being deflected, clattering to the ground. The shadow ascetic captain shouted, Sasebo Tezuka, 4 o'clock. Sasebo Tezuka's squad raised their bedrock pattern bolters in unison, and with a roar, the muzzles spat fire. Mass reactive shells struck the walls where the Zhajans were hiding, sending brick and stone flying. The explosive shockwaves threw back over a dozen child soldiers in their teens, wearing youth army uniforms. The women and children hidden behind cover looked in terror at the black armored giants, staring at the black, horrific weapons that were larger than their own frail bodies. The ears of the captain and the listeners of each squad twitched slightly. In the silent battlefield, they heard the sudden held breaths and the violent pounding of hearts. They did not dare to move, unwilling to carry out a meaningless attack. Melon, the shadow ascetic captain called out. Melon stepped out of the ranks, the vox channel of his helmet's voxcaster already adjusted to the frequency of the translator. Compatriots of Zos. In the eyes of the telekinetic psyker, great trees seemed to emerge. The sound waves passed through the leaves, rippling and amplifying until the booming voice resounded through the factory ruins like thunder. Thud. A woman in tattered clothes dropped her automatic rifle and shouted something to the 5 child soldiers beside her. The 5 children dropped their weapons. The woman immediately crouched down, her arms spread wide to pull 2 of the child soldiers into a tight embrace. Thud, thud, thud. The women and children dropped their weapons one after another. Leaving one squad behind, the shadow ascetic captain advanced toward the city district where artillery roared. 3 minutes later, towering city walls came into the view of the Order shadows. The shadow ascetic captain's eyes narrowed. Through the smoke, he saw a team of black armor warriors launching a charge amidst the pouring fire from the walls. Clad in black armor, they ran with a swiftness comparable to Order shadows who were halfway through their transformation surgeries. As they ran, they raised their Necromunda pattern lasguns and unleashed dense barrages of fire. The brilliant beams rained down upon the city walls, every shot finding its mark. The Lucifer Black Guard. Boom. One of the Lucifer Black Guard was unfortunately caught in the artillery fire, his breastplate shattered, and his body was blown to pieces. The Lucifer Black Guard did not pause in their stride, they braved the artillery, rushing toward the walls at high speed. That black armor warrior is very impressive, Sasebo Tezuka said in admiration. He ran swiftly alongside the captain, his eyes fixed on the black armor warrior who was the first to scale the city wall. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. I lost the martial position due to the Keeper of the Seals interference, but Lord Nimrod will definitely support my descendants. Theo, captain of the Lucifer Black Guard, leapt onto the city wall, took a stride, turned, and closed in on the cannon barrel. The chainsword, finely forged on Necromunda, spun out, its motor roaring as it drove the blade, tearing apart several rushing guards. Unlike the outpost, the city wall guards were ruthless soldiers tempered by decades of civil war. Instead of panicking and wildly firing unstable cannons that hadn't been maintained, they rushed toward the black armor warriors without hesitation, braving the spilled blood and splattering limbs. Theo advanced, swinging his sword, as blades assailed him from all directions. He parried, hacked, dodged, and stabbed, and the bodies of over a dozen enemies were pierced by the deadly blade. The enemies surged like a tide. Theo plunged into the throng, swinging his sword and slaying all around him, leaving behind a field of corpses scattered everywhere. Outside the city wall, a bolt fired by Sasebo Tezuka struck a roaring cannon that was far from the black armor warriors and spewing black smoke. The moment the green runes lit up, he turned his gaze toward the black armor warriors. The Lucifer Black Guard advanced rapidly, their speed no less than that of an Order shadows charging into the enemy formation. Sasebo Tezuka suddenly saw a Zos officer in gray armor leap and roll. A scimitar, winding like a viper close to the ground, sprang up and struck toward the Lucifer Black Guard's calf. The black armor warriors, who had not undergone genetic enhancement, slid and dodged with a swift reaction that even combat reflex agents could not grant. He reversed his blade and hacked from an angle he had never practiced. A look of astonishment flashed in Sasebo Tezuka's eyes. The gray-armored warrior rolled on the spot, managing to evade the Lucifer Black Guard's swift strike by a hair's breadth. Shane instinctively flipped over to avoid the swift attack, but the dangerous shockwave sweeping up behind him slammed repeatedly into his body, forcing him to roll with all his might. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to return to his warm home and embrace his wife and child. Shane slammed his fist onto the ground and used the momentum to spring up. The intense pain unearthed his potential. He twisted his body, sidestepped the chainsword, and delivered a fierce horizontal slash. Shane was confident that his charged strike would definitely slice through the armor. He was the finest swordsman. His confidence crumbled instantly. The black armor warriors elegantly and silently dodged the blow, like the legendary feline creatures of Terra, the human mother planet. With a deafening boom, the scimitar shattered. Shane crashed heavily onto the ground, seeing stars. He felt like every bone in his body was broken. He struggled to widen his eyes, trying to get a clear look at the black armor warriors who was killing him. "Your city wall has been breached. Surrender." A mechanical, synthesized voice rang out, and Shane turned his head to look. He saw the black armor warriors standing with his sword, looking down at him. He felt his body tremble. He turned his head and saw an even taller black armored giant leaping onto the city wall. "I surrender," Shane said with difficulty. He knew his nation could not resist the outsiders descending from the sky. While feeling the shame of defeat, he also felt fortunate. He could finally embrace little Dinaz again. The last time he held his son, he was only 4 years old. Now his little Dinaz was 8 years old. 4 weeks later, next to the residence of the new planetary governor, the foundation for the Lucifer Black Guard training fortress was laid. After Theo handed over the supervision to his vice-captain, Shield Guard Laurent, he entered his mansion. It was the estate of a great noble who had resisted subjugation. He walked through the withered garden, which had not yet been cleared and replanted. Theo walked into the office, sat down, and spread out the parchment. He picked up the quill pen and began writing swiftly. He wrote the opening, "Respected General Barton." Normally, considering status, Theo should have addressed Barton by his surname Drake, as the Drake family was already an influential great family within the Solar Auxilia. But before he followed Lord Nimrod, he and Barton had saved each other's lives countless times on the battlefield, sharing a close brotherhood. Theo wrote quickly, "I regret to hear that you missed the opportunity to become the new Marshal of the Solar Auxilia. I have no doubt that your military achievements fully qualify you for this position. I firmly believe that you and your family will lead the Solar Auxilia in the future." Theo paused, frowning slightly. Barton's merits were enough for him to take over as Marshal. Since pledging loyalty to Lord Nimrod, he had received strong support from the Order Shadows and their allies. The sophisticated weapons manufactured by the Necromunda armories armed 15 legions of the Barton faction. Navigator families like Vischer, along with hundreds of other families, provided multifaceted support to the Drake family. But this was also the reason Barton did not reach the highest position in the Solar Auxilia. Theo expanded his 10-man squad to over 400 people, becoming the core of the Lucifer Black Guard's revival and the undisputed leader of this old regiment. He thus controlled a small but extremely high-level intelligence network. The Lucifer Black Guard, who served as personal bodyguards to Terra's nobles and Solar Auxilia generals, passed the intelligence they observed to Theo in an ancient encrypted format. He was certain that the Keeper of the Seals did not want any general close to a Primarch to serve as Marshal. Theo knew that the Keeper of the Seals had always wanted to establish a government independent of the Astartes, which included armed forces. Theo shook his head. Having followed Lord Nimrod for nearly a century, he had witnessed the Order Shadows vigorously develop fragmented territories returning to humanity's embrace into prosperous domains. They were clearly developing better than the worlds directly managed by the Empire, those worlds that were cruelly exploited, inefficient, and bloated. While contemplating, Theo continued writing, "I must express my sincere gratitude to you. I must admit, when I followed you to meet Lord Nimrod, I never imagined things would turn out this way. Back then, I only hoped that we would not be." Theo paused, not writing down the names of the Emperor and the Keeper of the Seals. "Forgotten, kept away from frontline combat, and perish while serving as guards. I only hoped that we could fight together on the battlefield and achieve victory, just as we did during the Unification Wars. Lord Nimrod has provided me with more help than I could have ever dreamed of, and I owe it all to you for bringing me to meet Lord Nimrod that day." Theo quickly wrote about the events of the past few decades, penning line after line in fluent High Gothic. As a Lucifer Black Guard, his training included more than just swordsmanship. As bodyguards for the powerful, they had to be proficient in High Gothic, military command, and other fields to serve as escorts for high-ranking imperial generals. Theo wrote 3 extensive pages, concluding with, "Recently, Lord Nimrod bestowed upon the Lucifer Black Guard a recruitment world. Zos. It is not like Necromunda, where the population is too numerous to count in the hundreds of millions, but the people here have been forged into ruthless and desperate warriors during the desperate civil war." Theo thought of the 841 candidates he had selected from the Zos youth army, especially Shane, with whom he had sparred. He possessed decent swordsmanship talent, but unfortunately, he was too old. He was appointed military commander of the Zos Defense Force. Fortunately, Theo discovered that his 8-year-old son, Dinaz Cheyenne, was a promising talent. He had never seen such a uniquely talented warrior. His future swordsmanship might even surpass his own, making him the best in the Lucifer Black Guard. Theo gathered his thoughts and wrote the final words. "I firmly believe that the Lucifer Black Guard will achieve a new beginning on Zos, and I owe all this to you, Barton. It is precisely for this reason that I must use the ancient method of a letter to fully express my gratitude. I wish you success in your military endeavors. Theo signed with force, your most loyal comrade in arms, Guard Theo." Theo rolled up the parchment, placed it in a gilded scroll tube, set the secret key, and sealed it with his mark, the Black Blade. It would pass through multiple transport ships via the Order Shadow's logistics transport system before finally reaching Barton's hands. 917. M30. Barton's mechanical left hand rapidly tapped 14 digits. Click. 3 pages of parchment popped out. Barton unfolded the letter, first seeing Theo's comforting words. He raised his wine glass and drank the black Ros Fuerte in one gulp. As his stomach burned fiercely, he laughed and cursed, "Theo, I'm not that fragile." Barton was indeed frustrated about losing the marshal position, but he had no regrets. Lord Nimrod had always provided him with support. Due to the protection of the quasi-order shadows, only 49 members of the Barton family had died in the past century. During the previous unification wars, that number was 185. Every quasi-order shadows was a powerful warrior who had undergone more than 13 modification surgeries and nearly became a true order shadows. They were tempered into resilient and powerful warriors during training, and they saved many commanders of the Bardrake family in battle after battle. Barton had personally witnessed how the Lucifer Black Guard declined from a powerful legion to its current state, and he had also seen military families perish in cruel wars. He believed that with the protection of the quasi-order shadows, the Drake family would endure forever, just like Lord Nimrod. "I lost the marshal position due to the Keeper of the Seals' interference, but Lord Nimrod will definitely support my descendants in reclaiming this position." Barton clenched his mechanical hand and quickly finished reading the letter. Seeing Theo and the Lucifer Black Guard achieve a new beginning on Zos, the old general couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Good, excellent." He vigorously waved his arm, and 4 strong men, over 2 meters tall, looked over. "No assassins," Barton shouted, satisfied with their vigilance. "Indeed, following Lord Nimrod was a wise decision, both for me and for Theo." Barton's words made the eyes of the 4 strong men light up, then dim again. They once had the opportunity to become Lord Nimrod's progeny and become Order Shadows, but they failed in the final stage of climbing the mountain. They were also fortunate that they were not converted into servitors after failing, unlike most Legion candidates. Serving as guards for generals and powerful nobles, they not only had a decent income but could also continue serving Lord Nimrod. While the guards felt regret and relief, Barton thought of the criminal he had saved using his influence and whispered. He should still follow Lord Nimrod. Staying in the auxiliary army, he won't be able to utilize his greatest talent. "Gilliman, it's yet another time your kid is getting cucked." 918. M30. The Wangquan Shadow. Nimrod leaned back against his throne, scrutinizing the figure walking into the Primarch office. White armor encased his body, with blue painted on the top of his head, shoulders, and other parts. 3 medical scanners at his left eye flickered with light, and his helmet was connected to a respirator. A skull was embedded in his chest, and 2 vials of red and green medicine were placed within his straps. Ivor Yovan pays his respects to Lord Nimrod. Ivor placed his blue glove over his chest and bowed in greeting. His high Gothic was standard, impeccable even to a Terran noble. Nimrod looked at the future legendary medical officer, and memories of him naturally surfaced in his mind. Ivor was renowned in the Hive City world of Agathon. His supernatural medical skills and exquisite surgical techniques made the local powerful elite hold him in high esteem. However, he was investigated for involvement in forbidden medical arts. The Marshal of the Solar Auxilia offered him a chance for amnesty, so he joined the army and saved countless lives on the battlefield. His automated surgical table was a powerful asset on the battlefield, capable of performing timely surgeries on wounded soldiers in a short period. He was also a deadly warrior on the battlefield. His phase lancet could disintegrate the internal tissues of enemies without damaging the skin and flesh. Every cut was as precise as his scalpel, only it was for killing enemies rather than saving lives. So the Solar Auxilia Marshal who saved him was Barton Drake. Because Barton sided with me, he was suspected by Malkador and failed to become a marshal. Even so, he still recommended a talent like Ivor to me. Nimrod knew that Ivor could be called the #1 medical officer during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. In the field of medicine, even the talents of the Astartes Legion's apothecaries were inferior to his. Barton, even after losing the position of marshal, you still offered me the #1 medical officer. Truly loyal. Nimrod made the decision to train Barton to become a Beander. While pondering, he gazed at Ivor. Since you are skilled in medicine, you shall still hold the post of medical officer. I heard you invented an automated surgical table. This is a pioneering feat, but it is not enough. Ivor's automated surgical table was extremely effective for auxiliary army soldiers, but Astartes already possessed superhuman self-healing abilities. Luramen cells would quickly secrete and cover wounds when injured. Injuries that could heavily wound an Astartes were definitely not something the current automated surgical table could treat. The Tech Marines will provide you with assistance to develop a version suitable for the Order Shadows. By your command, Ivor replied excitedly. During his brief service in the Solar Auxilia, he had heard countless times of the victories achieved by Lord Nimrod. He was the conqueror of Xenos. He led the Order Shadows to annihilate the Midu Xenos and liberate the Colonnade Abyss. He was the eternal victor over the enemies of mankind. He commanded many legions to win the victory of the Randan War. It was his honor to serve Lord Nimrod. Nimrod watched Ivor's departing back, thinking about which pathways Beander he should train him to be after, corroding him. Ivor's talent lies in surgical treatment, not medicine. Compared to an apothecary, a doctor can better utilize his talent. Although the Mother Pathways Sequence 2, Desolate Matriarch, requires a gender change, he might not necessarily grow to that height. Thinking of this, Nimrod decided that after corrupting him, he would send him to the agricultural world of Ryan as a planter to cultivate medicinal plants. While pondering, he came to the nation of disorder, picked up the dice of prophecy, and thought secretly. Gilliman, it's yet another time your kid is getting cucked. As he thought, the data he knew about Pratis Zeta flashed through his mind. The Vita subsector of the Ultima Segmentum, on the eastern edge of the galaxy. A world filled with hive cities and possessing powerful forge capabilities. 80 light-years away from the Forge World Triplex Fal, which has just returned to the Empire. Pratis Zeta was the home world of the Soul Drinkers chapter, an Ultramarine successor chapter founded during the fourth founding in the 32nd millennium. The Soul Drinkers chapter was a solid shield on the eastern fringe, resisting the dual invasion of Xenos and Devils. The Soul Drinkers were particularly skilled at hunting Xenos. Pratis Zeta, along with the neighboring Nyx, also provided support for the Forge World Triplex Fal to manufacture war robots. Gilliman, you haven't even fully brought Ultramar under your control. I'll take Pratis Zeta in the Vita subsector first without any courtesy. After the information about Pratis Zeta flashed through Nimrod's mind, he chanted in his heart. The star map from the Carium Gate to Pratis Zeta. After chanting it 11 times, he reached out and threw the dice of prophecy in his hand. The triangular pyramid tumbled several times in the air, and the moment it fell into his open large hand, a scene like a holographic projection appeared. After Nimrod memorized the star map, he input it into a data crystal, and then immediately thought that Pratis Zeta was a world constantly suffering from Xenos invasions. With a thought, he returned to the real world and transmitted much of the information about Pratis Zeta to the strong-brained cat, John, through a mental link. The winner immediately sprang into action, dipping a quill into the blood of a Fenris kraken and writing rapidly on parchment. His ginger body leaned against the bed as he quickly entered a dream. Through the mental link, Nimrod saw a series of continuous scenes. Slender Xenos ships, encased in shimmering light, arrived at the orbit of Pratis Zeta. Basin-shaped ships flew out one by one, landing on the abandoned wastes around the Hive City. Xenos with fish heads stepped out of the ships one after another. Their bulging gray eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. There were spots of light on their bodies, light green circles, cyan flames, gray-eyed fish heads with light spots on their bodies. Lyco fish men, the main material for the Hermit Pathways Sequence 6, Scrolls Professor. Among the many pathways I am cultivating, the only one missing at the Sequence 6 level was the Scrolls Professor. This time, it can be considered complete. While Nimrod was thinking, he noticed that the divination scene had not ended. After the Lyco fish men landed on Pratis Zeta, they gathered and launched an offensive against the Hive City. Scene after scene flashed by, stopping abruptly only when they broke into the Nest Tower. As expected of a Sequence 5 winner, when high levels are not involved, the revelations obtained from divination are quite complete. John can definitely be called a master of divination now. The clear revelations Azek Ahriman obtains from the strings of fate when using Corvid arts for etheric travel are no better than this. While lamenting, Nimrod selected key information from the revelations obtained by divination, input it into a data crystal, and then came to the Nation of Disorder. After ascending to the throne in the 4th level space, he spread his spirituality and touched the light sphere. After Nimrod confirmed that there was no one around Ramsey, he sent the data crystal into the light sphere, while attaching a command. Lead your chapter to Pratis Zeta, it will be the exclusive recruitment world for the 10th battle group. Nimrod chose the 10th battle group not only because it had the largest number of people and was suitable for guarding the eastern fringe and resisting Xenos, but also because this world, located outside the range of the Astronomicon, was suitable for the Rose Bishops to perform. They could use Xenos' flesh as materials for flesh and blood magic without any scruples. At the same time, it was reasonable to suffer heavy losses while constantly resisting Xenos' attacks. It was also a very reasonable situation for the 50,000 people to be reduced to 20 or 30,000 during the next 80+ years of border defense. Nimrod watched in the light sphere as Ramsey clasped his hands upside down. I obey your command. Lyco fish men are truly delicious, this is why Father wants them. 919. M30. On the eastern fringe of the galaxy, in the Pratis Zeta system. The 10th battle group's fleet jumped out of the warp. Under the starlight, the darkness of the void shattered as one black warship after another emerged from the translation point. On the flagship Flanders of the 36th Company, Sasebo Tezuka stood on the observation deck, gazing at the warships in the void. He spoke jokingly, I've heard people from other chapters saying that the Lord has been imitating Father, from his appearance to the chapter's emblem. Our chapter's emblem is a shadow-painted rose, just like the Legion's emblem, it's all about the shadow. I don't think so, Mellon said as he stepped out from the shadows. The company commander and the 3 lieutenants often emerge from the shadows. Believe me, they have some kind of shadow power, the telekinetic psyker said with certainty. When they hide in the shadows, they are very difficult to detect. They are royal court monks, possessing the power bestowed by Father, Sasebo Tezuka said, his tone tinged with yearning. Yeah, we've also entered the observation list, Mellon said in a low voice. Recently, 6 new chaplains have been stationed in the company, and Chief Priest Pat has also come to the chapter. If we don't want to lose our eligibility, we all have to be a bit careful. I will abide by all the tenets, just as I always have, Sasebo Tezuka said confidently. He had always been an exemplar, ever since his time at the training base on the moon. It was precisely because of his outstanding performance that he was able to stand out and, after passing the screening, be selected to become an Order Shadows. The two then walked along the corridor toward the strategic room. Amidst the pumping of the airlocks, Mellon cast his gaze into the room, looking at the 15 captains surrounding the holographic tactical table. 5 of them had been promoted after Zoe submitted. A gray forest appeared in the telekinetic psyker's eyes as he naturally searched through the shadows. Not in the shadow of the cogitator illuminated by the lumen lamps, not in the elongated shadows of the black armor. Not there. Mellon thought in confusion. Within the telekinetic psyker's eyes, a gray tree was suddenly reflected by a smear of shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadows suddenly appeared. The 3 lieutenants, Melon thought. Melon slowed his pace, and invisible telekinetic power rippled out from him, layers of waves spreading through the strategic room. Even after he stood at his position, he still couldn't find the last shadow. Melon suddenly turned his head to look at the data statue interface of the mimic chamber. There, the darkness twisted, and a figure grew out. A giant clad in black armor. The company commander's mastery of shadow power is clearly much stronger than that of the 3 lieutenants. The shadow ascetic company commander came to the strategic table and spoke in a low voice. You have already read the materials sent down by Father. The world we are to bring into compliance this time, Pratis Zeta, is suffering from an invasion by Lyco fishmen. The first company's vanguard fleet has already broken into the center of the Lyco fishmen's fleet. The aliens' basin-shaped ships, cannons pose no threat to the auto-recharging void shield. As he spoke, one of his lieutenants pointed a control wand at the holographic tactical table. The scene around the company switched to the view of the first company shared through the mimic chamber network. Red basin-shaped ship runes revolved around black Gothic runes. Streaks of red light shot at the black ships, but the actual decrease caused by each round of fire was only 1/10,000th. The powerful auto-recharging void shield technology comes from the ancient legacy of the Fashi people, Melon marveled inwardly, recalling the information he had browsed in the librarian's chamber. When Father went to Medusa to bring back Lord Ferrus Manus, he had shared the auto-recharging void shield technology he discovered. But compared to the complete technology possessed by the Fashi people, the discovery on Medusa could only be considered a simplified version. According to simulated calculations, the damage limit of the Fashi auto-recharging void shield is 36.5 times that of the Medusa version, and its auto-recharge recovery speed is 61.8 times that of the latter. Praise Father. He defeated Russ and preserved the ancient technological crystallizations. We will reduce our losses because of this. While Melon was thinking, the shadow ascetic company commander continued. Since the alien ships pose little threat, he paused deliberately, and the Lord has conveyed the order that Father wants to capture the Lyco fishmen. The shadow ascetic lieutenants and the listener captain's eyes all lit up. Having once been members of the honor guard, they were familiar with Father's preferences. Aliens, various peculiar minerals, and rare plants were the things he liked most. Hearing that Father was interested in the Lyco fishmen, Sasebo Tezuka couldn't help but have a thought. Is it because they are delicious? Therefore, we will employ boarding tactics in this void battle, the shadow ascetic company commander ordered. Use hunting guns loaded with Nuceria anesthetics. Finally, I want to remind you to be careful of the Lyco fishmen. In my experience, most creatures Father is interested in possess peculiar powers. 2 standard hours later, Black Fist assault crafts glided into the darkness like silent hunters. Sasebo Tezuka, his body pressed against his seat, said to his squad of Order shadows clad in Mark III power armor. According to the scanning results of the Augur Matrix, some Lyco fishmen have already landed on the surface of Pratis Zeta, so the hangar deck is not the primary target. Our target is the main airlock hatch, that will be the most valuable target. In this mission, I will rely on my outstanding performance to become an honor guard. While Sasebo Tezuka was confidently talking to himself, the pilot's voice sounded over the Vox channel. Prepare for impact, 2.5 seconds. Restraint clamps unlocked. I wish you a successful mission. The Order shadows quickly grabbed hunting guns from the weapon racks, and as they stepped toward the assault ramp at the front of the crew compartment, the anesthetic needles were chambered. Sasebo Tezuka was the first to leap onto the assault ramp, raising his gun to aim at a fish-headed alien. He saw a small pale green spot of light ignite in its bulging gray eyes. The alien arched its body and spat out a glob of disgusting slime. Recalling the company commander's warning, Sasebo Tezuka shouted to his team members. Jump! Mag boots detached from the assault ramp, and the Order shadows leapt down. The thick green slime hit the assault ramp directly, crackling as it instantly caused corrosion that ate a large hole. Thud! As Sasebo Tezuka hit the ground, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. The hunting gun fired anesthetic needles. The spikes hissed as they pierced the slimy skin, injecting the anesthetic fluid into the Lyco fishman's body. The lyco-fish man's bulging eyes quickly became heavy and retracted into their sockets. Whoosh! The eyes of two lyco-fish men ignited with blue ghost flames. As they puffed out their cheeks, they spat out blue ghost flames. The cold flames directly struck Treshold and Odinez, and the Order Shadow's bodies stiffened for a moment. A layer of blue frost appeared on the two sets of black armor. Sasebo Tezuka and the battle brother beside him immediately raised their guns at the aliens. PFF'd. PFF'd. Anesthetic needles pierced into the lyco-fish men's bodies. Form a line of 3. Sasebo Tezuka ordered. Relying on the frontal defense of the Mark III iron pattern, they withstood the magical impact of the lyco-fish men and continuously shot the aliens with anesthetic needles. Bang, bang, bang. As the line advanced, the aliens fell one by one. A smile couldn't help but flicker in Sasebo Tezuka's solemn eyes. A moment later, he instructed his subordinates to handle the spoils while he took 2 of his men to scout the adjacent deck area. Although he had already captured the most bountiful spoils, the adjacent deck area should also have more aliens than other parts of the ship. Sasebo Tezuka saw the black shadow runes of his allies leaping up and shook his head slightly. I'm not the only clever one. As Sasebo Tezuka led his 2 subordinates back along the slimy alien corridor, his nose suddenly twitched. The scent of blood seeped into his nostrils. Sasebo Tezuka quickened his pace and rushed onto the deck. He suddenly stopped, his pupils shrinking in shock as he stared at the 2 men kneeling on either side of a lyco-fish man, holding large clumps of flesh in their hands. Treshold, Odinez, what are you doing? Sasebo Tezuka, the lyco-fish men are truly delicious. I think this is why father wants them. Odinez's mouth was overflowing with blood as he held a clump of flesh before Sasebo Tezuka like an offering. Sasebo Tezuka's gauntlet smashed into the flesh, turning it into a pile of mush. Enough, he roared, though his throat twitched slightly. We are Order Shadows, not ghouls. We only consume aliens when it is necessary to obtain information. Sasebo Tezuka was warning both his team members and himself. He felt his body stirring, he craved to consume the alien's flesh. I can no longer serve as father's honor guard. The problem with Treshold and Odinez must be resolved. The line drawn by Nimrod. 920. M30. Nation of Disorder, 4th layer. Nimrod, high upon his throne, swept his gaze over the lyco-fish men as he listened to the 10th Battle Group's chapter master, Ramsey, deliver his report. The face of the Rose Bishop had been carved to mirror Nimrod's own, though it lacked the innate noble majesty of a Primarch. The transcendent banner now layered with the majesty of the Mentor of Disorder made the black mist-wrapped figure radiate an indescribable awe. Ramsey felt that ineffable majesty and uneasily lowered his head. My lord, 5 honor guard candidates have submitted requests to forfeit their status. They were once faceless ones. I believe that they, or someone in their squads, were driven by gene instinct to devour the aliens they hunted. Chief Priest Pat spoke as soon as Ramsey finished. My lord, I believe this warrants vigilance and a clear boundary must be set. In the past century of campaigning, the Order Shadows would use gene-detecting nerves to gather intelligence, but the actions of the Faceless Ones fall outside that scope. Nimrod nodded. I permit the devouring of aliens to gain strength. The Aeldari see humans as monkeys, Sloth devours human corpses, the Randan and Mitu enslave countless humans. For most aliens, during the long old night, humanity was prey, so we too may treat them as livestock to be eaten. The Emperor granted them this ability, it has its value, but clear limits must exist. Nimrod thought of Sanguinius's sons, lost to the red thirst. Blood Knights who embraced the scarlet hunger, the sorrowful feasts of the Vermilion Angels. Keeping aliens as livestock is forbidden, as is indulging them to attack humans or repeating the Faceless One's mistakes, especially with spore-breeding orcs or the fear-feeding Drukhari. Ramsey, the culture you must forge is one where victory is won in battle against aliens. After battle, devour their corpses to sat hunger, gain strength, and throw yourselves into the next fight. The flesh of you and the other Rose Bishops must come from the enemy, never from comrades or the innocents under our protection. Under that ineffable voice of majesty, Ramsey dropped to his knees and answered solemnly. As thou wilt. He understood the Black Emperor's demand and the line he must never cross. Ramsey felt his abilities constrained, yet he knew that without limits the gifts of the Black Emperor could spiral out of control. He recalled when he had been a listener, hearing the star god's whispers in the tears of silence. He remembered bursting from a random alien's body after becoming a rose bishop, the 1,000 sons of the bright feather school staring in shock and dread. Even the Astartes librarians who specialized in biochemistry found his flesh magic too uncanny. Nimrod turned to the chief priest, satisfied. "Pat, you and the priests must guide them and keep watch." When the two acknowledged their orders, black mist wrapped them and returned them to the real world. Nimrod then extended his spirit to Thomas, chief librarian in Mancora, and to Okafor, another mind-path psyker. He saw the two riding golden griffins, soaring through the sky. Below, black-robed librarian apprentices looked up, feeling the griffins' roars. With a thought, Nimrod sent Thomas a silent order to end the lesson and leave the crowd, the command passing through subtle links into the orb of light. He then commanded the space monkey to brew the sequence 6 feet scrolls professor, potion using lycofish men and other materials. Moments later, Nimrod drew Thomas into the nation of disorder. "My lord." Thomas bowed. Nimrod inclined his head. The completed scrolls professor potion drifted into Thomas's palm. Thomas gazed joyfully at the potion. It looked like slick, brown fish skin. Countless mysterious patterns covered the spread skin, layers of colored motes upon it. Bursts of sparks blossomed like fireworks. Thomas swallowed it in one gulp. It felt as though he had gulped down a strip of leather. Fighting the urge to retch, he forced the potion down. As it slid into his gullet, it ignited. Whoosh! Falling fireballs lit runes that blazed into his ever-open eye of secrets. With murmurs flooding his mind, the runes rose in cyan fire, arranging themselves in neat lines and stanzas. Thomas's head throbbed as he deciphered scroll after scroll forming in his sight. Scroll of freezing. Scroll of paralysis. Scroll of windwalking. Moments later, the new scrolls professor dropped to his knees. "Thank you for this gift, my lord. I shall wield the power you grant with care. You now possess the craft of scroll making." As Nimrod spoke, sheets of hide appeared in midair. The barbed pelt of a giant spirit spider, slick hides from a kraken. Necromunda's unique giant spirit spider is material for the demoness of pleasure, but not in its entirety. The main ingredients are its eyes and silk glands, fangs and legs are auxiliaries. Fenrisian kraken, though not yet in any unlocked recipe, have horned hooks on their tentacles, saber-like fangs, huge eyes and bones, all brimming with spirit, clearly surpassing other parts. Nimrod deduced that these parts were potion materials while the rest were merely spirit reagents. He kept the iron scale kraken hide to embed in armor for defense. Common kraken hide could be used for scrolls. Use them to craft scrolls. Nimrod ordered. A scrolls professor's strategic value far exceeded a warlock's, already able to support other court members. A warlock's spells required mentally sketching their sigils, many pathways could not manage it. Scrolls, however, could be used by other beyonders simply by chanting incantations and spending spirit to activate. Surrounded by hill-like materials, Thomas felt himself inside a treasure vault. "I will use them well to craft scrolls. Okafor will be your assistant." As Nimrod spoke, another freshly brewed scrolls professor potion appeared in his palm. After sending Thomas and the hides to Mancora's altar, he extended his spirit once more and drew Alkaha's fowl of the sea monster into the nation of disorder. Nimrod looked down at the Legion Master of the 19th Legion. Has Horus discovered the planet Killik? As my lord foresees, Lord Horus's expedition fleet reported finding Killik 3 standard days ago. Alkarhas was unsurprised that the Black Emperor tracked the Luna Wolves' progress. Such was the might of the Black Emperor. You volunteered to hunt the Killik. The Killik were aliens the Luna Wolves exterminated in 921, the main ingredient for Sequence 5 of the Justiciar path, the Disciplinary Knight. Relaxed Horus, widening the gap with Nimrod. 921. M30. The surface of Killik. Balsa Kuturi, who recently became the chief librarian of the 19th Legion, aimed his bolter at a Kylikian. Boom, boom, boom. Bolter round streaked toward the crawling reptilian Xenos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Kylikian leapt and dodged among the crimson rocks. His movements were swift, and most of the bolter rounds missed. The first, bribery, bolter round struck the Xenos just as it plunged into the indigo flowing water. The adamantine tip tore through the viscous skin and detonated amidst the reddish flesh. Large chunks of flesh dissolved in the blast, revealing a stark white skeleton. The Kylekian let out an angry roar, turning to leap onto the mountain rocks amidst the flowing water. Boom! Boom! Balsa fired 2 more bolter rounds in succession. The briber used these 2 rounds to kill the Kylekian, whose movements had slowed and defenses weakened. I completely failed to understand their principles of combat. He looked around, watching the Legion Master's honor guard use hunting rifles bestowed by the Black Emperor to fire needles soaked in Nucerian anesthetics, as he remarked to Legion Master Alcahas Foul. The Kylekians were even stranger than his bribery. They offered no resistance and retreated like a tide toward the Crimson Rocks. They weren't afraid of the barrage from the bolters. Even the weakest of these reptilian Xenos required 3 or 4 bolter hits to kill. The Kylekian Balsa killed with bribery was only of average size for the Xenos. Even when crouching on the ground, the Kylekians were nearly as tall as an Astartes. The Xenos possessed both explosive power and superb combat skills, which should have forced the Legion warriors into a bitter struggle. They only fight within those square arenas thousands of meters long and wide. Their culture forbids war in other areas. Alcar has raised his hunting rifle and fired a needle. PFF'd. The needle struck the Kylekian's body. As the syringe spun, the medicinal liquid was rapidly injected into the lizard-like frame. After 2 leaps, the Kylekian crashed onto the Crimson Rock with a thud. This anesthetic is truly effective. In this situation, it's even more useful than bolters and chainixes, Alcar has remarked while advancing, sneering as he watched the retreating tide of Kylekians. They expect us to follow their local customs, to abide by their principles, and accept their punishment within those open zenith arenas. By exploiting their principles, we can hunt the entire Kylekian race at a very low cost. The briber, Balsa's eyes were deep as he thought of the Black Emperor's oracle. Exactly. An invisible gale rose around, wind blessed, Alcar has as he slowly rose into the air. The wind blessed stepped forward and sped across the sky above the Kylekians' heads. The Kylekians brandished their weapons, running and howling, yet not a single one threw their weapon into the air. The wind blessed flew over the heads of the principal abiding Kylekians, and in an instant, he saw a square arena 2.5 kilometers in length and width. The wind blessed leaned down and fired a needle from the open edge of the area he had named the hunting ground. Whoosh! The needle whistled as it shot into a Kylekian's slimy body. The wind blessed soared into the air, easily evading an incoming throwing axe, and sighed silently. This is easier than target practice at the training grounds. Even a powerful race, if they have foolish principles, is merely binding their own hands and feet, waiting to be hunted like livestock. The wind blessed circled in the air to launch attacks, while his honor guard waded through the water to pursue and hunt the Kylekians. At the same time, the 19th Legion had opened 2 other hunting grounds. To avoid exposing the connection with the Black Emperor, Alcar has only gave the hunting rifles to his honor guard, as well as the guards of Nerit Kirin and Alistair Rocha. The entire hunt lasted for a full standard year, until Horus Lupercal's fleet arrived in orbit. Only then did the last transport ships carrying the paralyzed Kylekians take off from the surface and head towards Sea Monster. Alcar has waited on the landing pad for the pearl-white Aquila shuttle to descend. He saw Lord Horus approaching, flanked by 2 members of the 4 Kings Council. First Company Captain Ezekiel Abaddon's black topknot stood high, swaying like a branch. Hastur Sejanus nodded in greeting, a grin on his face. The Primarch raised a gauntlet in greeting, a smile spreading across his sharp and noble features. Alcar has, Horus laughed, calling him by his first name rather than his surname in a friendly manner. Your legion has completed a great Xenos extermination campaign, it is worthy of praise. His tone was friendlier than usual, he was satisfied with the request Alcar has had proactively made. With the 19th Legion handling the slaughter, the Luna Wolves could bring lost human colonies into compliance in a more civilized manner. Horus's sea-green eyes were bright, flecked with mottled amber. In the past, whenever he issued an order, he had to consider the thoughts of Alcarhas and the 19th Legion. He had originally intended for his own legion to carry out the extermination of the Kylekians. Horus hadn't expected Alcarhas to take the initiative to accept this bloody and cruel purging mission. Thus, the Luna Wolves were able to escape this quagmire and bring 2 star systems and 5 lost human colonies into compliance within a standard year. This further narrowed the gap between his achievements and Nimrod's. over the past year, the number of planets brought into compliance by Nimrod's Order Shadows was 3. With a relaxed smile, Horus came to Alcarhas's side. He put an arm around Alcarhas's shoulder, feeling the master of the 19th Legion tremble slightly at the close contact. Horus applied gentle pressure, turning them both to face the Remembrancers. Amidst the clicking sounds, lights flashed repeatedly. The Remembrancers excitedly recorded this great moment. After Horus released Alcarhas's shoulder, he said to him with a smile, "I have another piece of good news for you. There is news of your father. My father has already headed toward the southern edge of the galaxy. If you set out now, you will meet your father on Terra." Upon hearing this, Alcarhas's eyes lit up. Among the 19 existing Astartes legions, excluding the Second Legion, which the Emperor forbade mentioning, his was the only one whose Primarch had not returned. With the protection of the Black Emperor, Alcarhas was not as lost or desperate as the war hounds of the past. But hearing the news of his Gene father's return, he couldn't help but begin to imagine how his father would lead them toward new glory. With hope in his heart, Alcarhas returned to Sea Monster. He knelt at the altar, chanting the Black Emperor's true name, and after sacrificing the Kylokians, he clasped his hands together, inverted. "My lord, the Emperor has found my Gene father. I shall return to Terra to meet him." 3 seconds later, Alcarhas saw the black mist churning, and the majestic voice of the Black Emperor, seated high upon his throne, rang out. "I know. You are not exiled by Corax, but reborn. You need only follow my decrees." 922. M30. Terra Orbit, the Sea Monster. The former Legion Master of the 19th Legion, Alcarhas stepped down from the Aquila shuttle with a somber expression. The members of the Honor Guard were all startled. The youngest among them had followed Lord Alcarhas for over 13 years, and they could sense the subtle difference in his mood. Since the return of their Gene father Corvus Corax, the usually calm Lord Alcarhas's eyes had been flashing with a brilliant light. Now, a lingering gloom was gathered within his pupils. His pale skin grew even paler, and his pitch-black pupils were a void. Alcarhas looked around at his honor guard. Without explanation, he spoke to the captain of the guard. "Take the item the Emperor entrusted to me and deliver it to my private armory." "As you command." The captain of the guard's tone was cold and solemn, showing none of the joy one might expect from gaining the trust of the Emperor of mankind and undertaking a glorious task. The honor guard watched Lord Alcarhas depart with unease, silently following beside the captain of the guard. "You will know soon enough." The captain of the guard faced their searching gazes. "Lord Alcarhas will announce our future fate before we set sail." His voice was low, and his eyes were dark. Inside the captain's quarters, Alcarhas stood in silence as a servitor removed his power armor. He grabbed a black robe, donned it quickly, and strode toward an inner chamber. He pressed his hand against the control panel, and green runes leapt to life. The moment the hatch opened, Alcarhas walked in impatiently. He quickly inspected the altar, confirming the candles were burning and the position of the monarch's iron law was correct. Then, using a ritual knife made of double-numbered black gold, he established a spiritual environment, knelt on the black onyx mat, and recited the formal incantation in the Dun language. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. "I pray for your gaze." His eyes were dim as he continued to chant. "I pray to you. I and 15,213 Terra descendants have been exiled by the Primarch. We have been dispatched to the fringes of the Empire, to ceaselessly seek out and destroy any enemies of humanity." Alcarhas's tone was low. He had never imagined he would fall to such a state. He was the first Legion Master to be exiled. He had been abandoned by his father. Wandering in uncertainty, Alcarhas held onto a final hope and prayed to the Black Emperor. "I pray for your favor. I pray for your revelation." He repeated the chant, feeling the very flow of time slow down within the silent chamber. As Alcarhas uneasily recited the prayer for the third time, black mist surged around him. An invisible door slammed open, a fierce wind howled, and an irresistible suction enveloped his body. The gloom in his eyes melted away bit by bit. Seeing the towering figure perched high within the black mist, Alcarhas immediately knelt. "My lord." Nimrod looked down at the kneeling Alcarhas. The mentor of disorder saw the darkness swirling around his spiritual body, along with flickering sparks of orange hope. "There is no need for worry. The Black Emperor's words were calm and powerful, causing Alcarhas's unease to dissipate instantly. He spoke up to report, somewhat confused. When I first met my Gene father, our conversation was relatively harmonious. But when I saw him again yesterday, he coldly questioned me about past campaigns. After hearing my report, he rebuked me and the Terra descendants for our methods being too cruel. Without giving me a chance to explain, he exiled me along with most of the Terra descendants. Nimrod nodded. He knew Corax had accessed the records of the War Council. There were 3 decisive factors that led Corax to this decision. Old Man Huang had trained the Terra descendants to be cruel warriors. Nimrod did not voice this reason. It was not suitable to mention while Alcarhas was uneasy and sensitive, as he might suspect he was being blamed. Instead, he spoke of the other 2 reasons. The Emperor placed the 19th Legion under the command of Horus. You were a sharp blade in his hand. He assigned many bloody killing missions to you, tasks that would have tarnished the glorious image of the Luna Wolves. Alcarhas's brow furrowed slightly. Had the speaker not been the Black Emperor, he would have immediately spoken out to rebuke the insult to Lord Horus. But since these words came from the Black Emperor, he instinctively obeyed the voice of Majesty, and reflected on the past. Some Primarchs wouldn't care, let alone exile you, but the one you encountered was Corax. Rebute Gilliman also disliked the Terra descendants, yet he did not exile them, viewing them only as a necessary evil for executing exterminatus orders. Corax landed on Deliverance and was raised by slave laborers, witnessing them work day and night under the guns of armed guards. He views you as the guards who oppressed those slave laborers. Alcarhas suddenly understood. I see. He recalled Corax's cold detachment, and his expression darkened. Alcarhas knew that he and the Terra descendants were in eternal exile, never to be recalled. Nimrod looked down at Alcarhas. He pointed out Horus's intentions to sever Alcarhas's goodwill toward him, and mentioned Corax's past to sever his illusions. Alcarhas's space sharks were a force outside the sight of various factions, a wildcard army that would make it difficult for enemies to judge their alignment. You were not exiled by Corax, you were unchained. You were reborn. From this day forward, you need only follow my decrees. Alcarhas's eyes lit up, his loss and uncertainty vanishing. He looked toward the throne with devotion, toward the Black Emperor he would serve for his entire life. My lord, please give your commands. The mentor of disorder gazed at the wind-blessed seamless pale green spiritual body, knowing he had digested the potion. Go immediately to Nactus. I shall grant you new power. On the way, select capable confidants. I shall grant them power as well. Previously, Nimrod had not cultivated followers within other legions, except for those he had personally subverted. On one hand, their loyalty remained to be tested, even those in the Order shadows required his personal scrutiny, let alone the gene progeny of other Primarchs. On the other hand, mass cultivation of warriors from other legions would easily lead to exposure. But now that the space sharks were exiled, there were far fewer concerns. Nimrod would include them within the scope of Beander cultivation. Prioritize the selection of the gene seed I have bestowed upon you. Since he began the corrosion of Alcarhas in 862, 60 years had passed, and he had corroded 1,369 gene seeds. This did not include the companies of Nerit Kirin and Alistair Rosha. The Storm Lord will send them to my side. Once they return to you, they will become your strength. With a turn of his palm, a data crystal appeared in Nimrod's hand. With a thought, the glowing data crystal landed in Alcarhas's palm. For the next 80 years, your task is to find the fragments of the dark horn within this data crystal. The polymath Arsena Dunn, leading the detectives, had studied the mycelium scrolls of the Herud. They deduced that in the extragalactic regions of the Eastern Fringe, there existed a realm once ruled by Bellicor. Not long ago, using the Blade of Shadow as a medium, Nimrod had used the Dice of Prophecy for divination and obtained a star map to that world. The winner John had performed further divination, and after confirming the danger level, decided to entrust this mission to the space sharks. Alcarhas's eyes brightened. The mission the Black Emperor gave him was like a shining lighthouse, dispersing the mists of his future. His chapter now had a clear objective. My lord, I follow your will. Alcarhas's eyes regained their former resolve and calm. He continued his report. My lord, after I was exiled, the Emperor entrusted an item to me. The empty glazed jade. Nimrod's eyes lit up at the news. Old Man Huang had indeed entrusted the empty glazed jade to Great Forgotten, just as in his memories. It was a trump card artifact Old Man Huang had reserved for a possible dark future for the Empire. Nimrod knew the empty glazed jade was unlike Jushin's spear, it was not created by Old Man Huang. Thus, he commanded, "Sacrifice it to me." A moment later, a strangely shaped piece of black glass appeared out of thin air in Nimrod's hand. "Old Man Huang, what is your naked, true soul mirror image like when you shed your disguise?" Terra held a grand celebration to mark the return of Corvus Corax. At the same moment all legions welcomed back their Primarchs. The fleet of Alcahas Fal, the former legion commander of the 19th Legion, departed from orbit. Alcarhas stood on the observation deck, gazing deeply at his home world. "Issue the orders, chart the course, destination Nactus." A hint of gloom remained in his pitch-black eyes. The shame of being the first exiled Astartes Legion commander troubled him, but it was also mixed with expectations for the future. "Apply the new livery I have determined to all armor, vehicles, and warships." At the same moment, in the fourth layer of space within the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod stared at the rotating black glass in his palm. It resembled molten obsidian, which then solidified into crystalline rock. This molten crystal had partially solidified into a fluid state, as if it had suffered through unimaginable high-heat erosion. "Old Man Huang, thank you for still entrusting the empty glazed jade to Alcahas." Nimrod gently stroked the bottom of the empty glazed jade and spoke his thanks. It was freezing to the touch, like polar ice, seeping into the soul. There was only a mass of pitch black within the black glass. Staring into it was like staring into the infinite darkness of the universe. The void within the empty glazed jade extended and expanded on a level beyond the physical, containing every star and planet in the universe, every human and Xenos. It was the primal intersection of all living beings in the material universe and the warp. His gaze was deep as a memory of 10,000 years later flashed through his mind. Tongata Manu, a chaplain of the Space Sharks, lost it during a Xenos attack. Manu embarked on a search journey of nearly 1500 years, and it wasn't until the Great Rift opened that he confirmed the empty glazed jade had ended up in Comorig. After capturing the Kabul commander Udik, he imprisoned him in a windowless, undecorated, and silent room. Udik succumbed to the torture of a life devoid of any stimulation and led them to find the webway door to reach Comorig. When the Space Sharks team found the Archon, they were required to enter the arena. Manu's older brother, the Space Sharks chief librarian, Pale Nomad Te Kahurangi, utilized the Drukari's fear of psychic powers to achieve a winning streak. But the queen of the arena, Lilith Hesperax, stepped onto the battlefield and single-handedly dominated the entire Space Sharks team. Her swift speed made bolt shells appear too slow. She used ordinary daggers to pierce the Sharks' power armor, killing several in an instant. Even psychic fires were too sluggish to threaten the queen of the arena. Just as the Space Sharks team was about to be wiped out, a young boy named Jonah touched the empty glazed jade and recited the activation incantation, triggering the ancient artifact. Everyone saw the void, all their lies and self-disguises reflected their soul mirror images. Hesperax saw herself chasing an forever unreachable wind, unable to find a worthy challenge, leaving only a depraved, broken version of herself obsessed with past glory. Kahurangi saw the sea monster that took his mother and family, and he was pained by resentment. Manu saw himself turned into a jagged killing robot, realizing he had long since ceased to be human. The reflection of the empty glazed jade allowed everyone to see their warp mirror image, triggering a large-scale commotion. The dark Aeldari fled in terror, even causing a stampede. The powerful queen of the arena dropped her weapons, crawled in agony, and returned the empty glazed jade to the Space Sharks, telling them never to return. Later, Chaplain Manu believed the empty glazed jade was too terrifying for anyone to possess, as it reflected the discovery of oneself as an abominable monster. He believed the Father of the Void had entrusted it to Great Forgotten, perhaps with no intention of using it at the end times, but simply wanting to forget it. Manu then sank the empty glazed jade into the ocean world of Sagalaria. He reported to the chapter master, Tiberos the Red Wake, that the lost artifact had not been found, and was subsequently executed. Nimrod gathered his thoughts and said with a sigh, "The empty glazed jade is truly a terrifying mirror, what it reflects is a person's truest side. This side is even truer than the mind. While a mental reflection includes a person's true memories, thoughts, and ideas, as well as the parts below the iceberg that they themselves are unaware of, it is still built upon their own field of cognition. The soul mirror image that one does not know cannot be reflected even in the depths of the mind. Nimrod thought of the only known person to have opened the empty glazed jade and stared directly at his own soul mirror image, Old Man Huang. So, Old Man Huang, what did you see? What is your naked, true soul mirror image like when you shed your disguise? The Dark King, the end and the death, the destroyer of countless races. Do you resist your own fate because you witnessed your own terrifying soul mirror image? Thoughts surged in Nimrod's mind, ideas flashing by, and images of what Old Man Huang might have witnessed slid past. 11 seconds later, he finally reined in his wandering thoughts and gazed once more at that endless void. The mentor of disorder could see the white lines of rules lingering upon it. They shone with the purest colors, converging to form a shimmering door. A portal to the Sea of Souls. Nimrod thought of the activation incantation for the empty glazed jade, the word, portal, uttered by the young boy Jonah. He also recalled that only specific people could open this door. After the space sharks reclaimed the empty glazed jade, they tried to open it. They recited the activation incantation, but the empty glazed jade did not react at all. They then believed that only those chosen by Langu, the father of the void, could activate this artifact. Nimrod stroked the ice-cold artifact. It might not necessarily be someone chosen by Old Man Huang. He didn't manufacture the empty glazed jade. That young boy Jonah might have had a special soul that satisfied some specific conditions set by the creator of the empty glazed jade. However, for me, this is not a problem. As Nimrod pondered, with a thought, the empty glazed jade vanished into thin air. In the black mist of the third layer of space, strangely shaped objects made of black glass appeared out of nowhere. Regardless of whether he could open it, he did not intend to open it now. On one hand, the empty glazed jade would affect people within a certain range. He wanted to open it when no one else was around. On the other hand, he wanted to complete a connection with the empty glazed jade to deal with any possible drastic changes that might occur after he stared at his own soul mirror image. After connecting with the empty glazed jade, even if uncontrollable changes occurred, it could be closed in time. Just as Nimrod was about to return to the real world, the sound of prayer suddenly rang in his ears. He gazed at the constantly expanding and contracting orb of light. It was Narat Kiran, the shadow captain of the Ashen Claws, from the Raven Guard. The mentor of disorder extended his spirituality to touch the spiritual orb and immediately saw Narat kneeling at an altar. His hands were folded together, held inverted against his chest, as he prayed anxiously. My Lord, although the Gene Father has not exiled us, he does not trust us either. With a thought, Nimrod formed the message he wanted to convey in his mind and, through the subtle connection, transmitted it into the orb of light. Stay within the Raven Guard, with peace of mind and undergo shadow training. This will also help you master the power I have bestowed upon you. After instructing the senior, shadow ascetic, Nimrod extended his spirituality again to touch Alistair Roche's spiritual orb. He likewise commanded the newly initiated, shadow ascetic, to study within the Raven Guard, and master the power of shadows with a calm mind. If nothing changes, Horus will still force Korax to follow orders to display the Warmaster's authority, and the remaining Terra descendants will likely still be exiled before the great birthday celebration. Nimrod whispered to himself and then returned to the real world. Lord Russ's armor, now worn by Chesney. 923. M30. Ocean World Nactus. The newly promoted, Ocean Songster, Alcahas Fal came before the opening and closing mouth of Obnes. He suddenly let out his voice and sang loudly. Always quiet and taciturn, he no longer restrained himself, pouring the resentment of being exiled by his Gene Father and the shame of being exiled as a legion commander into his song. His low voice suddenly became high-pitched to express pent-up anger, then softly whispered sorrow. The emotion-filled singing echoed within the massive Obnes, moving it to let out a long howl. Bang! Alcahas flew out like a cannonball, ending his song with a long high note, leaving sorrow, resentment, and shame in the past. Closing his mouth, his body wrapped in black robes fell into the water, swimming through the sea like an agile shark. Alcahas's pale skin was soaked in water. As the currents washed over him, every cell in his body leapt with life. Refreshing. Too bad I'm about to embark on a new journey. A flash of inspiration struck Alcahas's mind as he thought of the water tanks he had seen not long ago on the warships of Storm Lord Chesney's 9th Battle Group. I should also get some water tanks on the sea monster and fill them with Nactus's seawater. While thinking, he broke through the waves and swam toward the fortress under construction. 3 Tera-hours later, invisible strong winds surged around the veteran, wind-blessed, Alcahas as he leapt from the water's surface onto the cliff. He looked up toward the top of the cliff, and a figure leapt down. The high-speed rotating gale roared as a black armored figure landed before Alcahas. The strong winds surrounding the veteran, wind-blessed, quickly dissipated as he landed silently on the cliff face. Alcahas, congratulations on becoming an ocean songster, Chesney said with a smile. Praise my lord, it is all his gift, Alcahas said devoutly, his hands naturally clasping in an inverted grip. Since leaving Terra's orbit, he had prayed to and praised the Black Emperor more and more. Chesney performed the same gesture. As his armor shook, a freezing chill emanated from it. Alcahas stared curiously at Chesney's armor. It was completely different from the set he had worn before they parted yesterday. His gaze swept over the runes on it, feeling a sense of familiarity. After staring and thinking for a moment, Alcahas asked in astonishment. The armor of Wolf King Lehman Russ. I've seen his frost armor before, although the paint job is different and it's been scaled down a few sizes, the runes engraved on the armor are the same. He took a deep breath, the sea breeze mixed with the chill entering his nose and mouth. Yes, it's definitely it, Alcahas said with certainty. It's equipped with a unique heat-releasing force field generator that, when activated, can absorb surrounding energy, especially thermal and kinetic energy. The Primarch's body would thus be wrapped in a deadly cold. It is indeed the armor Russ once wore. Chesney spoke without respect, since he knew Russ had sent Rune Priest Other Vordmik to use underhanded means to collect evidence of the Order Shadow's abusing sorcery. He had no goodwill toward the wolves and the wolves. The Reaper Lord obtained this trophy after defeating Wolf Lord Joran of the Space Wolves' 13th Great Company in a duel. Russ used it as a stake. Chesney did not elaborate on Lecht's battle. The Emperor had ordered that the matter of the Second Legion not be mentioned. It's no surprise Sanchez defeated Joran. Alcahas nodded. Sanchez had power bestowed by the Black Emperor, so how could the wolves compare? The Master of Armor modified this suit for me, integrating the adaptive system of the Lord Hunter suite, Chesney said. His original armor hadn't been inherited by the Order Shadows like Knight Lord Thierry Vieira's. Instead, it was rewarded to the ruling family of Thalassa, the Sicarius family. Matthias, the second son of the planetary governor, commanded the auxiliary army and assisted the 9th Battle Group in combat with great distinction. They also vigorously developed the storm adamantium mines in the Thalassa archipelago to forge storm axes for the 9th Battle Group. Weapons forged from storm adamantium, tempered by countless years of crashing waves, are extremely resilient. A storm axe will not dull in the slightest even after hacking through countless enemies in battle. After Matthias donned the Lord Hunter suite, his body was adaptively changed by the suite's system, and he now possessed a strong and tall physique like an Astartes. Lord Russ's armor is now being worn by Chesney, Alcahas lamented in his heart. He stared at the armor that fit Chesney's body perfectly, with no trace of being reforged, and spoke. Priest Malevalis's armor forging, every set is a rare masterpiece of masterwork craftsmanship. Although Malevalis was only a tech priest, his skill in forging armor was matched by few in the Empire. Lord Horus's armor was forged by his own hands, and he also participated in the forging of Lord Ferris's Medusan scale. Malevalis used to forge armor exclusively for Primarchs, but now he was mass-producing armor for the members of the Order Shadow's royal court, which was truly incomprehensible. Only the Black Emperor could make him stoop so low. He will also custom-make armor for you, Chesney said, and with a thought, the thousands of metal plates connected to his neural cortex were awakened. The hinged frame linked by microfiber bundles activated, and the veteran, wind-blessed, soared into the air. Alcahas also soared up. The two rose rapidly, but after 30 meters, his ascent slowed, and he gradually fell behind Chesney. As the distance between them grew, Alcahas began to fall, while Chesney continued to rise. 6 solar hours later, Alcahas entered Malevalis's forge deck with anticipation. He saw the red-robed Malevolus standing before a workbench, servo arms moving quickly over ornately decorated armor plates. Alcahas approached the console, and his eyes suddenly flashed. The image that had flashed through his mind not long ago jumped out again. Lord Russ's right shoulder pauldron. Malevolus turned his head and recognized the man before him as the former Legion commander of the 19th Legion, exiled by Lord Korax, now serving Lord Nimrod, the incarnation of the Omniscia, Alcahas fell. Lord Far, you are indeed well informed. His servo arms left the ornate armor plates. According to my lord's decree, the remaining parts of the Frostwave armor, Eleverald, after forging for Lord Chesney, will be used to forge a new armor suit for Lady Malina Scala. My lord originally wanted to forge it for Primarch attendant Arsena Dun, but his body cannot bear the weight of heavy armor. Furthermore, his fire psychic spells would be suppressed, so Lady Malina ultimately obtained this opportunity. Malevolus's mind flashed back to the Shadow Keep training grounds on Vostonia, where Malina, demonstrating her strength, had sent a sparring partner from the Order Shadows flying over 10 meters with a single punch. She was like a humanoid dire bear. After his lament, Malevolus looked at Alcahas Fal scrutinizingly. Lord Far, my followers will provide technical support for your chapter, helping your tech marines complete the livery change and perform the holy blessings as soon as possible. Now tell me, what kind of armor do you need? Space sharks only owe allegiance to Lord Nimrod. In the orbit of the ocean world Nactus, Alcahas Fal strode out from the command deck of the sea monster and arrived at the platform overlooking the multi-level decks. Above his head, servo skulls controlled and maintained by tech marines cast a green glow. Alcahas glanced at the circling servo skulls. They projected his image onto every ship in the fleet and every holographic screen. Dressed in a custom-forged suit of exquisite auramide alloy, he walked to the side of the platform and gripped the handrail firmly with both hands. Alcahas looked down at the layers of Battle Brothers on the decks, their armor painted a deep gray. On every Battle Brother's right shoulder guard was the white emblem of the chapter, a finned, migrating shark. Alcahas turned on the Vox amplifier and said in a low voice, I imagine you have been confused during this time, that after our Primarch's return, we are leaving alone. Some know why, others have guessed, and now I will tell everyone the cruel truth. The Primarch has ordered us to leave Imperial space and head for the frontiers of the Empire, to search for and annihilate the enemies of mankind without end. He paused for a moment, emphasizing with an increasingly heavy tone. Without end. Not the pioneering and scouting conducted by the 5th Legion, but as stalkers of the outer dark. Alcahas paused deliberately, giving the Astartes time to think. The voice echoed between the decks, and the skin of the warriors in deep gray armor grew even paler. Exile. They had been exiled by their Gene Father. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Why would the Gene Father exile them? They had sacrificed everything for the Empire. The entire fleet fell into silence, and the crew members dared not make a sound in the oppressive atmosphere. What the mind's eyes of the navigators and astropaths saw, however, was the surging great ocean. Every shark was licking its wounds. They circled and swirled, stirring up terrifying, towering waves. Hands on the railing, the ocean's songster, Alcahas opened his soul sight and looked down. A thick gray darkness permeated between the layers of decks, shrouding every battle brother like a dense fog. The Battle Brothers who knew or had guessed glowed with a dark red anxiety and a hint of the blue of calm reflection. On the ceiling clock, the giant hands ticked and jumped. As the second hand was about to complete one standard rotation, Alcahas spoke again. We will obey the Primarch's orders, but we will forget our Gene Father, Lord Corvus Corax. I am the Great Forgotten, and we are the Forgotten Ones. We are forgotten by him, and we shall forget him in turn. The deck was silent. No one refuted him, and they accepted the order in silence. Compared to the vague Gene Father who had just returned only to exile them, Alcahas Fal, who had led them in battle for over a century, was more real, and his orders were more acceptable to the forgotten. The Gene Father had exiled them, and they would forget him. Seeing no opposition, Alcahas raised his left arm and tapped his right shoulder guard 3 times with his gauntlet. Thump, thump, thump. We are the space sharks. The Astartes in deep gray armor raised their right arms and tapped their right shoulder guards in unison. We are the space sharks. The Vox channel echoed with the dull growls of the space sharks. The crew members breathed softly and then took deep breaths. The broken silence released their tense nerves. Only after calming their unease did they realize they were about to embark on a dark path. The outer dark, where the astronomicon of the Emperor of Mankind does not shine. The outer dark, filled with terrifying, unknown aliens. The only consolation was that it would be the powerful Astartes facing the evil aliens, not them. The navigators, wearing precious jewels to cover their third eyes, and the astropaths, holding ornate scepters, felt the tide of the Sea of Souls suddenly erupt and then gradually calm, letting out sighs of relief in secret. The few remaining imperial nobles had already made their choice. They would obey the Emperor's orders and follow Alcahas into the outer dark. Alcar has scanned a series of gray-white feedback runes rising inside his helmet, and after confirming that every company and every squad had shouted the slogan, he ended this brief chapter founding assembly. Prepare to set sail. The Great Forgotten was as calm and forceful as ever, and the space sharks immediately swung into action, beginning their preparations in silence. Alcar has closed the chapter's Vox channel and issued orders to the Techmarines. Deactivate the servo skulls and end the holographic projections. Close the doors to all decks. The Techmarines' servo arms projected beams of light, and the servo skulls lit up with red light. They slid rapidly through the air and quickly moved away. Amidst a rumbling roar, the doors leading to each deck level closed. With a thought, Alcar has awakened thousands of metal plates connected to his neural cortex, forged based on the exquisite auramide alloy technology of the squats. The microfiber bundles and hinged frame of the suit Malevolus had custom made for him activated, and a strong wind generated out of thin air around the veteran, wind blessed. He leapt up and descended slowly, hovering between the 20th and 21st levels of the 40 decks. Alcar has looked around, surveying the various deck levels. He turned on the loudspeaker and spoke to the 3,350 vetted confidants. The Primarch, Lord Nimrod, has accepted us. From this day forward, we no longer owe allegiance to the human emperor, nor to Corax. The space sharks only owe allegiance to Lord Nimrod. Faith in the Black Emperor had not yet been widely promoted even within the Order Shadows, and Alcar did not publicly proclaim the faith for the time being, only clarifying the object of allegiance to his confidants. The pitch-black pupils of the space sharks shook violently as they looked at the Great Forgotten in shock. A second later, the captain of the honor guard standing on the first deck was the first to drop to one knee. We follow Lord Far and owe allegiance to the sovereign of Vostonia. The members of the first-level honor guard followed suit and knelt, and the space sharks on the various deck levels knelt down like a deep gray wave spreading layer by layer. We follow Lord Far and owe allegiance to the sovereign of Vostonia. Alcar has looked around, and after confirming that all his confidants had sworn allegiance, he spoke. Lord Nimrod has bestowed miraculous power upon me, and now you have this opportunity as well. The 1,129 people I previously selected to carry out the mission. Your mission is to follow Lord Nimrod. He will choose the best among you and bestow power upon you. Alcar did not send all his confidants. On one hand, the Black Emperor had instructed that there should not be too many people. On the other hand, most of the confidants also served as commanders for the Space Sharks, and he could not lose most of them at once. In the dangerous outer dark, a chapter with sluggish command operations would be unable to deal with various threats. Of the people he selected, 659 had gene seeds bestowed by the Black Emperor. Among the rest, there were also 7 company commanders, 18 lieutenants, and 27 honor guard members. The dark eyes of the honor guard captain shone as the towering figure they had seen on the Forge World Shayna appeared in their minds. A demigod clad in black armor with golden wings on his back, descending from the sky. With a wave of his arm, dazzling golden light spilled out, and the titan-sized bone eater crashed to the ground. He swung a crystal greatsword, and blue-white light slashed down, knocking the crystal greatsword from the hand of the pale brain eater. Though they were abandoned by Corax, they were accepted by the powerful Lord Nimrod. Lord Nimrod, who led many legions to crush the evil and powerful Randan aliens. A brilliant light shone in the eyes of the chosen space sharks, while those who were not chosen lowered their heads in silence. Alcar looked around and spoke in a low voice. Each of you will have the opportunity to follow Lord Nimrod. That moment will eventually come. The dim eyes of the more than 2,000 space sharks lit up with light, and they left through the opening doors with hope in their hearts. At the same moment the deep gray fleet with white migrating sharks painted on their hulls set sail. A black transport ship carrying 1,129 space sharks not wearing power armor flew toward the 9th Battle Group's flagship, the Relic-class battleship Waves. Old Man Huang, thank you for sending me another uniqueness. 925. M30. The Nation of Disorder, third layer of space. Nimrod looked scrutinizingly at the black glass as it slowly rotated while enveloped in black mist. 3 years in the real world, and I haven't completely established a connection with you. The Mentor of Disorder activated spirit vision, gazing at the wisps of invisible threads extending in 2 directions. A thread as thin as spider silk, connected to himself. Clearly, it was not closely connected to him. A more solid thread, like steel wire, connected to an inconspicuous banner. The Mentor of Disorder noticed that between the massive empty glazed jade and the flagpole, the steel wires pulled at each other like magnetic poles, trying to bring each other closer. The Red Priest and Demoness pathways are 2 sides of the same coin, symbolizing masculinity and femininity respectively, and they possess authority in these aspects. Nimrod's eyes were deep as the authorities of the Demoness flashed through his mind. Primary authority, Chaos, Primordial One, Mirror World, Charm, Femininity. Subordinate authority, Apocalypse, Disease, Petrification, Black Magic, Divine Kingdom. They also both point to the same Sephira, the City of Calamity. The Red Priest possesses destruction and its subordinate authority, Calamity, while the Demoness possesses the power to return all things to chaos, leading toward destruction in the end, as well as the Apocalypse authority. If it weren't for the Nation of Disorder, and the black mist of the Sephira blocking them, they would have converged. Nimrod thought about how the uniqueness was a reward Old Man Huang had let him choose from the underground vault on Terra after the Randan War. It was also on Terra that he had entrusted the empty glazed jade to Alcahas. Perhaps this isn't a coincidence, but the result of the mutual attraction between the Red Priest and Demoness, just like the natural attraction between male and female. Nimrod then thought of the panic caused 10,000 years later in his memories when the empty glazed jade was activated in the arena of Comorig. The mirror world after the black glazed jade opens is the Demoness's primary authority, the mirror world. After recognizing the nature of the empty glazed jade, Nimrod understood why 10,000 years later, the Space Sharks, Chief Librarian, Pale Nomad Te Kahurangi, and Chaplain Tangata Manu, and even the Arena Queen, Lilith Hesperax, would collapse after seeing their own soul reflections. Perhaps Manu was actually right. Old Man Huang entrusted the empty glazed jade to Alcahas Fal not just as a backup plan, but also because he deliberately wanted to forget it. Nimrod stared at the irregular black glass and sighed. It actually turned out to be the uniqueness of the Demoness pathway. When I first got you, I didn't even notice it immediately. The Mentor of Disorder stared at the black glass. The black mist surged and gathered, merging into his gaze and wrapping around the crystalline surface. Screech, screech, screech. A piercing sound like a mirror slowly cracking rang out, and the infinite void within the empty glazed jade suddenly changed drastically. A dark, illusory, and somewhat unreal path slowly took shape. It formed a complex and mysterious cobweb, with the crystal rock, weaving together a deep and bizarre world. Nimrod gazed at the slowly forming mirror world. Within the scope of mysticism, mirrors are given the symbolic meaning of a gateway to another realm. The mirror world is not a physical world, it is a collection of doors, connecting different mirrors and different mystical realms. The uniqueness's black magic authority caused the invisibility ability of Sequence 7 feet which, to undergo a qualitative change, bypassing my perception. While Nimrod was thinking, he felt the invisible mirror tremble slightly, and strands of spider silk began to project toward him. Just as the spider silk poked out from the glass surface, the black mist suddenly surged. As if hitting a raging fire, the spider silk suddenly retracted. The lines of rules within the Mentor of Disorders eyes faded, and he had a moment of realization. With the black mist of the Nation of Disorder blocking it, the power of the Sephira is at a higher level than that of the uniqueness. The mirror world cannot capture or affect me. If I were to activate the empty glazed jade in the real world, it would present my soul reflection, it is another me reflected by the mirror world. Nimrod thought for a moment and immediately abandoned his previous plan to chant the gateway in the real world after establishing a connection with the empty glazed jade. I still can't control the uniqueness right now. The demoness pathway is different from the red priest pathway. The red priest uniqueness has the authority of sacrifice. It follows the will of the Sephira and obeys my commands as the one chosen by the nation of disorder. Nimrod recalled the 3 times he had used the red priest uniqueness under his command in the Guggen system, all of which resulted in accidents, so he decided not to risk using the demoness uniqueness. Once I advance to sequence 4, my life's essence will undergo a qualitative change, and my authority will also increase significantly. I'll use it then. Nimrod's gaze swept over the 2 uniquenesses he possessed, and he said with a mix of joy and self-mockery. I have 2 uniquenesses, but unfortunately, they aren't the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways of the nation of disorder. If it were the uniqueness of those 2 pathways, I would be able to exert most of their power. However, just reaching sequence 5 and already possessing 2 uniquenesses can be considered lucky, especially the Red Priest, whose power I can release to a certain extent. Nimrod's gaze fell back on the empty glazed jade, and he said with a smile. Old man Huang, thank you for sending me another uniqueness. Perhaps I should give you less to worry about. A thought flashed through his mind. Stop wandering around, return to Vostonia, and let you lock onto my position. Nimrod sighed with a smile and took a step forward, arriving before the dice of prophecy. He picked up the triangular pyramid. Compared to when he had obtained it from Malkador, the cooldown time of the dice of prophecy had increased by 1 standard month and 15 days. Divining the uniqueness added a month, the Blade of Shadow added 10 days, and the Dark Horn fragment added 5 days. Information about the Echar system he knew flashed through Nimrod's mind. Ultima Segmentum, eastern edge of the galaxy. There are hive worlds in the system, with a large population and developed production capacity. Nimrod didn't steal from anyone this time. Although HRIV was in the Ultima Segmentum, it wasn't the home world of any future chapter, but the entire system would have a population of 500 billion in the future. Its location and production capacity were extremely important to the Empire, especially HRIV. After quickly running through it in his mind, he silently recited the star map from the Carium Gate to the Echar system. After reciting it 11 times, he threw the triangular pyramid. After Nimrod recorded the star map into a data crystal, he took a step forward, arrived at the 4th layer of space, and extended his spirituality to touch the spiritual light sphere. He passed the data crystal into William Wood's spiritual light sphere while instructing. After the Echar system submits, keep it hidden. After the 10th battle group obtained nearly 40,000 faceless ones, bringing their strength to over 60,000, the 12th battle group became the battle group with the fewest personnel. Nimrod would not be expanding in the Typing Star territory for a long time. He decided to hand over the strategically valuable Echar system to the 12th battle group, and the future population of 500 billion would also serve as a source of new recruits for the chapter. Chapter 710, The Emperor's Psychic Avatar. 928, M30, Northwestern Galaxy. Dozens of stone spheres rotated in orderly fashion along different orbits, circling a star that flickered with light. A howling cold wind emerged from nowhere in a region of space devoid of air, as brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the sky. The Sea of Souls surged and churned, closing in like a gaping maw. From the torrential storm of the Sea of Souls, a ship enveloped in a brilliant golden light flew out. The dozens of stone spheres suddenly accelerated, spinning rapidly around the star. The star's flickering light gradually stabilized, then grew brighter and brighter. Boom! As several blazing fireballs streaked across the void like meteors, the star burned fiercely. A brilliant golden light suddenly rose. The blazing light did not come from the star, but from a tall, handsome man. He wore the upright clothes of a farmer and had a stiff brown beard. His shoulders were broad, and his strong arms were covered in old scars. He gazed at the red giant, his golden eyes growing brighter as the wild power hidden within them projected outward. He stepped forward, walking toward the red giant along a golden staircase. Halos of silver-white light suddenly emerged, contracting toward the center one by one from different directions. The upright figure in farmer's clothes abruptly transformed into a powerful stag. The stag lowered its head, looking at its golden red fur. In the next instant, the pure and magnificent fur became dull. The light in his golden eyes dimmed, and his mighty antlers cracked and broke. His eyes flickered, feeling as though he had returned to countless years ago, the moment he was scarred while fleeing Molech. He looked around but did not see Olivia. "You are not them, you are just a dead snake," the stag spoke in a human tongue. His words were somewhat similar to High Gothic, yet slightly different in their suffixes. Revelation, a hissing sound echoed from thin air. From his memories, the stag found the source of the voice. Greek, specifically the accent of the Asia Minor city of Gordium. "You and your son are both cheaters." With an angry hiss, he was instantly transported back into a magnificent temple. A chariot appeared before him, bound by a tangled, intricately knotted Gordian rope. The stag examined himself. At some point, he had turned back into human form. He wore magnificent bronze armor, and a bright red cloak fluttered behind him. A giant silver-white snake slowly emerged in the temple, its eyes cold and blood-red. "Do you remember that prophecy? Whoever can untie the rope shall rule the world. Do you remember what you did?" The man in magnificent armor, transformed from the stag, drew a short sword from his waist and struck the rope with a single blow. In the next instant, he was back in a standing position, observing. The silver-white giant snake's scales shimmered with dense patterns and symbols, forming interconnected wheels. The man continued to gaze, cut the rope, gaze, cut the rope. He repeated the cycle over and over again. After thousands of repetitions, a golden light suddenly surged in the man's eyes. "Alexander was my physical self, he is not here. I am Revelation, as you just said." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white giant snake let out a hiss, and the wheels ignited with golden flames. The flames burned fiercely, and the silver-white giant snake was rapidly reduced to ashes. As specks of golden light scattered, the temple, chariot, and Gordian rope dissipated like popped bubbles. The magnificent armor and red cloak vanished abruptly, and the man returned to his original appearance. The tall, handsome farmer Revelation, with his brown beard. Alexander, the emperor, Revelation, they are all the same. You always make the same choice, a shortcut that is nothing but cheating, the hissing voice said coldly, dripping with an indescribable sneer. Alexander cut the Gordian knot and ruled all the known world, but a cheated solution portends that your rule cannot last. Tens of thousands of light years away, in the center of a massive cavern on Terra. Inside his mind, the emperor suddenly looked up at the high platform standing before him. The Gordian network composed of cables and pipes was reflected in his eyes. As a shadow rose in the emperor's eyes, at that same moment, a golden light surged in the eyes of his psychic avatar, Revelation. The golden light, like two laser cannon beams, shot into the red giant. Revelation's scar-covered arms suddenly reached out and gripped together. He bent his body, just as he had taught his people to farm tens of thousands of years ago, pulling and straining with his arms. Within the sea of souls, silver-white light, like clusters of sticky silver-white pythons, coiled around the golden pillar of light. Silver-white lightning flashed in the northwestern galaxy, colliding with the golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting streaks of blue and purple lightning intertwined like giant serpents. The colonists of the 12 planets in the cradle of the serpent looked up in terror, gazing at the lightning tearing through the blue sky. On the surface of Soname 8, near the cauldron and Damaris, the wandering ghosts seemed to suddenly encounter daylight, their forms became illusory and rapidly vanished. The Order shadows, clad in black armor, looked uneasily at the brilliant light streaking across the sky. The light in Revelation's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He illuminated the red giant and the dozens of stone spheres like a golden sun. As he pulled with all his might, the pillar of light enveloped in gold was dragged out. Revelation's arms rotated, and the pillar of light followed the movement of his body, shooting out from the range of the red giant's influence. Dozens of stone spheres of varying sizes scattered and intersected, forming a massive net that blocked the path of the light pillar's flight. Revelation's broad shoulders shook, and the muscles in his thick arms bulged. The light from his eyes converged on a single point, and with a sudden, forceful swing, he hurled the light pillar toward that point. The radiant pillar of light shot out from between the stone spheres, turning into a streak of light that vanished into the void. Revelation was soaked in sticky sweat, and his weather-beaten farmer's face gained several more ravine-like wrinkles. In the shadow keep of Vostonia. Nimrod suddenly woke from his large ebony bed. As he rose, he looked forward warily. An invisible, radiant light leapt up. The light grew brighter, outlining a massive spear. Its shaft was as thick as a communication array antenna, and its tip was a shimmering golden, leaf-shaped blade as long as a sword. Nimrod stared at the psychic artifact floating in midair. Jushin's spear. As expected, once I stayed on Vostonia, Old Man Huang was able to locate me. He took back Jushin's spear. Even with the home field advantage of the rebooting Ouroboros, it's still no match for Old Man Huang. A smile appeared on his face. Old Man Huang is quite capable. In the end, he let me get away with it for free. Nimrod rose and went to the window. With a thought, the shutters clattered. He gazed at the night sky. The Yi Kai shift. It was not the dawn that usually accompanied the return of Jushin's spear. 9 standard hours later, Nimrod's psychic projection crossed the void and arrived at the Golden Palace on Terra. P.S. Revelation is one of the known avatars of Old Man Huang, appearing in official novels like The Fury of Magnus. The stag is not Old Man Huang's warp imagery, but revelations. By the way, the experts in the translation court mostly refer to them as psychic incarnations in their notes. However, they are clearly different from those like Ahriman or Cain, who find it difficult to maintain presence once they exceed the scope of a single world and must focus on one. Before he sat on the Golden Throne, Old Man Huang could have at least one or even multiple avatars active simultaneously, demonstrating combat power capable of suppressing a Primarch. Therefore, avatar, or clone, is clearly more appropriate. Chapter 711 Nimrod. My legion must be mass-equipped with the Mark IV, which the Loyalists don't have. Nimrod's gaze swept across the long table. A giant chair had been removed, and a new figure had appeared. His jet-black hair fell upon his pitch-black war plate, and he also bore a pair of wings upon his back. They were a pair of steel wings, shaped like those of a raven. His gaunt face was as pale as snow, while his eyes were as dark as the night. As Nimrod observed him, a hearty laugh rang out, and Horus Lupercal spoke with a smile, just as he always did. Nimrod, we have welcomed back our final brother, the Lord of the Raven from deliverance. The figure with the pale face spoke in a low voice, Corvus Corax. Having been interrupted, Horus glanced at Corax as if sensing something. Nimrod saw Corax ignore Horus's gaze. Is he dissatisfied because the Terra descendants among his sons were treated too cruelly under Horus's command? He was also the only Primarch during the Great Crusade to openly express dissatisfaction with Horus. Even Chagatai, who drifted outside the Empire, the gloomy Mortarion, and the violent Angron were closer to Horus than to Old Man Huang. Nimrod's eyes grew deep as he cast a subtle glance at Horus. No wonder after Horus becomes Warmaster, he will use the Battle of Gate 42 to assert his authority over Corax, forcing the Raven Guard, who are not suited for frontal warfare, to lead a head-on charge. Horus just didn't expect that after the Legion suffered heavy casualties and became the smallest in number, Corax would publicly declare he would no longer follow his orders. In that case, Nerit Kiran's Ashen Claws should still be exiled, and I've gained another hidden chess piece. Amidst his thoughts, Nimrod spoke with a smile, Corax, welcome back. He took his seat in a giant chair and leaned back against the throne. The palace was silent. Incense from the astropaths maintaining the psychic array rose, and mist drifted beneath the golden dome. Nimrod felt as if something was missing. He recalled for 2 seconds and suddenly realized, Leman Russ's annoying voice was missing, as was his daily sarcasm toward Magnus. Has Russ not yet recovered from the unlucky fate lines he touched after killing Hannibal? While Nimrod was thinking, the great doors swung open with a boom. The Emperor and the Mars Forge director walked in side by side, with Malkador and Constantine Valder following behind them. As Nimrod rose with the others, he gazed at Old Man Huang's face. He saw that his expression was as usual, radiating a perfect smile. Old Man Huang's aura doesn't seem to have weakened. Did the Ouroboros fail to cause him any substantial damage? Well, my psychic projection's perception isn't as sharp as my main body's. As Nimrod's thoughts turned, he saw golden eyes fall upon him, and Old Man Huang nodded slightly toward him. What does this mean? Is he satisfied that I followed his words, stayed at Vostonia, and let him locate me? Thoughts swirled in Nimrod's mind as he greeted Old Man Huang and took his seat. After the Emperor of Mankind sat down, he looked at the golden-haired Lion L. Johnson, who was sitting to Nimrod's left in black ceramite armor. Lion, you have purged the evil Kreptos. This is yet another memorable Xenos extermination war for the Great Crusade. My lord, Lion spoke in a deep voice, it was my duty. As he withdrew his gaze, it naturally swept over Nimrod. Only they regarded the Emperor as their sovereign more than their father. As Lion thought of his father, a figure that hadn't appeared in his mind for a long time surfaced. Luther. The man who was both father and son. Luther, have you seen the crusade I launched against the galactic Xenos? Have you seen the glory I have won? Do you regret it? As Lion was deep in thought, the Emperor's gaze fell upon Nimrod. My Pegasus, the wolf system has been invaded by time-fire Xenos. I believe you have rested long enough, it is time to spread your wings once more and grant them destruction. Jushin's spear has returned to my side, so old man Huang is starting to hand powerful Xenos races over to me again. Nimrod thought as his gaze swept over Perturabo. Is the fact that Perturabo and the Iron Warriors were sent to the Western Galaxy to guard the borders another reason for giving time-fire Xenos to me? Nimrod remembered that time-fire were powerful Xenos that the Iron Warriors had fought through 3 wars and shed much blood to exterminate. Among them, during the final extermination war in 933, the Iron Warriors' 33rd Grand Battalion suffered casualties as high as 78%. But the harsh Lord of Iron did not berate his sons, considering this casualty rate acceptable. Nimrod could infer the strength of time-fire not only through the Iron Warriors' casualties and Perturbo's unusual attitude, but he also knew from the blasphemy slate. Time-fire is the main material for the Sequence 5 Dream Stealer of the Error Pathway. Potion materials of this level must come from powerful Xenos with specific special abilities. As you command. Nimrod gladly accepted the mission. Considering that time-fire were about to be wiped out, he would have applied for the task himself even if old man Huang hadn't assigned it to him. The Emperor nodded with a smile and moved his gaze from Nimrod to the other side of the long table. The Mark II Crusade pattern power armor has already exposed obvious flaws in combat. I hope Mars can design a new model of power armor to provide support for the Astartes legions. Hearing this, Nimrod cast a subtle glance at Horus opposite him. He knew that the Mark IV Maximus pattern power armor, born at the glorious peak of the Great Crusade, was lighter than the Mark II and had stronger mobility without reducing protection. However, this model began to be issued before the Great Birthday celebration, and only half of the replacement was completed, but that half was concentrated in the traitor legions. The fallen Horus used his authority as Warmaster and the assistance of the then Mars Forge Director, Kelber Hal, to allocate the Mark IV Maximus pattern and other advanced weaponry to the traitors. The Loyalist Astartes legions were mainly equipped with Mark II and Mark III power armor when the rebellion began. After the Great Birthday celebration started, the Loyalists lost their stable source of raw materials and were forced to modify designs to manufacture Mark V Heresy pattern power armor with whatever materials they could get. Of course, the Iron Hands, relying on their own forging capabilities and their relationship with the Oil Men, always possessed a large number of ironclad Terminators. I must find a way to ensure my legion is mass-equipped with the Mark IV power armor, which the Loyalists won't have, before the Great Birthday celebration begins. The armor tailored by Malevolus, the Master of Armor for the Order Shadows, based on the Lord Hunter Suite technology, could only satisfy the royal court counts and viscounts. Only a few lucky ones among the barons had obtained suite armor personally forged by him. The honor guards of the chapter masters and company commanders were equipped with Saturn pattern Terminator prototypes and ironclad Terminators. Most of the Order Shadows equipment was still mainly Mark II and Mark III power armor, though many suits were augmented with personal energy shields from the Randon, shieldweave from the Squats, and stealth fields from Terra. While Nimrod secretly decided to ensure his basic armor models were not inferior to the traitors, during the Great Birthday celebration, the Mars Forge Director emitted a Vox-synthesized voice. Mars Tech Priests are currently designing a completely new model of power armor. The servants of the Omniscia will offer a new gift for the climax of the Great Crusade. After Nimrod ended his psychic projection and returned to the Wenquan Shadow, he issued orders to convene the 1st, 3rd, and 10th chapters to muster at the Carium Gate. In addition to the 10th Battle Group, which was the most numerous and needed tempering, the sheriffs who could detect anomalies and the darkness pathway beyonders who excelled at dealing with dreams were the most suitable to target Time Fire Xenos. Chapter 712. The best source of soldiers according to Nimrod. In the third layer of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod set down the dice of prophecy. He then input the star map he had just divined, which pointed to a new fragment of Belliker's holy relic, into a data crystal. After completing the star map entry, Nimrod rotated the glowing data crystal, his eyes deep with thought. To think it's in the Antimax sector, not the Coronis Expanse, nor the neighboring Calixus sector. Then there is no rush. Nimrod received reports from the Cradle of the Serpent in the 4th Battle Group stationed on SONNEM-8, which led him to think of the traces of a new Bellicor holy relic fragment recently discovered by Arsena Dunn from the Harud Mycelium volumes. Because the information was too vague, he could not determine its exact location, only that it was within the range of the Obscurus region. Considering that his seizure of the Blade of Shadow might have triggered an anomaly, Nimrod immediately used the cooled-down dice of prophecy for divination, only to find it was not in that area. Antimax sector. He repeated the divined region in a low voice, and a feral world flashed through his mind. Visa. Visa was a world Nimrod had always wanted to conquer. Setting aside loyalty, or more accurately, loyalty based on wealth, the people of Visa were, in his opinion, the best source of soldiers. Especially with chaos on the rise. He hadn't acted before simply because he wasn't confident in subduing the people of Visa. After all, even the established Departamento Munitorum, which would hold even greater power in the future, had tried every means possible and failed to conquer the Visa people. But now, he was the mentor of disorder. His majesty, combined with his improved, though not yet qualitatively transformed, corrosion, should be enough to reclaim a significant portion of the Visa people. Furthermore, the contracts signed in the second layer of the Shadow Plane could be used to drive the remaining strong-willed individuals. A mercenary contract under the Shadow Contract is still a mercenary contract. Nimrod made his decision. Once the Time Fire alien matter is settled, I can head to the Antimax sector to conquer the Visa people and simultaneously find the Bellicor fragment I just divined. He then recalled the anomaly that had flared up from the northeast to the southeast of the future Coronis Expanse, which happened just before Jushin's spear returned to him. Could it be that old man Huang clashed with the Ouroboros while retrieving Jushin's spear? That day, he was personally on Terra presiding over the War Council. Did his psychic projection descend, or did he deploy a psychic avatar? Well, regardless, old man Huang, thank you for helping me get a free ride. While lost in thought, Nimrod took a step forward and returned to the real world. He walked quickly to the bridge and handed the data crystal to the librarian, Melon, who had just been promoted to archivist. Among the honor guard Nimrod had selected this time, the most numerous were the black armored space sharks, followed by the former faceless ones of the 10th Battle Group. To his surprise, Sasebo Tezuka was not among them, though Melon had still been selected and performed excellently. Nimrod had already trained him to be a mystery prior. Melon took the data crystal and walked quickly to his console to read and back up the data within. My lord. The Primarch attendant, Arsena, bowed to the Black Emperor and then turned his control staff. The image projected by the holographic strategic table zoomed in rapidly, and void ships were marked with red runes. The Auspex has performed a system-wide scan and found no Xenos ships. The keel identification of all 74 ships in the Wolf system belongs to the Imperium. Notably, 29 of them have registered activity areas where the nearest is 15 light-years away. Nimrod thought of how the Time Fire alien were the primary material for Dream Stealers, and then recalled the patterns on the desecrated tablets. They looked like a mass of flowing fire, leading him to a guess. They have no ships of their own. Are they parasitizing human ships, or even the crew, and hitching rides to other human colonies? While he pondered, Arsena, whose hair was as white as snow, continued his report. The Sound Array Master conducted an all-channel broadcast and received replies from 12 ships. The other party replied in Gothic, claiming the system has not suffered any Xenos attacks. But when we requested them to dock in batches at different positions in the 4 quadrants, they stopped responding. The Xenos have controlled the ships. Nimrod stared at the ships marked with red runes, clustered in the upper quadrant of the system. If time fire of the dream stealers steals human thoughts, memories, or dreams, it shouldn't be like the changelings who gained skills after drinking blood. Thinking of this, he raised his right hand and quickly sketched 2 arcs on either side of the slowly rotating upper quadrant, near the left and right quadrants. Dispatch destroyers to harass them from both sides and draw enemy fire. By your command. A messenger adjutant immediately let his thoughts sink into the data ocean of the mimic chamber. In the 10th battle group, which inherited from the data-deleted Legion, the repainted Hunter-class destroyers fired up their retrofitted punishment-class reactors. On the bridge of the Spina, Sasebo Tezuka's eyes swept gloomily over Treshold beside him and Odinez buried in his seat. A scene flashed through his mind of them on the Lyco fish men's bowl-shaped ship, their mouths covered in blood. Odinez, relay the orders. Turn to 576, inclination 4. Our mission is to lure the enemy. The 3 destroyers commanded by the adjutant drew an arc like arrows, streaking toward the target fleet in the upper quadrant. Although Sasebo Tezuka had given up the honor of becoming a member of his father's guard out of concern for his squad members, he had been promoted to adjutant due to his combat merits and a vacancy in the commander position. Treshold felt somewhat uneasy under the adjutant's gaze and turned his eyes to the screen. They are throwing shells without any plan, as chaotic as orcs. As he spoke, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Do greenskins taste good? What did they taste like? Green mushroom soup. Treshold suppressed the instinctive twitching in his throat and imagined another potential food source. Does time fire taste good? Grilled steak. Father is depleting their ammunition, Sasebo Tezuka ordered Odinez. Bring up the enemy's fire to hit ratio. Odinez immediately scanned the statistics and said in surprise. The enemy's damage capability assessment is far below average, their hit rate is only 6.3% of their fire volume. They are even firing while turning, without a target lock. Sasebo Tezuka watched the rain of gunfire and tumbling torpedoes, like a child wildly spraying a machine gun. Adjust the turn, keep cutting in at oblique angles, lure them into turning, and waste more ammunition. Adjutant, we have a chance to raid the target ships, Treshold's eyes shone. Although the Hunter-class destroyers did not have assault craft or boarding torpedoes, they were equipped with shadow-pattern Stormbirds, which could perform close-range assault missions if the enemy ship lost its point defense fire. The shadow-pattern Stormbird was much smaller than the Warhawk class, which had been widely equipped by other legions since the early days of the Great Crusade, and could carry 100 Astartes. It was also much smaller than the Sokar-pattern Stormbird, which had just been experimentally deployed and was favored by the World Eaters and Space Wolves. A Sokar-pattern Stormbird could carry 50 Astartes or 5 dreadnoughts of various models, and could also carry a Rhino. The Shadow-pattern Stormbird could only carry 10 Order Shadows and 1 Vostronia-class Rhino. Part of its space was occupied by a quantum field repulsor. Based on the Stormbird data from the tech warlord Tang, the Shadow pattern was a model unique to the Order Shadows. Aside from the tech marines of the Order Shadows, who had mastered the quantum field repulsor technology based on the complete data from Tang, the creator of the Stormbird, only the technicians of the Forge World Kievar mastered this technology and used it on the flight vehicles of the Raven Guard. You just want to eat time fire, don't you? Sasebo Tezuka's eyes flickered. If there is a chance, I will give the order. He hoped to gain combat merits and regain the qualification to become a member of the Honor Guard. Load 12 Dreadnought Strike Missiles, replace the Rhino Troop Carrier. Treshold's eyes lit up. Replacing the Rhino Troop Carrier, which was unsuitable inside cramped ships, with strike missiles indicated that the adjutant had agreed to his suggestion. P.S. There are technology-related introductions in the work-related section. Those who don't know what technologies the Legion has can look it up themselves and check the corresponding chapters according to the index. Chapter 713 After Dream Eating, an alien that can use a bolter. 3 shadow-pattern Stormbirds launched from a Hunter-class destroyer, gliding in silence toward a heavy transport. Sasebo Tezuka, lieutenant of the 36th Company, 10th Battle Group, sat in the co-pilot's seat. He watched the distance shrink. The anti-air guns ignored the 3 iron birds, their fire arcs sweeping elsewhere. When the range closed to 1 kilometer, Tezuka raised his gauntlet and flicked rapid commands across his panel. The 4 Dread Strike missiles slung beneath the shadow-pattern Stormbird's wings streaked out. Compared with the standard pattern, the Shadow variant had a shorter wingspan and carried 2 fewer dread strikes. Yet the missiles driven by an Apocalypse-class reactor hit far harder than those of any other Stormbird. 12 dread strikes slammed into the same deck sector of the dome in a single salvo. The void shield crackled, a second wave of warheads overloaded the transport's top shield and smashed into the steel hull. A third barrage ripped the ship open and detonated deep inside. The Shadow-patterned Stormbird dived. Tezuka kept his eyes on the rivers of fire streaking through the smoke. The flames took the shape of rats, craning their burning heads upward. Apocalypse-class pumped energy drove the quantum field repulsors, wrapping the Iron Bird in a veil-like force field. Light was bent away, and the roar of impact vanished into nothing. 10 meters above the deck, Tezuka clearly saw the Time Fire alien, its sky-blue fur wreathed in flame. A shrill scream rose as the aliens finally sensed the Shadow swooping down. They scattered, just as 3 squads of Order Shadows vaulted out. Tezuka leapt from the cockpit, slammed onto the deck, and his mag boots locked him upright. Hot wind and shock waves battered him, yet he leveled his hunting rifle without wavering. A dart hissed out, racing toward the rat-shaped body. SSSHH. The dart plunged into the flames and exploded. Most of the serum flashed away in the crimson blaze. The remainder splashed across sky-blue fur, the rat form convulsed as if scalded. Surprise flickered in Tezuka's eyes. Bolters. The Order Shadows snapped their rifles to their left hips and raised their bedrock-patterned bolters. Retinal displays scrolled bio-data, crosshairs locked onto red runes. Boom boom boom. Diamond-tipped rounds tore out, blossoming into curtains of incandescent mist. The Time Fire aliens shrieked. 2 rat bodies at the center of the barrage burst into scattered sparks. Thud. Tezuka saw the alien struck earlier by his dart tremble and crash to the deck. The rat form twitched and spasmed. Nusarian anesthetic, though mostly vaporized, works better on a Time Fire alien than bolter shells. Hunting rifles. Tezuka barked. As the Order Shadows switched weapons, the aliens leveled their own guns. Their weapons looked like orc junkers. Scrap barrels, grips and triggers melted into crude iron lumps. Daka daka daka. The hail pattered against Mark III iron pattern power armor, clattered off and rang on the deck. The Order Shadows answered with a volley of darts. SSSHH, SZZZT, the shrilling faded as burning, curled forms collapsed across the deck. Treshold stepped to one alien, staring at the sky-blue lump inside the fire. Lieutenant, the Lord said we may eat captured aliens in combat. Tezuka looked around. 1 only. 10, no more, the rest go to the Father. We take turns. Odinez shrugged. Treshold, you first. Right. Treshold yanked off his helm and hoisted a Time Fire alien the size of a hive giant rat. He bit into the flame-wrapped sky-blue pelt. Scalding flesh and crackling sparks filled his mouth. Moments later the crunching stopped. His lips blistered, a split oozing at the corner. His armor was charred, dusted with volcanic ash. 15,000 kilometers away, on another transport. In a narrow corridor, a squad of Order Shadows from the 48th Company, 10th Battle Group, advanced. Human passageways were too tight, they had to edge through sideways. The hum of armor overlapped, then a sharp detonation. The Order Shadows looked up as streams of light cascaded down. Thud thud. Countless Time Fire aliens landed on them. They wrapped around the power armor, sky-blue claws raking with rivers of flame. Crack crack, fragile lenses shattered, alien paws clawed at helmets. The Order Shadows flung their heads, bodies slamming into steel walls. Flares burst, the aliens squealed. A rat tide crashed from above, smothering the Order Shadows. One alien squirmed inside a helmet, coiling its belly round the warrior's neck. The Order Shadow seized the burning body and hurled it down. 2 more wrapped his arms, clinging tight. Before he could wrench free, another alien struck. It curved round his neck, sky-blue paws slapping his head. Boom. The warrior's senses blanked under the blow, his eyes rolled white. He stood suddenly in a training cage, bolter raised, crosshair on the target. Boom boom boom. The scene shattered, he stood empty-handed, bewildered. Sparks danced as the Order Shadow forgot himself in dream. His past was stolen by flame-wrapped aliens. One by one the warriors froze, an alien leapt down and hefted a bolter. Its claws trembled under the weight, clank. The bolter crashed onto an alien wrapped round the warrior's leg. The alien stared at the weapon. It shrieked. Two companions dropped from the helm and lifted the gun left and right. The lead alien mimed a finger on the trigger. 6 claws scrabbled on the black casing, fire racing along it. The bedrock pattern's steadier frame glowed red-hot. Boom. Bang bang bang. 3-time fire aliens were flung aside by the blast. Chapter 714. I declare, I shall punish the time fire aliens of Nyx Hive City. Wolf Prime, Nyx Hive City. Dixon, the first company captain of the first battle group, walked into a home with an open door in the Hive City. He stared at the dining table, where the food emitted a strong stench of rot. The men, women, and 2 children lying on the floor were facing different directions, some curled up, others lying on their sides. Their eyes showed mostly whites, their pupils shrunk to pinpoints, and their bodies had been burned into desiccated corpses. The senior, sheriff, squatted on the ground, a spark of golden light rising in his pitch-black pupils. The faint scorch marks on the floor rapidly became clear. In his mind, he visualized the time fire crashing through the door, pouncing on the 4 people like flowing fire and wrapping around them. The aliens' claws struck their heads, plunging them into unconsciousness, until they were eventually burned to death by the flames in their dreams. As Dixon stood up, a piercing beep sounded from his helmet. After he connected, a voice came through. Captain, everyone in the Hive City is dead. According to the investigation, the manner of death is similar, eyes turned white, bodies scorched black. Squad 61 has entered the lower nest, but so far, no aliens have been found. I understand, Dixon said with certainty. They are still here, in the Underhive. After hanging up, Dixon recalled the Black Emperor's oracle. He glanced at the remains, raised his power fist, and spoke a vow of punishment in the Dun language. I declare, I shall punish the time fire aliens of Nyx Hive City. The judges, sound waves rippled outward with spirituality, stirring up specks of golden light. The captain of the guard and 2 other guard members wearing Saturn pattern Terminator prototypes felt an unspeakable authority emanating from Judge Dixon. They instinctively bowed their heads in submission to that authority. A radiance like the dawn suddenly surged, and as it diffused, the surroundings became thick. A few seconds later, the radiance suddenly converged onto Dixon's body. The judge intuitively felt his body merging with a strange power. It was his verdict, his declaration of punishment issued to the time fire. 3 standard hours later, Dixon led his honor guard into the Hive City's Underhive. Clang! The door opened, and Dixon led the judges forward. Their walking speed was similar to that of the guard members in the honor guard wearing ironclad Terminators. Dim lumen lamps flickered within the vault. Scattered stalls emitted a foul stench of decay, and scorched corpses were strewn about. As the senior sheriffs advanced, golden light rose in their eyes simultaneously. They looked in different directions, inspecting their new jurisdiction. Judge Dixon suddenly raised his left arm and shouted in the Dun language, "Whip." As the judge's power fist swung, the time fire aliens, hidden among the burning boilers and waiting to ambush as the black-armored giants approached, were struck as if by an invisible whip. The flames surrounding them crackled and flickered. They let out piercing shrieks and turned into streaks of brilliant fire as they lunged out. Judge Dixon raised his right palm and shouted, "Supernatural flames are forbidden here." Invisible power diffused. Amidst a series of crisp, explosion-like pops, the flames surrounding the aliens surged into streams of fire and then dissipated. The judges twisted their bodies in unison. Along with the first company captain, they raised their left arms and shouted in the Dun language, "Exile." Invisible forces struck the time fire aliens directly, sending them flying. Boom, boom, boom. The thrown time fire aliens slammed into dilapidated buildings and knocked over broken equipment. The judges leaned forward and charged, raising their right arms, "Imprison." An extremely viscous, flowing transparent liquid formed out of thin air. Enormous pieces of amber sealed the rat-like bodies inside. Layer upon layer of walls overlapped and intersected, locking away groups of aliens. Dixon looked at the punished aliens before him and ordered in a low voice, "Load them onto the transport ships and offer them to Father." 929. M30. Nyx Hive City. Judge Dixon leaned his body forward, his arms swinging as he clenched his fist. Dixon declared loudly in the Dun language, "Death." The judge's body merged with a certain strange power, crashing into a rat-like form while leaving an afterimage. A brilliant blue light struck the flame-wreathed rat-like body in an irresistible and unavoidable manner. Boom! With a loud bang, the rat's head exploded into a mist of blood. Amidst the rising blood mist, Dixon, who had governed Nyx Hive City for a year, confirmed that he had punished the last time fire alien in his jurisdiction. Most of them, over 5,000, had been imprisoned and offered to the Black Emperor. The last one was specifically left for him to kill to complete the Black Emperor's decree. He had completed the ritual of punishment. Dixon removed his gauntlet, pulled out a golden potion, and tilted his head back to drink it. As the potion entered his mouth, a dawn-like golden light immediately rose from his throat. The light rolled down and settled in his stomach. The dawn-like light enveloped his entire body and covered his brain. The judges of the surrounding honor guard felt as though the first company captain had been heightened. Not physically, in terms of becoming taller. It was the majesty emanating from Dixon that made them feel the first company captain was taller, as if he could dominate their lives with a wave of his hand. They felt an unexplainable fear and couldn't help but bow their heads and kneel. Thump, thump. The guard members knelt one by one. Dixon felt that those around him wanted to listen to his every word and follow his every command. He felt as if he were sitting on the golden throne, looking down upon everyone. While Dixon was intoxicated by his own majesty, burning ashes suddenly reflected in his eyes. The golden throne is nothing but an illusory bubble. I am Father's child, I am the Black Emperor's heavy fist of punishment. The burning ashes flared up rapidly, incinerating the illusory golden throne into dust. Dixon reined in his scattered thoughts and began to meditate. A moment later, the newly ascended, disciplinary knight, felt his body restricted within the cramped armor. The heavy Saturn pattern Terminator prototype felt much lighter than it had a moment ago, just as it had been when he was an arbiter, wearing Mark II Crusade pattern power armor. Disciplinary knight, Dixon immediately realized that it wasn't the armor becoming lighter, but that his physique had become stronger after receiving the Black Emperor's gift for the 5th time. He brims with power in every part of his body. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and his spirit was pure. Dixon moved his steps carefully, whispering in his heart, I need to find the master of armor to forge new armor. Fortunately, this suit of armor is not just a Saturn pattern Terminator, it has an embedded adaptive system. Whoever obtains it will inherit nearly 70 years of combat experience from my time wearing it, and possess a robust physique. At the same moment that Arbitrator Lord Howard Fend, 1st Company Captain Dixon, 2nd Company Commander Yassine, and 3rd Company Commander Mahau of the 1st Battle Group were promoted to Sequence 5 inches Disciplinary Knight, after punishing time fire aliens on Wolf, countless flame-wreathed rat-like forms scurried out from dark corners in Nyx Hive City on Mali. Chapter 715, Pale Nomad, Lord Nimrod allowed me to safely release, Deep Sea Invasion. In Morley's Nyx Hive City, Mikhailovsky, the 2nd Company commander of the 3rd Battle Group, his eyes lit up. The time fire who had fled to Nyx finally couldn't restrain their restless appetite. Mikhailovsky turned his head to look at the honor guard members beside him, who were clad in black armor but had pale bodies, clearly different from the lustrous skin of the Order Shadows. Their eyes were somewhat similar to those of the Order Shadows, also black. But unlike the obsidian-like eyes of the Order Shadows, their eyes were a liquid black and had no irises. Mikhailovsky's gaze finally fell on the person holding a force staff and wearing a psychic hood. Mikhailovsky recognized him. He was the former chapter master of the 11th Battle Group of the 19th Legion, the Pale Nomad. As a court viscount, he knew that not long ago, the Black Emperor had decreed that this title belonged exclusively to the person before him. The chief librarian of the Space Sharks. We will make most of the Xenos fall into a dream-like coma, the rest is up to you. Mikhailovsky reminded him, our Lord hopes the time fire are brought before him, not slaughtered to the last. I know, the Pale Nomad responded coldly, revealing shark-like teeth ground to a sharp point. Mikhailovsky watched as the Pale Nomad led the black armored sharks and vanished into the darkness. Action. The Soul Assurer, Mikhailovsky led the other, Soul Assurers, and Nightmares, in a swift run. He wore a Lord Hunter suite built on the foundation of Mark III iron pattern power armor. To utilize the agility advantages gained during their time as Sleepless and Midnight Poets, most members of the 3rd Battle Group's Court War Mark III Iron Pattern Power Armor. Only a few, Barons of Corruption, Dawn Paladins, and Judges, wore Saturn Pattern Terminator prototypes and ironclad Terminators. With their strength also enhanced, their speed while running was much faster than non-court members wearing Mark II Crusade Pattern Power Armor. They were like speeding land speeders, leaving the non-court order shadows behind in an instant. Figures in black armor sped along the wide, clean roads of the upper nest, charging toward the streaks of fire. The Soul Assurer, Mikhailovsky slowed his pace when the rune on his helmet display indicated a distance of 180 meters. His pitch-black pupils expanded rapidly, swallowing the whites of his eyes. Within 170 meters, the speed of 10 rat-like Xenos scurrying toward them grew slower and slower. Their azure bodies were coiled together, seemingly entangling something. Relaxed smiles of enjoyment appeared on their faces as they fell into a dream, stealing the dreams of the black armor warriors. Thud, thud, one by one, the balls of fire rolled and curled up on the ground. The nightmares swiftly bypassed the fireballs. They only stopped when the red runes jumped at a distance of 120 meters, pulling 3 to 5 Xenos into dreams. The following order shadows moved past the black armor warriors standing like statues. They knew that when the chapter's court members used the abilities bestowed by the Gene Father, they could not be distracted. The hunt had to be completed by them. Bang, 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 crystal gauze nets manufactured by the Tech Marines sprayed out, covering the clusters of chronofire Xenos like fishing nets. Blue runes rose, and the flames rapidly shrunk and were extinguished. Just as the order shadows were about to collect their spoils, they suddenly heard dull thumping and clattering sounds. Groups of 3 Xenos came running stumbling along, dragging bolters. They were Xenos who had devoured the dreams of the order shadows and stolen the method of using bolters. Just as the order shadows were about to launch an attack, a group of black armor warriors suddenly surged like a tide from the dim lights on both sides of the street. Amidst the roar of motors, they swung their chain weapons and charged at the Xenos. The time fire turned their bolters and pulled the triggers. Boom, 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 the hot gun barrels exploded one after another, the deafening blasts making the citizens huddled in their houses tremble. A sparse barrage of shells flew out from the flames. A bolt shell slammed heavily into the power pack on the back of a space shark. Boom! The explosion roared, tearing through the space shark's pale body. The space sharks silently bypassed the corpse of their battle brother, charging at the enemy in unison. The silent hunters swung their roaring chain weapons, cleaving into the Xenos. Amidst the roar, sparks flew in every direction. A rain of meteor-like fire illuminated the space shark's black armor, dyeing the pitch-black plate a dark, murky hue. The pale nomad raised his staff, intending to release, rending maw, to tear apart a large swath of enemies. His arm paused as he remembered Mikhailovsky's reminder. He then thought of the former Master of Shadows of the 19th Legion, and the current Great Forgotten of the Space Sharks, Lord Alcah's Fowl, soaring through the air. That was an ability bestowed by Lord Nimrod, whom he now served. The pale nomad's liquid black eyes shifted, his cold killing intent receding, his gesture to swing the staff turned into raising it high. The psionic crystal shot out a blue light, splashing onto the wide upper nest avenue like a water curtain. The deep sea was reflected in the eyes of 300 Xenos, and a suffocating darkness instantly enveloped their souls. Their brains were frozen and paralyzed by the bone-chilling cold of the deep sea. They saw terrifyingly massive marine creatures lunging at them. A giant octopus extended hundreds of tentacles, and a shark as large as an island opened its bloody maw. The 300 Xenos were suddenly pulled from the battlefield, placed under the waves of an ancient and primitive ocean, struggling helplessly. Like drowning people, they collapsed to the ground without any defense. The terrifying psionic imagery created by the deep sea invasion, released by the pale nomad, drowned out the flames naturally surrounding the time fire bodies. The pale nomad suddenly felt himself sinking into the suffocating deep sea as well. Cold tentacles wrapped around him, layering over his black armor, and a frosty mist filled his liquid black eyes. As he focused his gaze, he entered the Telemaria First Realm taught by Lord Nimrod. The frosty mist in the pale nomad's eyes dissipated bit by bit. He gritted his teeth and rose into the newly mastered Telemaria Second Realm. A golden light surged from his spine, and the cold tentacles wrapped around his body gradually loosened, dissipating amidst screams. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the warp phenomenon triggered by releasing the psionic spell gradually fade, and thought admiringly. Praise Lord Nimrod, the Thelema mindset he created allows me to safely release deep-sea invasion. In the past, the Pale Nomad would only use the 2 psionic spells he had realized based on his own warp imagery in dangerous situations. This was because his 2 psionic spells often triggered terrifying warp phenomena. Warp imagery is a psyker's perception of the warp. The Pale Nomad's warp imagery was the deep sea. The 2 psionic spells he had created were based on his own warp imagery. Warp phenomena are various terrifying sights that can be triggered at any time when a psyker channels warp energy. It feels as if insects are crawling under the skin, blood in the veins suddenly stops, otherworldly shrieks pierce the ears. The phenomena triggered by powerful psykers can even affect the real world. The surrounding air temperature suddenly drops by several degrees, otherworldly winds bring a stench of decay. The type of phenomenon encountered is random, but it is often closely related to one's own abilities and warp imagery. Most of the warp phenomena the Pale Nomad encountered were related to his own imagery. The deep sea and cold often made him suffer in bone-chilling supernatural frost, even freezing the bodies of nearby battle brothers. In the past, he would only use psionic spells at the most critical moments. But after Lord Nimrod's teaching, he could skillfully and quickly enter the Thelema mindset state, using the will tempered by the Thelema mindset to detach his soul from the immersed warp imagery and dispel the terrifying warp phenomena. The Pale Nomad felt the cold recede and the blood in his body flow normally. His liquid black eyes sparkled, marveling at the wonders of the Thelema mindset and becoming even more eager for the power bestowed by Lord Nimrod. The Pale Nomad said in a low voice to the space sharks who were striding forward, "Stop the killing. Take them back and present them to Lord Nimrod." Chapter 716. The Dream Stealer, Potion of Lethal Asphyxiation. Morley's command base. Thank you for your teaching. I can now control my own power. Nimrod listened to the Pale Nomad's report. With a thought, he ordered the space monkey to begin concocting the sequence 9 inches sailor potion using materials such as siren stone. After Alcahazfal dispatched the first batch of space sharks to serve as his honor guard, Nimrod immediately took notice of the former chapter master of the 19th Legion's 11th Battle Group, the Pale Nomad. He knew that the future chief librarian of the Space Sharks would hold this title. As expected, Nimrod discovered that he was indeed a powerful librarian who had mastered 2 unique psychic spells of the Space Sharks, known to him, Deep Sea Invasion, and Rending Maw. Through instruction, Nimrod had easily mastered these 2 spells and made specific improvements to them by combining them with his own psychic talent. These 2 spells belonged to the Special Storm System psychic spells, but Deep Sea Invasion was a mental attack, while Rending Maw was similar to using psychokinesis to alter physical reality. For some time now, the Primarch had been conducting continuous research on these 2 psychic spells. He wanted to develop versions suitable for the Order Shadows, allowing the Legion's librarians to master these 2 spells unique to the Space Sharks. At the very least, he wanted to find a way for the Tyrant, Pathway Beyonders of the 9th Battle Group, recruited from Ocean Worlds, to master them. Compared to Zahariel's Fear Vision, which only a few people in human history had mastered, Deep Sea Invasion, and Rending Maw were much easier to master. After all, most librarians of the Space Sharks could master them proficiently. Nimrod also inferred that the Space Sharks had made Pale Nomad the title for their chief librarian to commemorate the creator of these 2 unique spells. Therefore, he had established the title of Pale Nomad as the title for the Space Sharks chief librarian in advance. I offer the captured time fire aliens to you, my lord, the Pale Nomad said finally. Nimrod nodded with satisfaction. He had no intention of completely changing the chapter culture of the Space Sharks. As long as they followed orders, it was enough. The current performance of the Pale Nomad and the other Space Sharks had already satisfied him. With a flip of his hand, a bottle of potion appeared in his palm. You have proven your loyalty and ability through your actions. This is your reward. Drink it, and you will gain power. The Pale Nomad's eyes, like black liquid, stared at the black-green, viscous liquid, his emotions churning. So this is the power obtained by the Lord of Shadows. He reached out and took the potion, tilting his head back to drink it. As the potion entered his mouth, a strong fishy smell rushed into his nostrils. The pale nomad felt as if he had returned to the dark, deep sea of Nactus. Waves crashed against him, and invisible, illusory scales surfaced beneath his skin. The pale nomad felt the waves rising in his black liquid eyes become more real and heavy. His connection to the ocean grew tighter. The pale nomad was intoxicated by the waves, as the cold seawater crashed against him wave after wave. Unconsciously, his body became sluggish as if frozen, and his blood felt as if it were freezing. Meditate. The majesty of Lord Nimrod's voice echoed in his mind, causing him to obey the command instinctively. The pale nomad reigned in his thoughts, and the waves gradually receded. A moment later, the newly promoted sailor knelt on one knee. "Thank you for your gift, my lord. I will do my utmost to carry out your will." After the pale nomad withdrew, Nimrod waited until night fell again before going to the Nation of Disorder. After ascending his throne, he extended his spirituality and touched the red-yellow light sphere of the Prometheus, Tierney. According to Tierney's report, he had followed instructions and prepared the advancement ritual last night. Nimrod's spirituality touched the light sphere, and he immediately saw Tierney wearing a Yeld-type Lord Hunter suite. Unlike the usual black paint, his suite at this time was a bright fire red. Its spread wings were as dazzling as a fire-red giant bird. Tierney looked at the female captain before him, Diana Pauline, whose blonde hair was neatly tied up. "Miss Pauline, did they dream of me?" The advancement ritual for Dream Stealer was the same as in Nimrod's memory, requiring one to become an important supporting character or a main villain in the unconscious dreams of at least 30 people. There was no requirement for how long it lasted, but the dreams must be occurring when the potion was consumed. If Tierney were to do it alone, he would have to repeatedly perform some impressive action to make 30 people simultaneously dream of him as an important supporting character or main villain. Prometheus did not have the Beander ability to influence dreams. Only after advancing to Dream Stealer could they steal others' ideals and dreams. Nimrod had sent the hypnotist, Diana, to assist. Dreams following psychological suggestion could easily meet the requirements. Utilizing the abilities of others was itself a characteristic of the error pathway. Seeking help from other Beyonders would not weaken the ritual's effect. On the contrary, it would enhance it. Nimrod watched the scene and saw Diana's blue-green eyes curiously sizing up Tierney in the shadows. "I have reinforced the Wolf family. 56 people are currently dreaming about you. Thank you for your help." Tierney placed a hand on his chest and thanked the lady before him with the standard etiquette of a Terra Europa noble. When he was a swindler, he had already carved noble etiquette into his instincts to execute perfectly planned scams. Seeing this, Nimrod immediately ordered the space monkey in the first layer of space to concoct the sequence 5 inches Dream Stealer potion using time fire and other materials. He then saw Diana, who came from the Pauline family, return the salute with efficient and standard movements. As Tierney straightened his back, the fire-red wings of the Yeld suite spread out. He took a quick running start and glided through the air like a giant bird. Inside the Hive City, squads of patrolling Order shadows looked up. Seeing the yellow friendly runes flash across the tactical displays in their helmet visors, they withdrew their gazes and continued searching for remaining aliens. The Time Fire alien invasion had wiped out the Hive City Guard forces in their sleep. Now, the defense was entirely the responsibility of the Order shadows. The whistling wind blew against Tierney as the Prometheus agilely controlled his body, weaving between the spires. A moment later, he folded his wings and landed on a nest tower. The family of the original owner had been burned to ashes in their sleep, so this place had temporarily become the base of operations for the treasure-stealing team. The Prometheus landed on the smooth wall of the nest tower and lightly tapped on the window. The shutter latch popped up, and with the click of a motor, he flipped inside. Tierney pulled out a spirituality dagger and rapidly tapped the runes on the floor. After activating the Euclidean sigil, he immediately began to pray to the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor of the Order Shadows. Tierney had just devoutly finished the first recitation of the incantation when a surge of wind and waves erupted out of thin air at the altar. Amidst the permeating black mist, an illusory door opened. A bottle of potion floated out and landed in his outstretched hands. "Thank you for your gift, my lord. After thanking the Black Emperor for the gift, Tierney joyfully examined the potion in his palm. It was deep and dark, as if it could bind all thoughts. Tierney stood up, deactivated the Euclidean sigil, and leapt out of the nest tower, flying toward the wolf family's nest tower. The nest tower, which usually glowed brilliantly for the nobles, was completely dark. They did not want to attract the attention of the aliens. Tierney pressed his hand against the crystal on his waist, and the runes on his body were lit up one by one. The fire-red yelled sweet quietly disappeared like a firework that had finished burning. Inside the nest tower, Viscount Wolf was sleeping soundly amidst the incense. In the dream, a fire-red figure flew toward him. The barrage poured out by the family guards could not keep up with his swift form. As his body tumbled, laser-cutting beams extending from his arms rotated and sliced open the vault door. Useless. Kill him. Viscount Wolf roared loudly. He did not dare step forward, watching as the guards opened the door. Viscount Wolf craned his neck to look inside. Seeing the fire-red figure turn back and raise the golden crown in his hand, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Fire! He roared loudly. Amidst the sound of the staccato barrage, the fire-red figure slid backward nimbly and slipped out through the cut opening. Useless. All of you are useless. Viscount Wolf cursed. The guards he usually spent heavily to maintain had actually allowed a single person to barge in so brazenly and steal the family's golden crown. Inside the nest tower, a fire-red nightmare haunted the minds of 56 nobles. Over the past 5 days, the fire-red figure had brazenly barged in every day and looted 5 of the Wolf family's vaults. Every night, they would dream of that arrogant, fire-red figure. This person was practically provoking the Wolf family, and even more so, filling them with deep fear. An evil thief who came and went as he pleased could take their lives at any time. As cold sweat soaked the nobles' soft beds, Tierney, perched on the nest tower, tilted his head back and drank the potion. As the deep, dark potion entered his mouth, Tierney felt his throat being tightly gripped. He was completely suffocating. As the potion slid down his esophagus, the sensation of suffocation grew stronger and stronger. Tierney's consciousness gradually became blurred, and his face turned as pale as paper. Just as he was about to die from asphyxiation, countless dark bubbles floated before his eyes. Scene after scene reflected the nightmare left behind by the fire-red thief. The heavy sense of suffocation faded away bit by bit. Tierney's thoughts gradually recovered, and he meditated to rein in his thoughts. A moment later, the pale-faced Tierney's complexion gradually returned to a healthy glow. Having survived the ordeal, he let out a light breath, and the newly promoted Dream Stealer clasped his hands together, fingers pointing downward. Thank you for my lord's protection. Chapter 717 The World Eaters Work for Me. 931. M30. Aboard the worthy Shadow, Primarch office. Nimrod leaned against the throne while Arsenadun, data slate in hand, bowed and reported. My lord, we exterminated the aliens of the Wolf sub-sector, 15 star systems, 38 worlds. The War Council is pleased with your annihilation of the Time Fire, the Keeper of the Seals. Propaganda engines sing of your triumph as the conqueror of aliens on every Imperial world. The victory won by the World Eaters on Alpha Salix is barely mentioned. Engren's fury left that planet a ruin. The Imperium, just as Nimrod remembered, dispatched the 203rd Expeditionary Fleet to purge the changelings who preyed upon humans as food. Nimrod weighed the sequence differences between the 2 potion ingredients and murmured inwardly. Changelings are the principal ingredient for Faceless Ones, sequence 6 of the Fool Pathway. Time Fire is the principal ingredient for Dream Stealer, sequence 5 of the Error Pathway. Neither is what the Black Emperor pathway needs for advancement, but Time Fire is clearly more troublesome than changelings. At the very least, changelings, unlike the memory of them devouring Custodes' blood, can't compare to Time Fire's innate flame shield. While Nimrod pondered, the Primarch attendant continued. His voice shifted from exultant praise for the Legion's victories to a somber tone. To win this great triumph, the Legion also paid a steep price. I have compiled the casualties of the 1st, 3rd, and 10th battle groups. 5,140 Order Shadows fell in the war against the Time Fire aliens. Most were neophytes of the 10th battle group, 3,080. Nimrod gave a slight nod. Apart from the Order Shadows, the Space Sharks had also lost 270. Like Perturabo, he could accept losses in battle against the Time Fire aliens. The Iron Warriors fought 3 wars before wiping out the Time Fire aliens. Though the first 2 campaigns, casualties are unknown, the 33rd Battalion lost 78% of its strength in the 3rd. A conservative estimate puts total deaths above 10,000. An Iron Warriors battalion is usually 1,000 strong, but their organization is not as rigid as the Ultramarines. Iron Warriors allow rosters, and losses, well above the norm, especially among raw recruits. Battalions in the warzone constantly recruit and reinforce, units savaged in combat are simply folded into others still on active duty. This causes wild fluctuations. After one brutal fight a battalion might number only 500, while in another it could field 4,000. During the Great Crusade the Imperium tolerated minor alien threats and annihilated major ones. Wars declared to crush powerful aliens always followed a pattern. Initial contact saw small-scale but high-casualty battles. The first Randan War at Spiral Horn Morse was typical. The second outbreak was larger, a series of decisive engagements with the heaviest losses. The Second Randan War and the Battle of Tolarn are prime examples. The third campaign exterminated the aliens with lower casualties. Witness the Randan extermination. Using the average battalion strength of the time, the third war against the Time Fire cost at least 2,000 dead. Thus Nimrod deduced the Iron Warriors' total deaths in the Time Fire wars exceeded 10,000. Though Randan, changelings, and other alien races were declared extinct, remnants always survived. Time Fire, however, was truly annihilated. Apart from aliens bred in the second layer of the Nation of Disorder, none appeared again in the future Nimrod remembered. After 3 seconds of silence Nimrod spoke. Report to the War Council, 14,900 dead. Unlike the Herud, the Imperium had some contact with Time Fire. Casualty figures could not be inflated tenfold, only a plausible threefold. As you command. Once silver-haired Arsena withdrew, Nimrod glanced at the weapon rack, the Jushin's spear, the heavy chainsword Kraken's maw, and the frost-bladed axe Winter's Edge, and mused. Apart from the Jushin's spear, those other 2 weapons of Rus are wasted here. Once Chesney advances to sequence 4, I'll gift him Kraken's maw. As he considered this, layered prayers reached his ears. He rose and walked to his bedchamber. Activating the Euclidean sigil, he stepped into the Nation of Disorder. Seated upon the throne, he spread his consciousness and touched the pulsing crimson sphere. He saw Gulan Surik, chief apothecary of the World Eaters, kneeling before a dim altar. Dozens of unconscious bodies surrounded him, some Astartes, some human. With a thought Nimrod pulled Gulan and the bodies into the Nation of Disorder. My lord, Gulan, robed in black, knelt amid the swirling darkness. After the Gene Father stole a frigate and left the Legion alone, Captain Karn found him on a feral world after 2 years and persuaded him to return. As you foretold, Angron ordered me upon his return to devise butcher's nails suitable for the World Eaters. Coincidentally, Alpha Salix was then invaded by changelings, and part of the Legion was dispatched to quell the rebellion. Nimrod swept his gaze over the bodies gleaming with spiritual light. Under the pretext of research I told them to use the narcotic found on Nuceria to capture aliens for study. I received 1,360 test subjects. I wish to keep 256 as cover, and offer the rest to you. Granted. Nimrod inclined his head. Gulan's quite eager, offering sacrifices to me. That's the World Eaters working for me while I enjoy the spoils. After brief reflection he recalled where Gulan would make his breakthrough. You will receive inspiration on 93-15, the world designated Genna. The Gennin's android-controlled technology will help you perfect the butcher's nails. Gulan marveled at the Black Emperor's offhand tone, awed by his power. He gazed reverently at the towering, mist-wreathed figure. Praise to you, my lord, for granting me this revelation. Remembering his task, he added, I shall obey and craft the butcher's nails you require. Nimrod studied the kneeling potions professor. Gulan's flawless soul gleamed like a crimson gem. You have mastered the power I bestowed. I grant you new strength. Seek a world lit by a full moon and pray to me. As you will. After Gulan's deferent reply Nimrod returned him to the hold of the conqueror. With a step he moved to the 3rd layer and picked up the cooled dice of prophecy. Images of Visa flashed through his mind. Feral world Visa, on the edge of the Antima subsector in Segmentum Obscurus. The Vesan people are fierce, hardened warriors who live by the blade. They are born mercenaries, prizing material wealth above all, spending life scrabbling for land, coin, homes, and weapons. After reviewing the data he murmured inwardly. The star chart from Carium Gate to Visa. After 11 recitations he tossed the dice. The triangular prism tumbled and fell into his palm, projecting a holographic star chart. Eyes shining, Nimrod memorized the route and fed it into a data crystal. The Vesan population bears a high ratio of untouchables, at least 1 in 10, maybe 1 in 5. Were it not for their loyalty to the God Emperor of Terra extending only as far as the images on high-denomination coins, they would be perfect to garrison Cadia. With chaos rising, the Visa will prove useful. Chapter 7:18 Ultima Segmentum's Medical Sanctuary, the new benchmark for Agri-Worlds. Ultima Segmentum, Loki Sector, Agri-World Ryan. Evers Jovan stepped out of his infirmary before starlight touched the sky. The planter gazed at the mist-shrouded mountain. Today he would make a long farewell. Evers reached the foot of the mountain, the fringe of drifting reproductive spores, and addressed the 3 planters who waited. Let's go. His task today was to teach the trio to tend this treasure trove of medicinal flora. The planter Evers knelt, hand brushing the mandrake sprouting from a root not plant, and faint screams echoed in his mind. Once the honored guest of nobles on Hive World Agathon, Evers knew mandrake could quell warp erosion and ease void salas tinnitus and headaches. Yet common ratings almost never received it, even when their haulers were packed with the stuff. Navigator and Astropath houses bought in bulk, leaving the output of a mere 5 worlds unable to satisfy imperial aristocrats. Among those 5, Lord Nimrod's domain Trichon IV is one of the 2 most prolific. But Trichon IV's yield is reserved for Nimrod's allies, chiefly the Navigator House Vischer. Other patrons, like Lord Barton Drake, who had lent aid, drank black tea laced with mandrake leaves before and after every warp sleep. Recommended by Lord Barton to Nimrod's service, Evers learned that in Ultramar's Mancora, where the Legion's Librarius stands, volcanic fields likewise cultivate mandrake, yet only for Order shadows. While on Ryan, much of the planter's time went to cultivating mandrake. Formerly the Solar Auxilia's first apothecary, Evers's scalpel could cure most injuries, but not long-term warp-induced Mindra. He flicked 8 scalpels from his belt, wedging them between his fingers. Arms flashed, swift and precise, as though he were operating on 2 patients at once. Tender leaves drifted away before aging, the 3 planters sealed them at once in crystal mirage crystal rollers. The planter suddenly crouched and spoke. Mandrake's commonest blight is root knot swelling. The hot, humid geothermal beds make roots overgrow. Early sign: roots break the surface. Cure is simple: sever them. Rootlets work better than leaves, they're reserved for the court. Slowly, Evers clipped the irregular rootlets and eased them into a crystal vial. He stowed the vial in his pack to present when he reported to Lord Nimrod. Evers Jovan climbed the mountain trail, schooling the 3 planters in every medicinal plant. At last, under the sun's rays, they reached the summit. The moment the 4 planters stepped onto the peak, instinct and spirit sight drew their gaze to an oak towering more than 100 meters. Its trunk glowed ruby red. Red and white oak leaves fluttered in the wind. Evers stared at the 10-man girth giant and exclaimed, "I planted this in 920 as a 3-finger thick, arm-long shoot when I first scaled this peak. When I set it in the soil, I felt as if I'd been injected with the finest elixir, body and mind at peak. That, I think, is the sign you've mastered the power Lord Nimrod bestows. You'll feel it soon." Step by step he approached the colossal oak and looked up. In 11 years it rooted here and grew at preternatural speed. It's the greatest treasure on this mountain, curing nearly every ailment. I even suspect it's the legendary tree of life. He produced a crystal vial and, with a scalpel, slit the red trunk. Thick white sap fell, filling the air with fresh fragrance. The 4 planters felt life breath seep into their pores. The gash oozed, then sealed as if sprinkled with crystalline salt. Fatigue vanished, they bounded downhill in a fraction of the time. Evers Jovan looked back longingly at the spore-misted mountain. "This mountain is yours now." "As you command, Lord Jovan," the 3 planters answered respectfully. He strode toward the landing pad where Carrie waited in a black suit. "Jovan, thank you for all you've done for Ryan. The medical center you founded has become the greatest sanctuary in the Eastern Galaxy." Carrie spoke from the heart. Evers Joven had taught the doctor's superlative surgery, letting Ryan surpass Ultramar's Rising Guard and World X in only 11 years and become the Eastern Galaxy's foremost destination for the mighty. Carrie, you've made Ryan the new benchmark for agri worlds, never have I seen one like it. All is due to Lord Nimrod's gift, the druid Carrie replied modestly. She had inherited Maria Scala's Lord Hunter suite, her frame raised to 185. Skin once weathered became smooth and lustrous during the rite that made her an eternal. After an embrace of farewell, Evers Joven boarded the black Aquila shuttle. He settled easily into the spacious leather seat, such luxurious craft were familiar to him. Nobles of Agathon paid steep prices to import them from Nimrod's realm Necromunda. Evers often flew in Aquila shuttles between nest towers to operate on the mighty. The black Aquila rose smoothly, he lounged by the viewport, critically surveying the blue-white complex below. The 3.6 million square integrated surgical center was another creation of his. Images of his apprentices flashed through his mind, apothecaries of Order Shadows, numerous doctors. Only when the silver-white complex vanished and Ryan's fertile black soil filled his view did memory loosen its grip. He gazed at fields stretching to the horizon, high-yield crops rippling in the wind. As the shuttle climbed higher, glossy fruit-burdened boughs and golden maize swayed. Unlike the agri-worlds he had visited with the Solar Auxilia Expeditionary Fleet, no nitrate or phosphate haulers fell from the sky, nor were the heavens yellowed by fertilizer plants. Ryan relied on planet-wide sire rays and the power Lord Nimrod bestowed. He idly plucked a pale jade berry that shone like polished jade. Teeth pierced the pearly skin, a lychee-like top note burst across his tongue, dewy and fresh. A crisp pear middle note rang like a bell, followed by a surge of ripe strawberry. Rich, exotic, no wonder Terra's mighty pay fortunes for it. Evers Joven popped berry after berry, savoring Ryan's unique gift. The jade berry is the emblem of Ryan's fame as the Imperium's most renowned agri-world. Chapter 719, 16% Untouchables, Ambition to create Custodes and Sisters of Silence. 932, M30. Segmentum Obscurus, Antimar Sector, Feral World Visa. The shadow-patterned Stormbird jolted in the air currents, Nimrod peered scrutinizingly through the narrow viewing port. The Primarch drew the Osiris mind control staff, and his consciousness spread out. On the high mountains of black basalt, amidst treacherous and vicious ravines, burly men wrapped in beast pelts with terrifying paint on their faces raised matchlock guns without any sights, firing primitive black powder while running at high speeds. Bang, bang, bang. The matchlock guns, at their limit of 400 meters, accurately hit the beasts charging through the rocks. The people of Visa faced the roaring lion-like beasts without fear, their raw bravery turning into innate cunning before the clash. They dodged nimbly, letting the beasts crash into the rocks, before swinging their weapons to deliver fatal blows. This was the way of the Visa people, they were meticulous and thorough, always seeking the most efficient strike. Nimrod brought the combat of the Visa people into the range of his consciousness, his eyes flashing. He immediately recalled the evaluation of the future legendary Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn regarding the Visa people. Frankly, compared to them, I would rather face an angry Kazarkan. The Kazarkan were the elite of the Cadian shock troops, stationed on the fortress world of Cadia. They faced the threat of chaos directly. Any Cadian who hasn't mastered a lasgun by age 10 was born on the wrong planet, illustrated the brutal threats faced by the people of that world. Through generations of fighting warp horrors and mortal champions of ruinous powers, the Kazarkan became the ultimate warriors of the vast Astra Militarum. They faced the successive Black Crusades of chaos, defending the security of Cadia. Eisenhorn was an inquisitor of the Segmentum Obscurus and fought alongside the Kazarkan many times during his legendary life. His evaluation was authoritative enough. Eisenhorn's evaluation was by no means a mere pleasantry. When he belatedly discovered that those who attacked him were Visa mercenaries, he felt a lingering fear. He realized that had he known the attackers were Visa mercenaries beforehand, he might not have risked turning back to save his heavily injured and unconscious pilot, Midas. Unlike those cold and ruthless inquisitors, Eisenhorn would grieve for the deaths of his subordinates. As long as there was a possibility of saving a follower, Eisenhorn would never abandon them. His self-doubt indicated that even this legendary inquisitor, who had banished powerful demon hosts, was not confident in surviving an attack by Visa mercenaries. The Stormbird continued its descent, and Nimrod fully encompassed the battlefield within his consciousness. Suddenly, he felt 13 black spots emerge. They were like spikes, piercing into the Primarch's web of consciousness. His consciousness felt as if it had struck reefs, and the coverage area instantly shrank. A flash of light appeared in the Primarch's eyes as he abruptly entered Magnus's third level of mental state. His intent crashed down like a tide, permeating the mountains. On the ground, 13 untouchables looked up at the sky in terror. They felt a powerful will pressing down like a mountain. Untouchables cannot necessarily suppress a psyker completely. A powerful psyker will only be suppressed to a certain extent, with their strength somewhat weakened. The master of the astropaths often carries 2 untouchables with him just to suppress his own psychic power to a controllable level. The Primarch's intent flashed, encompassing all the Visa people in the mountains. 82 people. The corners of Nimrod's mouth curled slightly, over 15%. Continue forward, Nimrod ordered. He knew that the larger Visa tribes numbered nearly 1,000 people. There was no need to linger over a small tribe of fewer than 100. The shadow-patterned Stormbird flew swiftly ahead, and Nimrod brought battlefield after battlefield into his range of consciousness. The Visa people ran with superhuman endurance, hunting beasts in the treacherous mountains. These natural-born warriors could go for days without food or water if battle required it, fighting relentlessly until the enemy was dead. When tribes encountered each other, they launched attacks without mercy. Ammunition shattered heads, and blades pierced chests. When weapons broke in the bloody struggle, they rushed at each other without hesitation. Spinning kicks sent weapons flying, and thick arms throttled the enemy's necks. Nimrod knew that in Visa military training, shooting, swordsmanship, and unarmed combat were given similar amounts of time. They were the 3 main subjects. He tallied 12 tribes of varying sizes encountered along the way. Out of 1,837 people, there were 294 untouchables. Nimrod reached a preliminary conclusion. The proportion of untouchables was approximately 16%. As expected, just as I guessed, the proportion of untouchables among the Visa is higher than 1/10 and lower than 1/5. Furthermore, every tribe has untouchables. Could it be that the innate resilient will of the Visa people is related to the presence of untouchables? The Visa people fought day and night in a cruel feral world. They could even resist an inquisitor's interrogation. An ordinary Visa mercenary, Warmok Tar, had once resisted Eisenhorn's psychic interrogation. Nimrod knew that under Magnus's instructions, Azek Ahriman had taught Lemuel Gomon. Gomon, as one of the 4 founders of the Inquisition, taught the psychic techniques learned from the Thousand Sons to the Inquisitors. Eisenhorn was an Alpha Plus level psyker and the teacher of Inquisitor Gideon Ravenor. He was skilled in psychic probe techniques. Yet he had to rely on drug assistance to pry open the consciousness of an ordinary Visa mercenary like Tar, which showed how resolute the Visa's will was. Untouchables are rejected by people wherever they go, and their presence makes those around them feel uneasy. Yet among the Visa, untouchables are integrated into the tribes. Through growing up together and through generations of evolution, the Visa have become accustomed to that uncomfortable fear, tempering a resilient will. The Visa have no respect for the God Emperor precisely because they do not need faith to overcome fear, and also because of the presence of the untouchables. Their negative projection in the astral world prevents them from feeling the Emperor's light. As Nimrod reached this deduction, a question naturally arose. How did Old Man Huang win over the Sisters of Silence? Extraordinary charisma, or a powerful psychic ability that overwhelmed the Sisters of Silence? The Mentor of Disorder's eyes flashed. Although his psychic power could not compare to Old Man Huang's, he was confident in winning over the powerful Visa. The Order Shadows modified from the Visa would have powerful combat strength. The psychic bluntness of ordinary Visa is similar to the Custodes, and the untouchables are the Sisters of Silence. Old Man Huang has the Custodes and the Sisters of Silence. It's not a fantasy. Old Man Huang has tens of thousands of years of accumulation in dark secrets originating from the Chaos Gods, but he himself can also cultivate high-sequence beyonders of the Mother and Moon pathways. At Sequence 2, they would all master certain authorities in the domain of life. During the great birthday celebration, I snatched Dora Core, the Selena gene cult, and the primordial template. It might not be impossible to create my own Custodes and Sisters of Silence. As Nimrod's ambition pumped, his eyes suddenly jumped. Hundreds of black spots caused his consciousness to rapidly contract. A powerful Visa tribe of nearly 1,000 people. The tribe below is one of the largest on Visa. Nimrod's eyes narrowed, they had falcon tattoos on their necks. He whispered in his heart, Sobo tribe. The memory of that Sobo tribe leader, whose swordsmanship was no inferior to Eisenhorn's, flashed through Nimrod's mind, and he gave an order. Open the hatch. Amidst the booming sound of the airlock opening, he spread his golden wings and leapt down. P.S. The high proportion of untouchabless among the Visa comes from the official novel, Malleus, Chapter 10, page 153 of the physical book. The original text is as follows. The Visa are remarkably blunt to psychic reaction, and the incidence of untouchables is high. A key part of their military training is learning to resist interrogation. The Sobo tribe also originates from that book. Chapter 720 Wild Born. No problem. Once old man Huang's on the throne, I'll be king, and the Sisters of Silence will teach you all. Specks of light danced in Nimrod's eyes, hundreds of black dots swirling among them like mottled stains. His spreading consciousness met obstructions the way a tide is broken by massive reefs. The Primarch reigned in his mind, skirted the black reefs, and focused on a single point. His gathered will struck a steel gate riddled with bullet holes and blade scars. Bang! The Primarch's mighty awareness shattered the brief barrier. Though the Vesan resistance lasted only an instant, Nimrod still sensed the firmness of their will. No weaker than the resolve hammered into an Astartes initiate. Nimrod's mind slipped through the Vesan's psychic gate and began to grope within. The Vesan's memories were layered like wet tissue paper. This was the mind fortress built by their anti-interrogation training. Nimrod focused, gently peeling away each sheet until he found what he wanted. The Vesan spoken and written language of Futu. The Sobo tribe numbered 948, 153 of them untouchables. Their chieftain, Eitrich. Nimrod's eyes flickered. The Sober are indeed a mighty tribe. He recalled that 10,000 years later, when Gregor Eisenhorn met the Sober and learned they still numbered 800, the Inquisitor had been shaken. Nimrod rolled the name, Eitrich, across his tongue, then followed the Vesan's mental compass to a burly warrior gripping a falcon-hilted shortsword. Just as his mind locked on, it felt as though the world caved in like a sinkhole. A powerful untouchable. Nimrod's obsidian eyes fixed on Eitrich, broader of shoulder than any man in the tribe, animal hides barely able to contain his frame. At once he overlaid this figure with the chieftain who, millennia later, would duel Eisenhorn atop the frozen roof of the 8 Express. That chieftain had also been called Eitrich. Eisenhorn, a supreme swordsman among mortals, had slain Mandragore Kareen, a 10,000 battle veteran of the Emperor's Children. Kareen was a champion of Slanesh, bearer of titles such as Slayer of the Living, Defiler of the Dead, Keeper of Secrets. So, Eitrich is the hereditary title of the Sober chieftains. Recalling that transcendent duel, Nimrod felt a thought flash through his mind. He raised his right hand to the Vox bead and issued a swift order. Nimrod's mind withdrew from the Vesan. He snapped his wings and plummeted. A kilometer above ground, a falcon-sharp silhouette shot downward. Eitrich sidestepped the raking talons with quick footwork, then looked up at the black-armored, gold-winged giant descending like a Futu war god, an apparition that made knees want to buckle. Eitrich bent his knees slightly, then held the stance. Light blazed in his keen eyes, war god or not, it was merely something to kill. The chieftain glanced at his falcon shortsword and remembered his father's tale. From the sky the Futu god fell, talons ripping open chests to tear out hearts. Its beaked maw swallowed 3 men in one bite. Blood rained across the heavens, rivers of it washing black mountains. In the crisis an ancestor stepped forward, fought 4 days and nights, and slew the Futu god. He earned the respect of all Vesan clans and created the Futu script and tongue. The legend flashed through Eitrich's mind, but more real than glory was the blade forged from the god's own backbone. Slay a deity, win a divine weapon. Black armor, golden wings, a blue-white sword, gauntlets with 2 guns slung beneath. With them he could conquer 1,000 tribes, the whole world. Fire leapt in Eitrich's eyes. He lunged, shoulder dipping, hilt rising, and drove the point into a lion-shaped beast's neck. He stepped back from the dying claw sweep and gave a low growl. Nimrod caught the terse Futu phrases. Sky, strong foe, incoming. Finish the hunt fast. Engage. He watched with interest as sober warriors exploded into motion, dispatching beasts with crisp, efficient sword work. Even pressed for time, they showed the Wesen way: minimal wounds, maximal kills. While admiring, he saw the warriors glance upward, then scoop up chunks of black basalt to use as cover. Children with keen daggers neither panicked nor lingered over prey. 100 boys and girls sprinted for dwellings beyond the cliff. Nimrod knew from the Wesen's mind that only a large tribe like Sober possessed such a settlement. Bands under 100 roamed like beasts, without fixed ground. The Sober stronghold was both home and fortress. Children over 4 worked the logging gun, racking rounds to cover every approach. Toddlers hefted ammo belts, feeding the guns. Infants who could not walk, left inside, gripped daggers in both tiny hands and honed them on obsidian whetstones. Nimrod was still dozens of meters short of the 400-meter extreme range of the matchlock guns when Chieftain Aitzik ordered the attack. Fire! Black smoke billowed as crude bullets streaked forth. Bang, 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 the rounds struck the armor forged by Vulcan, blooming into puffs of gray-black sparks. The sweat the Visa people poured into their shooting drove most of the bullets into the black figure diving down. They pushed the matchlocks to their very limits. Nimrod's eyes lit up. He suddenly stalled, and with a sharp crack stood poised 100 meters above the Visa. Bang! Aitzik seized the chance. He had expected tribal warriors could never threaten the god of combat. He popped from behind the black basalt rock and loosed a readied, lethal shot. The bullet howled skyward toward the airborne target. Aitrik's hands flew, reloading faster than any other Visa, and fired a second round. His sharp eyes tracked the silhouette. The giant raised his right arm and casually snatched, as limp as when they gathered wild fruit when no beasts were left to hunt. Yet the lethal bullet struck his palm and only wisped into smoke. The mentor of disorder's finger muscles rippled, bleeding off the impact. A slight squeeze reduced the slug to dust. With a casual flick he batted the second bullet aside and spoke in Futu. I come to hire you. Rich land, mighty halls, powerful weapons. As Nimrod spoke he lifted his left arm. A burst of bolts screamed out, slamming into the black basalt cliff a kilometer away. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the deafening roars Aitrik's gaze hardened. Their matchlocks could not match the giant's gun in power, range, or precision. The voice of authority crashed in sober ears. They stared bright-eyed at the rubble, breathing the sweet scent of gunsmoke. Crash! Nimrod slammed down among the Sober. 800 Visa gazed hotly at the black-armored, gold-winged giant. They saw, in their mind's eye, fine weapons, towering castles, boundless fields. The Primarch felt their steeled resolve and thought, good start. Even as joy surged, the flicker in his eyes slowed. 100 black reefs shot upward. His senses shrank to a mere 3-kilometer radius around him. A coppery bitterness coated his tongue, his temples throbbed. Nimrod stepped out of Magnus's mindset, meditated as when he first forged the Thelema mindset, then ascended to its third layer. The discomfort eased, the throbbing stopped. Better than I feared, at least psyker power isn't fully suppressed. With 100 Sisters of Silence I'd lose all psychic ability and rely only on Beander talents. Wild ones can't rival Old Man Huang's trained sisters, training. Ambition flared, he mused, wild or not, once Old Man Huang's on the throne I'll round up the unwanted sisters and teach them. He recalled that after the High Lords seized power, any sisters beyond their control became thorns in their sides. Once the left hand of Old Man Huang, the Sisters of Silence swiftly declined. Disgusted with the Imperium, they quit Luna and vanished. When the Imperial fists found them during the War of the Beast, they at first refused to fight. Only when told the Primarch Vulcan still served did they agree. Nimrod framed a fresh plan. When the sisters were most beset, he, a Primarch, would offer aid. The sisters would submit and train untouchables for him. He would corrode a chosen few into fervent believers of the Black Emperor. I can't bear to see the sisters who gave their lives in the Webway War cast aside by the Imperium. I'll offer them a warm hand. The helpful Nimrod smiled. Meanwhile his obsidian eyes weighed the Sober's reaction. After the shock, every gaze turned to their chieftain. Aitzik clearly carried great prestige. While he considered, Aitzik, falchion in hand, stepped forward. You want to hire us to fight. What will you give us? The Primarch heard engines overhead and thought, the duel of blades 10 millennia hence starts now. No hurry, I must test your strength before I name a price. Eitrek eyed the black-armored giant. You want to face me? Not I, Nimrod said. My son. Chapter 721. A sword duel staged 10,000 years early. The shadow-patterned Stormbird circled down, searching for a wide spot to land in the perilous mountains. The Visa people did not hear the roaring engine until the shadow-patterned Stormbird was 50 meters from a mountain peak, at which point Aitzak's keen eyes finally focused on the black iron bird. He saw the massive shells under the wings and instinctively ducked behind a piece of black basalt rock. The warriors of the Sobo tribe acted accordingly, hiding behind the rocks. They watched warily as the black iron bird landed, and a squad of black armor warriors stepped out. The black armor warriors seemed to have descended from the heavens, miniature versions of the winged giants. Their skin was smooth and lustrous, like marble, and their eyes were pitch black, like obsidian. Aitzak suddenly remembered the descendants mentioned by the black armored giant. So many giant descendants. Bang, bang, bang. A squad of black armored giants leapt down from the cliff and approached Nimrod. Right. Nimrod called out to the member of the honor guard whose right shoulder was painted with a vermilion longsword. He and Pierre Wright, who had been promoted to captain of the 3rd Company of the 8th Battle Group, both hailed from the Wright family, the largest family in Kassai, and had recently passed inspection to become a warrior. Although Nimrod estimated that warrior Wright's combat power should be slightly inferior to Mandragore Carrion's, Gregor Eisenhorn's successful killing of a veteran of the Emperor's children was already somewhat due to luck. The Sobo tribe chief Aitzak, 10,000 years later, had strength similar to Eisenhorn's, and Wright, possessing a physical advantage, could still fight even if he was slightly inferior in skill. You will fight Sobo tribe chief Aitzak. Aitzak and the Sober tribe people stared in surprise at the black armor golden-winged giant. They had never said they were the Sobo tribe, nor had they mentioned Aitzak's name. How did he know? Aitzak tightly gripped his falcon shortsword. Was he really a god? No, he must have learned it from a neighboring tribe. Aitzak stared at the smaller great gun hanging on the black armor warrior, similar to the one on the golden-winged giant, and the longsword at his waist. He suddenly swung his sword and lunged at the black armor warrior. Wright proudly accepted his father's mission. Just as he was slightly bowing according to the Kassai people's dueling etiquette, he suddenly felt a strong wind approaching. The fur-clad Visa person had no honor. As thoughts flashed through warrior Wright's mind, he swiftly drew the psychic blade from his waist and executed the lasso style, intending to deflect the incoming shortsword. The moment the shining psychic blade touched the falcon shortsword, its light abruptly vanished. Wright further felt a tiny, rice grain-sized chip appear on the resilient blade forged by a Kassai master swordsmith, a blade he had carried for 28 years and with which he had established a close connection. How is this possible? While Wright was astonished, Nimrod was not surprised. The Kassai master swordsmith's skill was superb, and their blades held an advantage against most weapons, including Astarte's weaponry, but they were inferior to the falcon shortsword. He remembered this shortsword, whose hilt was carved into a falcon pattern. 10,000 years later, it did not shatter even when it collided with Eisenhorn's Barbarosat. Barbarosat was the best weapon Eisenhorn had used in his legendary career, comparable to artifacts revered as divine weapons by various races. It was made from the demon mirror of Sinker, and merely obtaining the materials wore out 8 adamantium drill bits. Sage Bull of the Adeptus Mechanicus hammered the blade 900 times and carved 10 5-pointed runes on both sides of the edge. Finally, under the triumphant holy light of the golden throne statue of Old Man Huang and the light emitted by the god of all machines, it became the 5-pointed rune psychic power sword. However, this divine weapon held no advantage when colliding with the unremarkable falcon shortsword. Nimrod knew that, aside from the Val's sword at his waist, only Lehman Russ's 2 weapons could overpower the falcon shortsword. Aitzak was also a powerful untouchables, and the psychic energy of the Kassai blade would be suppressed. In terms of weaponry, Wright was completely disadvantaged. He had to defeat his opponent quickly. If the fight dragged on, his blade would be shattered. Wright looked in astonishment at the short sword in the savage's hand. It had a barb on it, but the gleaming blade was not as bright as his psychic blade. However, the opponent's short sword was completely undamaged in the collision just now, clearly tougher and more robust than his own blade. The instant the blades collided, Aitzak was shaken back 2 steps, his long arms slightly numb, and he looked in surprise at the giant before him, who was even stronger than he was. No Visa person dared to wrestle with him, but the black-armored giant's astonishing strength far surpassed his own. Both rushed towards the other simultaneously. Warrior, right was faster, he took a step and executed the Tarn-style slash, aiming for the enemy's right arm. Aitsik saw a black shadow rushing towards him, moving so quickly it left an afterimage. Not only is he stronger than me, he's faster too. A thought flashed through Aitsik's mind. He instinctively dropped low and slid quickly, rotating the falcon shortsword to stab the giant's thigh. Warrior, right lightly twisted his wrist, reversing the blade, and executed the reverse Tarn Vira style, slashing towards Aitsik's back. The warrior and the Sobo tribe chief crossed paths, their blades flashing between their fluid, cloud and water-like movements. Nimrod watched this great battle staged 10,000 years early, a duel between Kases, Rulvira, swordsmanship and the Visa people's killing artistry. Rulvira, as its meaning in the Kase language implies. The gift of the blade, was wielded with spinning slashes, falling like a storm. The Visa person, a master of killing arts honed in bloody combat, wielded his blade with ease. His attacks carried a unique rhythm, circling right with lunging stabs and sliding slashes. Every strike of the deadly short sword was unexpected, so much so that even the Order shadows could not predict the timing. The sober tribe people silently watched the battlefield, like silent assassins. They clutched their weapons tightly, their arms tense. After the children realized the danger was gone, they ran out of the fortress, agilely climbed the black basalt rocks, and chased the two figures. They couldn't help but gasp. The black-armored giant was actually able to contend with their powerful tribe chief, Aitsik. Amidst the crackling, popping sounds, the two, neither of whom wanted their blades to collide, were unable to prevent the clash. Amidst the grating noise of energy bodies colliding, sparks scattered from the psychic blade. Aitsik's wrist bent, forcing him to hold the sword with both hands. Both realized they had to end the fight immediately. Warrior, right spun his blade, executing the Urag combo move. The shining light formed a rain of light, sprinkling around his body. Aitsik leapt out, and while rolling, he rotated the falcon shortsword, hooking the barb onto a protruding piece of black basalt. Amidst a sharp grating sound, he used the leverage to soar up, aiming the deadly blade at the black armor warrior's head. Warrior, right felt the enemy's fatal strike was unavoidable, and the teachings of Uncle Pierre suddenly flashed into his mind. The only worthwhile thing now was to weaken or control that strike. This kind of swordsmanship had many forms, collectively known as the Gekwaf style, which means, reining in the horse at the edge of the precipice, in the Kase language. Imagine the opponent is an untamable mount, forcing it to rush off a cliff. Right raised his blade, and the sword in his hand transformed into a long rein, which he could freely use to control the action. The warrior stepped out in a lunge, shoulders tilted, thrusting upwards. The psychic blade leapt up, its tip stabbing the falcon shortsword, wrapping around the shining blade like a rein locking a horse. Warrior, right rotated his blade, flinging the falcon shortsword and the Visa strongman away. Bang! Aitsik smashed heavily onto the ground. He instinctively adjusted his center of gravity, rolled, and scrambled back up. Just as he arched his back, a cold blade pressed against his head. The children of the Sobo tribe cried out in unison. Their tribe chief, the powerful Aitsik, had actually been defeated. The warriors of the Sobo tribe stared silently at the black armor warrior. Nimrod had a feeling of temporal displacement. Eisenhorn also used the Gekwaf style to gain a temporary advantage. The difference is that he then drew his gun and shot Aitsik away with a dishonorable blast. Right, however, won the duel, even though his sword was damaged. He gazed at the crackling, falling sparks of light and looked at Right with appreciation. The first step in subjugating the Visa people, demonstrating powerful military might, is complete. Chapter 722, Dusk Moon, the special source of the Vesens. In the Sobo tribe, Nimrod watched as the powerful tribal chief Aitsik was defeated, and a thought stirred in his mind. A layer of black mist rose from his palm, quickly turning into an inconspicuous flag standing 1.4 meters tall. Nimrod planted it on his left shoulder. The Jushin spear that belonged on his right shoulder had been left on the weapon rack in the Primarch office of the Wenquan Shadow. The Mentor of Disorder felt that his Majesty was not particularly effective against the strong-willed Vesens. He decided to use the Red Priest uniqueness and the authority of charm to amplify his majesty and conquer the Sobo tribe. Authority is the control that a god or a high-sequence Beyander has over the rules of a specific domain, the key to the underlying rules. The Burning One's control over fire, the Void Dragon's control over the mechanical domain, but unlike the Khatan, authority is not limited to the material realm. The uniqueness acts on specific domains and is not based on the soul like the Chaos gods, meaning it even works on untouchables. Whether it produces an effect and how much of an effect it produces depends on factors such as willpower. The authorities of charm and conquest coexist. Every Red Priest is the most charming male, possessing a charm that makes people want to submit and pledge loyalty, as well as a charm that evokes extreme loathing and a desire to kill. Nimrod planted the iron-black flagpole, stained with blood spots, onto his shoulder. The uniqueness sensed him as the destined lord of the nation of disorder, and submissively released a scalding heat. He felt warmth cover his entire body, no longer limited to just his shoulder as it had been when he was a baron of corruption. The promotion to mentor of disorder increased Nimrod's Sephira authority, which in turn influenced the Red Priest, who held the authority of ritual. A squad of honor guard members looked at their father, keenly perceiving that their father's grand figure was being limited and bound to the Visa land. Their knees crashed into the black basalt ground with a heavy thud. They felt the two hearts within their bodies thumping wildly. Power surged within them. They yearned to step onto the battlefield in their father's name. They yearned to win glory and prove their loyalty to their father. Swish, 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 over 900 faces looked in unison at the black-armored, golden-winged giant. The men of the Sobo tribe saw the grand figure looming over the mountaintop. He was like the legendary pagoda god. The women looked at the black-armored, golden-winged giant with infatuation. In their past, the manliest of men, tribal chief Aitzek, seemed like a firefly compared to the deity before them, the dusk moon. Nimrod faintly sensed small red dots all around him. This perception did not originate from the supernatural senses granted to him by Old Man Huang, nor did it come from the spiritual intuition of a mentor of disorder. He realized with a start that these were the people conquered by the charm of the Red Priest. Nimrod vaguely identified that among the 829 adult Sobo tribe warriors, 83 of the 450 men had submitted to his charm. Of the 379 women, 180 were intoxicated by his charm. The primary authority of the Red Priest, combined with being male, is this the result? If I used demoness, would the result be reversed? Not necessarily. As a male Primarch, I would weaken the control over female authority. Even if I can only exercise a portion of the Red Priest's power, it is still a uniqueness after all. After amplifying the majesty of the mentor of disorder, the total proportion of people affected is less than 1/3. Nimrod frowned slightly. The willpower of the Vesens was even firmer than he had anticipated. Hiring Vesens who had not submitted to him would cost an unimaginable astronomical sum. Nimrod remembered that the massive organization targeting the legendary Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn had hired only 800 men to retrieve the many items left in the Devil Prince's tomb, with 70 of them tasked solely with wiping out him and his followers. That was the wealth they had accumulated over 380 years, yet it could only hire the Sobo tribe for a few years. Considering the wealth of that organization, Nimrod deduced that a planetary governor of a hive city could not continuously employ more than 500 Visa mercenaries. And that was for a mature hive city, not these imperial worlds still in the process of growth and construction, and it would come at the cost of zero asset growth. A sub-sector governor could hire no more than 3,000 people, and a sector governor likely no more than 5,000. This was a massive cost even for the imperial elite, which meant no one would hire Vesens on a large scale. With the same wealth, they could recruit millions of planetary defense forces from their own worlds and arm them. Though the Vesens were strong, in most tasks, such as guarding assets or search and destroy missions against rebels, they could not count as 1 against 10,000. In Nimrod's eyes, the greatest use for the Vesens was in fighting chaos. Their resilient will, universal psychic dullness, and especially the presence of a large number of untouchables meant they would not be corrupted by chaos. They would play a huge role during the Great Birthday celebration and in pioneering territories within the formless abyss. But just as Nimrod's plan began, he felt heavy financial pressure. Unlike the elites who would hire Vesens in the future, he wanted to hire thousands of tribes, tens of thousands of Vesens. This would inevitably affect the development of the many territories under his command. Although the Vesens had not yet left their planet to become the most famous mercenaries in the Segmentum Obscurus, they were pragmatic and only valued material wealth. They would soon realize their own worth. Well, fortunately, I can use the land of conquered worlds, and the weapons I forge can also serve as payment. While Nimrod pondered, he shifted his attention with hope toward the children on the black basalt pillars. Of the 89 children, 36 had submitted, a ratio slightly exceeding 2/5. Nimrod's eyes brightened, and his brow relaxed. As expected, children who have not yet formed a complete mindset, haven't spent enough time in day and night contact with untouchables, and haven't begun interrogation training, do not have the mental fortitude of adults. His joy hadn't lasted 3 seconds before an orange-red light suddenly flared up. Nimrod's obsidian-like pupils dilated in shock. The flagpole grew scalding hot, making his neck burn as the heat spread through his entire body. The red dots representing the conquered in the Sobo tribe rapidly decreased. There were fewer than 100 adults, and only 19 children remained. A term he had seen in the minds of ordinary Sobo people flashed through Nimrod's head: dusk moon. His gaze grew deep as he stared at the slowly rising orange-red moon. Is it a special moon like the wolf moon of Fenris? Visa's satellite, this orange-yellow moon, does not seem to be the result of reflection from a red star. Could the dusk moon be the special source of the Vesens? While Nimrod was thinking, he felt a complex gaze directed at him. He looked at Aitzik and saw shock, scrutiny, and a soaring battle intent. Aitzik gripped his falcon shortsword tightly and walked toward the black-armored, golden-winged giant. Your scion is strong. How much stronger are you than him? Nimrod smiled calmly. I will give you a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Aitzik lunged forward, his falcon shortsword stabbing directly toward Nimrod's lower body. A blue-white sword light suddenly leapt up, blooming amidst the light of dusk. Amidst a short, piercing screech, the shining falcon shortsword flew out of Aitzik's hand. The shining, cold blade stopped at Aitzik's throat, the chill stimulating his throat to tighten instinctively. The blue-white light grew slightly dim, the Val's sword was minimally affected by the untouchable, and the edge of the psychic blade receded slightly. The falcon shortsword spun as it fell, its blade, which cut through iron like butter, sinking into the black basalt ground. Nimrod withdrew his sword and sheathed it at his waist. The cold, blue-white blade reflected in the eyes of the Vesens, making their bodies turn cold and cold sweat seep from their pores. The strongest man of Visa, the tribal chief of the Sobo tribe, Aitzik, had been defeated in an instant. The pagoda god, the name of the legendary deity exploded in their minds. Nimrod, carrying the flagpole, perceived the red dots increasing. The number of conquered adults rose to 140, and children to 29. We shall talk while we eat. Fine, Aitzik accepted bluntly. Perhaps the ancestor did not kill the true pagoda god, but his falcon. The black-armored, golden-winged giant is the true pagoda god. Nimrod looked up at the orange-red moon, pressed his calm bead, and issued an order to prepare fine food and wine. He then added, Auspex, scan Visa's moon at full power, that orange-red satellite. Chapter 723, Old Man Huang is a little too powerful. Nimrod sat on a massive rock, looking up at the night sky. An orange moon rose high. He was lost in thought. The orange-red light only shines upon the earth at dusk. The flagpole of the Red Priest, uniqueness only grows scalding hot then. Supernatural influences only erupt at dusk. Nimrod thoughtfully withdrew his gaze, letting it fall upon the Visa people around him. Of the men and women sitting around, not one touched the Lersvort wine of Vostonia. Their movements as they tore into their food were swift and precise. They crunched through Attila Ovega steaks, swallowing the scalding golden gristle along with the firm meat. They ignored the mustard and soy sauce, grabbing handfuls of sea cradle salmon and stuffing it into their mouths. In the face of the luxurious dishes of the Vostonian elite, the Visa were like cold, emotionless servitors, merely consuming energy. Aitzik, the chieftain of the Sobo tribe, stuffed a handful of Ryan's verdant jade berries into his mouth. The jade-colored skins burst one after another, the lychee-flavored farinote dampened by morning dew, the crisp pear midnote, and the dense fresh strawberry afternote mixed and bloomed together. With a gulp, he swallowed jade berries worth an entire hive city factory. Nimrod, how much will you pay to hire us? Atsik addressed him by name. Whether he was a Futu or not did not affect his demand for payment. What he considered was Nimrod's formidable strength and his progeny, the Order Shadows. The black armor warriors who defeated him numbered more than just 10, he had seen over 100, 14 of whom carried the same style of blade at their waists. Nimrod and his progeny alone could slaughter the entire Sobo tribe. Atsik realized this, and fortunately, Nimrod did not use it as a threat to drive down the price. Nimrod downed the red Lurzvort in his cup, the burning liquid sliding down his esophagus into his stomach. He set down the glass and spoke in the Futhu language. I need to test you before I can give a quote. Considering the immense cost of hiring the visa, Nimrod decided to stay here for the time being. He would use the Red Priest uniqueness and his own Beyander abilities as much as possible to subjugate the visa. At the same time, he needed to gain detailed control over the visa's psychic resistance, including the children who were potential recruits. The 24 Psyker grading system established by the Empire categorized psychic talent into 24 levels, positive and negative, by detecting and recording an individual's psychic activity and power levels. The negative psychic levels extended down to Rho, which is below the soft level. The Visa were very dull to psychic energy, the entire race consisted of negative psychers. But their resistance to psychic energy and the warp varied. Sigma and Tau levels would simply ignore warp fluctuations and psychic phenomena. Upsilon, Phi, Chi, and Psi levels possessed varying degrees of psychic resistance. The Omega level was the true untouchables, while the negative Omega level was exclusive to the Culexus assassins. Nimrod surmised that only Sigma and Tau level Visa could be successfully transformed into Order Shadows. The surgical failure rate for Upsilon, Phi, Chi, and Psi levels would likely be high, and Omega and negative Omega levels had absolutely no possibility of being transformed into Order Shadows. Though he did not know the secrets of Old Man Huang's creation of the Astartes, it clearly involved warp-related matters. A pity I don't know how Grey Knights are converted into ferrymen. For a psychic Astartes to be retroactively transformed into an untouchable, Old Man Huang really is a little too powerful. Thinking of the Raven Guard chief librarian Balsa Kuturi, whom he had already corroded, Nimrod's ambition began to burn, and an idea took root. Perhaps there's a chance to seize this secret. If Balsa still becomes Arvida, the founding Grand Master of the Grey Knights is in my memory, I will have a chance to seize the secrets of the Grey Knights and the conversion of ferrymen at the dead ground. While Nimrod entertained thoughts of seizing the secret, the chieftain fell into deep thought. I know nothing of the world beyond the heavens. I don't know how much we are worth. During the test, I can gather information and secure a fair price for myself and my people. Thinking this, Atsik replied, fine. Nimrod picked up the bottle, poured the red Lurzvort into his glass, and asked casually. I have traveled through thousands of star systems, and the moon of Visa is orange, that is quite rare. Is there anything special about it? Atsik shook his head. No, it's just a moon. A very Visa-like answer. Nimrod mentally mocked the pragmatism of the Visa and asked with a shred of hope. At dusk, when the orange-yellow light shines on the earth, does anything happen? Atsik gulped down the thick trichine vegetable soup made from a blend of onions, beets, cabbage, carrots, and cream. We launch attacks on other tribes at dusk. The chieftain succession ceremony is held at dusk. Nimrod unexpectedly gained information, immediately noticing the abnormality of dusk in Visa culture. Although the Dusk Raiders, the predecessors of the Death Guard, preferred to attack at dusk. But the Visa haven't undergone transformation, and they aren't like those born on worlds like Modian of the Eternal Night, who possess superhuman vision in the dark. The early hours of the morning, when guards are most fatigued, is the best time for a surprise attack. While Nimrod pondered, his gaze fell upon Atsak's waist. Your falcon shortsword is very special. Where did it come from? Seeing that Atsik did not respond, the mentor of disorder said in a low voice. Rest easy. I will not seize your weapon by force. If I wanted it, it would have been mine when I defeated you. I am simply curious about it. Atsik was no stranger to what Nimrod said. Winners taking the spoils of the losers, or even annexing an entire tribe, was a Visa tradition. My ancestor. As the chieftain spoke, the Visa heard legends they had never heard before. They learned the origins of the Futhu language and script, but the speed of their eating did not slow down in the slightest. They had no interest in legends or ancestors, such things were not as good as a handy weapon or a beast to fill their bellies. Nimrod frowned slightly. Even for a legend, the story of Aitzak's ancestor killing a Futhu god was far too brief. There were no rough dates. The Visa, who lived for battle, didn't even have a useless concept like time. There were no epics to be sung, no descriptions of causes or processes, just that the ancestor spent 4 days and 4 nights killing a giant eagle-shaped bird, and that was all. The location where the Futhu fell? Nimrod asked, trying to gather more information. There, Aitzak raised his hand, pointing to Nimrod's 4 o'clock position. 18,400 paces. The ancestor used the Futhu's remains to carve words and pictures. Nimrod's eyes lit up as he noted the location Aitzak pointed to. The next day, as the heavy landing craft touched down on the opened landing field and the apothecaries began testing the Sobo tribe, Nimrod flapped his golden wings and flew toward the direction Aitzak had indicated. Chapter 724. Light and shadow extinguished, Nimrod unable to use psionics for the first time. Following the direction Aitzak mentioned, Nimrod found an ancient ruin among the black basalt peaks. He found dozens of scattered bone fragments on the ground, irregular in shape and varying in size, with obvious marks of hammering and grinding. Clearly, they were leftover materials from the crafting of that falcon shortsword. They were different from common white bones, they were gray. Nimrod picked up a finger-sized bone fragment. As soon as it touched his hand, his fingers felt slightly numb, and he felt an instinctive sense of disgust. He gently rubbed the bone fragment with his thumb, and his fingertips immediately felt a slight stinging sensation. A dark spot reflected in the Primarch's eyes. Anti-psionic material. Nimrod also keenly felt a decayed aura, decaying at every moment, yet he didn't know how many years ago these remains were from. The mentor of disorder gazed at the spiritual radiance emanating from the bone fragments, confirming through the spiritual light that they were not potion ingredients but spiritual materials. The mentor of disorder scanned the bone fragments scattered on the ground. Their surfaces were densely covered with layers of complex gray-black lines of rules. The mentor of disorders spirituality surged. The bone fragments whirled up one by one, rapidly transforming into fine threads and then intertwining with each other. Dozens of seconds later, the bone fragments condensed into a chain. The mentor of disorder let the chain drift onto the ground for the time being, then stepped toward a standing massive block of black basalt. On it were carved 2 drawings in dense text in the Futhu language. One image depicted a person and an eagle fighting under the reflection of the moon. The description in Futhu script next to it was only slightly richer than Aitzak's account. An important line read, "On the day of decay, the Futhu descended from the heavens." Day of decay. Nimrod chewed over the term, seeing it beside another drawing. He immediately looked at the drawing. A figure holding a blade looked up at an eagle in the sky. 2 spheres, one large and one small, were depicted in the air. The closer, massive sphere's shadow obscured the more distant, smaller sphere. Does the day of decay refer to a solar eclipse? Nimrod was lost in thought. He pressed his communication pearl and asked Arsenadun for the results of Visa's moon scan. My lord, the Auspex scan results show that the celestial body has no abnormalities, and its orbit around Visa is stable. The report submitted by the Augur Matrix class master states that the celestial body's surface is composed of orange-red rock. It's abnormally normal. There is no plant life on the entire planet, but there are tens of thousands of eagle-like creatures. Quote. After hearing the Primarch attendant's briefing, known information flashed through Nimrod's mind. Dusk moon, day of decay. Tall, robust Vesens, extraordinary combat power. Spiritual materials, negative psionic resistance. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. It couldn't be the Twilight Giant, could it? Having formed this hypothesis, Nimrod pondered the situation of the Vesens and became increasingly certain of it. The Twilight Giant, Pathway Sequence 8, Pugilist, can use the physical body to mitigate the effects of certain supernatural powers. Vesens generally possess psionic resistance. Nimrod thought of the burning hot flagpole at dusk yesterday. Able to affect the entire planet of Visa, the entire Vesen race, it seems it hasn't been activated yet, remaining in a state similar to unconsciousness or being sealed. The key is that something triggering a reaction from the Red Priest, uniqueness should also be a uniqueness. Nimrod's eyes sparkled. He had the chance to obtain a uniqueness on his own for the first time. The two uniquenesses he currently possessed both came from Old Man Huang. The Red Priest was a reward from Old Man Huang after the Randan War, and the demoness inside the empty glazed jade was entrusted to Alcahas Fal by Old Man Huang, who then sacrificed it following his own decree. Amidst his joy, Nimrod also knew that obtaining a uniqueness would be far from easy. He picked up the gray bone chain with his left hand, and as his wings vibrated and he took to the air, his right hand pressed the communication pearl in his ear. Prepare a stormbird, I'm going to Visa's moon. 4 sidereal hours later, a shadow-patterned stormbird swept out from the flight deck of the Wenquan Shadow. Inside the cockpit, the Primarch's personal pilot, Nelson, floored the accelerator. The black iron bird flew silently toward the orange-red glowing celestial body, and the runic numbers on the dashboard plummeted rapidly. As the runic numbers jumped to 5,600 meters, the winner, Nelson's eyes suddenly twitched. Phew. His breathing slowed involuntarily, as if the flow of time itself had slowed down. Within his obsidian-like eyes, in the empty void, the orange-red light rays abruptly bent. The winner instinctively felt that this fighter jet, in service for less than a century and having just received a sacred blessing from a tech marine 2 hours ago, had decayed slightly overall. The blazing light of the Retribution-class reactor dimmed a bit, and the dials turned a millisecond slower. As Nelson pondered how to report to his father, the numbers on the dashboard rapidly dropped to 5,200 meters. Red warning runes suddenly flared up. Quantum field repulsor failure. The shadow-patterned stormbird's stealth shroud was suddenly torn away, exposing the black mechanical bird in the void. Nelson opened his throat communicator and reported to Nimrod. Father, that moon, it's somewhat similar to the Harud, the aircraft has become slightly decayed. Open the bay. The voice of Majesty made Nelson obey instinctively. He worriedly pressed the control button, and the hatch opened. Nimrod's wings vibrated as he flew out of the bay alone. Gazing at the orange-red celestial body suspended below, he dove downward. The Primarch keenly felt that the flapping speed of his golden wings had slowed slightly. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, each flap was slightly slower than the last. With a thought from Nimrod, the fragments of the burner flared with golden flames. Inside the black stormbird, the energy reader runes flashed rapidly, the yellow runes turning a blinding red in an instant. Nelson followed the runic markers and located the shining golden light on the video screen. Father. The runes suddenly vanished. The energy readings exceeded the sensor's capture range. A touch of gray rose in the winner's eyes. That decayed rot was worrying as he whispered and turned the steering wheel. Father. Golden flames flared, propelling Nimrod downward at high speed. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He felt a dim yellow mist suddenly rise, like a thin film of water vapor. Light and shadow receded rapidly in the gloom. Bang! The light and shadow were extinguished. The Primarch could not sense the existence of the warp. For the first time, he was unable to use psionics. In the Mentor of Disorders vision, countless complex gray-black lines of rules filled his sight. Nimrod looked down at the surface. The orange-red ground was regularly traversed by blue-black rivers tinged with the color of twilight. On both sides of the rivers, dense crowds of eagle-like creatures looked up. Their feathers were blue-black, their eyes dim, and their beaks curved like hooks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flock of eagles flapped their wings and took to the sky with a whistle. Chapter 725, Relying on Myself, I obtained my first uniqueness. With a thought from Nimrod, black mist rose around his body. He spread his arms, and a buzzing sound echoed around him. The Mentor of Disorder, incubated within the brain of the Viziol Harud, and soul-eater bees living in the second layer of the Nation of Disorder, swarmed out. The soul-eater bees, blotting out the sky, surged down and collided with the rising flock of eagles. The crystal wings of the soul-eater bees buzzed as their claws struck out fiercely, clashing with the sharp eagle talons. The explosive sound of clashing metal resounded throughout the entire dusk moon. Fierce mandibles that could easily pierce the armor of the thousand suns and order shadows struck hooked eagle beaks, their bodies twisting as they separated. The Mentor of Disorder sensed the soul-eater bees he commanded, the clusters of mental eggs he sowed bounced off the moment they touched the blue-black eagle heads, as if hitting an invisible barrier, withering away in the undulating aura of twilight. Even though the Soul Eater bees had lost their supernatural attack and reproductive capabilities, Nimrod still didn't change his plan to use them as his main force. Without the means to conduct orbital strikes on the dusk moon, the Order's shadows would suffer significant casualties. Soul Eater bees could be replenished during a large-scale campaign, and they also possessed physiological advantages. With a thought from the Mentor of Disorder, the Soul Eater bees simultaneously raised their middle pair of abdominal claws and slammed them hard against the eagle talons. Their massive bodies were knocked upward by the giant eagles, while their other two pairs of sharp claws, upper and lower, struck out together. Rip, tear. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of scratching, large patches of blue-black feathers drifted down in clumps. With a thought from Nimrod, black mist rose from his right hand. He covered his face, and a bone mask appeared out of thin air, densely covered in mysterious runes. This was the Death Consul mask Nimrod had obtained from the Great Wolf Temple of Death on Fenris. When this mystical item was used, it would indiscriminately affect the surroundings with the power of withering. Nimrod had not brought Black Wolf Freddy or Strong-Brained Cat John specifically so he could use it without restraint. The spirituality of the Mentor of Disorder flooded into the Death Consul mask, and with the consumption of 1/3 of his spirituality, green mist rose. Illusory light bloomed around Nimrod, and with his body as the center, the light spun rapidly and collapsed inward, constructing a slightly blurred, double-leafed bronze gate. The surface of the bronze gate was covered in various mysterious patterns, entwined with an indescribable sense of depth and deathly silence. With a creak, the gate swayed and opened a crack. Beyond the crack was an impenetrable, boundless darkness, like the deepest night sky. Countless icy vines spread out from within the gate, wrapping around the giant eagles like giant pythons. The giant eagle's blue-black wings flapped in terror before being ensnared by the vines. The wings quickly turned green, and under the pull of the vines, they flew toward the bronze gate, disappearing amidst terrified screeches. At the same time, as the green mist churned, undead creatures obtained from within the void whale at the Carium gate surged out. Blue toads spat venom onto the dull eyes of the giant eagles, corroding them into sunken holes. Pale crabs waved their claws, tearing off strips of blue-black feathers. Nimrod's right pinky was wrapped in the Shaman King's chain, and his spirituality recovered as blood-red light flowed. The Mentor of Disorder felt the changes in his spirituality. It was being consumed faster than usual, and recovering more slowly. Clearly, this was the influence caused by the Twilight Giant uniqueness. Though there is an influence, it lacks variation, like a dull giant instinctively releasing power. The authorities possessed by the Twilight Giant flashed through his mind. Main authorities: Twilight, combat. Subordinate authorities: powers extended from the combat authority, technique, size, protection, destruction. Partial authorities: holiness and agency. Neither the Dusk Moon nor the Giant Eagles manifested authorities in combat, destruction, or agency. The battle between the Soul Eater bees and the undead army against the Guardian Giant Eagles lasted for 14 days and nights, after which Nimrod temporarily returned to the Wenquan Shadow. The Mentor of Disorders' ambition to obtain the uniqueness still burned fiercely. His mind and body were not exhausted, and his spirituality had not run dry. Nimrod temporarily withdrew from the Dusk Moon because he had circled it 3 times and inspected every area, yet had not found the uniqueness. He thought of the murals left by the ancestor Aitzik and believed the day of decay had arrived. Just as on Fenris, the gate of Searcher leading to the lower realms only opens on the day of the perihelion during every great year. Nimrod returned to the Primarch office of the Wenquan Shadow and immediately listened to Arsena Dun's report. "My lord, the apothecary has conducted tests on the children of the Sobo tribe. Among the 119 children, there are 63 males, 11 of them are Sigma level, and 10 are Tau level. 9 are Upsilon level, both Phi level and Chi level have 8 children, and 7 are Psi level. 10 are Omega level, and there are no negative Omega levels." Hearing this, Nimrod felt puzzled. Though he hadn't checked the relevant records, the negative psionic levels usually decreased regularly, but then suddenly jumped at the Omega level. While he was pondering the reason, the Primarch attendant's communication bead buzzed. "My lord, the Dusk Moon has suddenly deviated and accelerated. It is estimated that the eclipse will be triggered 36 standard hours early. It is only 59 standard minutes from now. Nimrod stood up immediately. I understand. Pumping ambition drove the mentor of disorder to forego rest, and 1 minute and 33 seconds later, he leapt from the flight deck into the void. With golden wings burning fiercely, he flew rapidly toward the dusk moon. On the surface of Visa, an orange-red light rose up. The red star disappeared. Twilight descended. Trees quickly grew dim, and withered branches fell one by one. Wild beasts grew weak, their fur shriveling into clumps, and their sharp claws aging and knotting. No one noticed that the projections in the warp of the children within the wombs of Visa's mothers turned orange-red, then collapsed into tiny black holes. As the day of decay began, orange-red light submerged the dusk moon and the home planet Visa. Amidst the orange-red light filling the sky, a brilliant golden light cut through the void. Black mist rose in the eyes of the mentor of disorder. The power of the nation of disorder was leveraged, and the power of the Sephira seeped into the real world. Amidst the churning mist, the obsidian eyes of the mentor of disorder caught a glimpse of a bright orange-red. His wings flapped violently, and his body turned sharply to fly toward that orange-red glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of giant eagles soared up, whistling as they attacked. With a thought from Nimrod, the remaining hundreds of soul-eater bees swarmed out. The bone mask covered his face, and as the bronze gate opened, over 300 blue-black giant eagles were mixed among the 1,000 undead. The mentor of disorder poured all his spirituality into the death consul mask, and 2 beams of gray-white withering light shot from his pitch-black eyes. As the light swept past, blue-green feathers turned to ash in the gray-white flames, revealing gray skeletons. The gray bones crashed crackling onto the orange-red surface. In the vision of the mentor of disorder, the orange-red surface consisted of layers upon layers of gray-black threads. The only thing shining with orange-red light was a massive longsword whose surface was shrouded in an orange-red glow. Within it, a materialized twilight was faintly visible. The mentor of disorder rushed toward the orange-red giant sword along the brief passage opened by the death consul mask. On his body, rust spread rapidly across the surface of the armor forged by Vulcan himself and modified by the artisan Malevolus. The Primarch felt as if he were aging 1,000 years with every breath. The Eternal endured millennium after millennium of aging. That feeling lasted only an instant before dissipating within his immortal body. The orange-red giant sword rapidly drew closer in his obsidian pupils, and Nimrod suddenly reached out his right hand. Rustle. The pitch-black armor fell away in flakes, as if it had been left in nature for 10,000 years. Black mist rose from Nimrod's right palm as he grabbed the hilt of the orange-red giant sword. In the next instant, the giant sword vanished into thin air. Finally, relying on myself, I have obtained my first uniqueness. Nimrod whispered joyfully in his heart. Sensing his body exposed to the night sky, he had a thought, and living metal quickly liquefied and spread, enveloping his body. Even though I lost all the soul-eater bees and undead creatures, as well as the armor forged by Vulcan, it was worth it. Ferris, I hope you have already forged new armor for me. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.